coming for the whole thing. Instead of stepping, we like big brains. Rose gold for the whole team. Top flight, we do that. It's a mismatch, they running up. Get back, you ain't tough. One punch, they fold enough. Life hard, I'll show you some more than just a one and done. Front line till the war's won. Also bad tendencies tend to get their heads spun. I didn't make the move. Real world problems they didn't teach in school. Now we playing catch up, gotta keep up. It's celebrated courses when you in the field. Mental trauma that we got, I can't wait to heal. I can't wait to seal. I can't wait to do. Winning hit different, we don't got a choice. Negotiation for a better life. It's more than what you bargained for. Trust and believe in the process, hard work, and forcing what you doing it for. You see the needle, keep pushing it forward. A lot more that you gotta endure. A lot more that you gotta endure. A lot more that you gotta endure. We got a lot more in store. A lot more that we gotta endure. Alright, come let's set the record straight. Something to say it to my face. In the 90s we sketch your face. Everybody got a stick, now they wanna spray. Say it with your chest, it's how we was raised. These kids don't know how to pray. These kids don't believe in faith. These kids don't know how to pave. Suffocating now and I can't break. Say the grass is greener on the other side. We're coming back to clarify as soon as I arrive.
I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'ma blow, and I'ma pop, y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gon' probably take risks, and I'm gonna die before I quit. I gotta take action to get stagnant, and they stopping it. Too many been passive, and they lost it. The rappers, I move backwards, and they honest. Hacking the right back, and to make profit, and accurate, new acumen makes options. Meaning the accountant can be rounded when you call it a place. Everything I'm mounted in my cost. Moving with $2 in my pocket. Proving the pace you looking exhausted. Truth is Greg Newman, they can't copy. Do what I must do so they can't stop. Trying to keep cool while they keep talking. Do what I must do, switches up often. I pivot, meaning I'm a tactician when I'm in it. Circling the cul-de-sac, I'm drifting. And I got all night down no fishing. Meaning I'm different. Meaning when they talk, they pay attention. Meaning they gon' pay for every cent. And I'm going 2 commas, 2 Kansas. And I'm going worldwide when they all mention. Black boy with a book dream and a lesson. A black man with a sharp mind is a weapon. Yeah. 10 toes down from the jump. I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'ma blow, and I'ma pop. Y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks. And I'm gonna die before I quit.
Yeah. I've been on a mission, I've been tunnel vision. You can't stop the vision that I'm on. Been in competition with my opposition for the top position on the rung. I just got ignition, now the clock is ticking, and I got it ringing the alarm. I'm in top condition, in the top division. This is dominance, pressure is on. If I'm ever second, it's second to none. I'll never quit while there's breath in my lungs. I am relentless, I'll rest when I'm done. Hunger inside of me, I'm on the hunt. I'm on that boss level energy. I'm in my villain mode, eyes on my enemy. Handle my weaponry, I put in work like there's 10 of me. I put in work like there's 10 of me. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I'm ready to go. One in the chamber, I'm in the zone. Focus like laser, I want the throne. It's in my nature, I roll alone. I like the danger. I go renegade, I won't ever break. I don't play around, I don't hesitate. I just level up, I just elevate. I'm underrated, but I'm undefeated. I'm imitated, but never repeated. Hunger inside of me, I gotta feed it. So I stay relentless until I succeeded. I'm sending a warning to my rival. for survival. Homie, I came here for the title. I can feel it in my veins. Raw power unchained. This world is mine for the taking. This world is mine for the taking. I can feel it in my veins. Yeah, I came here to reign. This world is mine for the taking. This world is mine right now. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I feel like I'm limitless. My powers unlimited. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god.
Flu season. I'm sick, got you sneezing. To keep on rhyming, I find new reasons. Yeah, don't diss me, that's treason. Me and my Eve just trying to find Eden. Till then, we keep rolling up trees. Young Dante keep slaying these demons. Mad love for all of my heathens. Switching the flow like Cheerio, here we go. We keep the heads moving around, merry go. Fire in my heart, with the fan, very cold. You it's artificial, cherry coke. Throw your hands in the sky, every girl, every bloke. I'm a king, I'm a dawn, on a rock, I'm a toad. Tune into a princess when I croak. Drinking champagne, bumping Prince on the boat. Wild out, looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now. I feel alive. I have arrived. Hey, I feel alive. I feel alive. I feel alive. Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you do it right? Tonight is night, come alive. Tonight is night, come alive. Come alive. A new season. I'm through pleasing. Yeah. Can't see I transform and try to hit me with that Louis Stevens. I'm about to get mean and new meaning. Mouth shut, he freezing. He Mr. Bean. And then for that screen, I've been scheming. Needed in all black when you see him. This is that. Wake up and get to that bag today. Y'all better not be playing with my cash today. I pop up like dynamite. I won't apologize. If you ain't got my check, well then run to say. You don't wanna see me wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now. I feel alive. Alive. I have arrived. Hey, yeah. I feel alive. I feel alive. Hey, I feel alive. Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Hey, can you come alive? Can you do it right? Yeah. I feel alive. I feel alive. Come alive. I feel alive. Wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now. I feel alive. Right now, right now. Hey, come alive. Sweating. I feel alive. I feel alive. Come alive. Can you come alive? Can you do it right? Tonight is night, come alive. Tonight is night, come alive. I feel alive.
the barrel to the Coliseum. Ha! Warriors, yeah, I got a legion. Take your life from my per diem, you won't get to see it. Ha! Open your eyes, you don't believe it. The dust after the dawn when the storm's coming. Yeah, I want it all, you don't want nothing. What you wanna do? You got a point to prove, well, like I want to make. Let's set your doomsday. This is the eve of your destruction. Yeah, is you ready? Right now, I'm ready. This is the eve of your destruction. Come on, what you wanna do now? Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, are you ready? Get ready, I'm ready. Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, right now. Get ready, I'm ready. Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, cause I'm ready. Get ready, get ready, are you ready for destruction? The eve of your destruction is upon you. You can't say I never warned you. I'm like the locust, the way I focus and then unload it. Down and dirty, no sugar coating, I am the coldest. Like Rome, get broke off with bare knuckles. Take souls, break spirits, my case flows. Where the hunters become prey, Lord knows. If you don't want the smoke, you better stay low. This is the eve of your destruction. Right now, right now. This is the eve of your destruction. I'm ready. What you wanna do now? Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, get ready, get ready, now. Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, are you ready for destruction?
Always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down, wanna see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready.
Man, I've been through this and I've been through that. Man, I've been through trials and errors. Done seen through tricks and I've seen through acts. I've been through times of terrors. Got courage that rise through life and times. Play life like I'm on checkers. Running new heights in life, you'd find I've come out of violent messes. Ain't the same man that I used to be. Say that I'm mad, not news to me. I make their own plan, that's mutiny. I play the rap game so beautifully. Everybody can know is that all my focus goes on being the best. People wanna see me stressed, but what they should already know is I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. Know that I'm building it up and I'm doing it solo. This is the realest of stuff, got the game in a chokehold. No situation I don't know, bouncing my back like a pogo. Man in the sea moving so slow, ain't a rhythm where I won't go. Facts they know is my rap so cold, been told my flow so crazy. Act so bold, no raps and O's, not about that, no, don't chase me. Ain't been lazy, on my way up cause this music made me. How could you blame me? One of the greats in the game, better get used to my name, I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. I remember this one. Best.
Warrior. The mentality to never give up, never give in. To the death, for the life of me. Warrior.
I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, I'm a warrior. I
No, I can't back down. Can't run nowhere, gotta stand up. Right hand on your chest for your valor. Kneel down to no man, ice running through my veins cause I'm cold-hearted. Look what they done started. I'm sharp with my aim. The best in the game. On fire, hot like a flame. Wild like a beast. I can't be tamed. So stuck in my ways for the truth. I can't be changed. I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death. Give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No. Like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath. Give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No. I was born for it. I was born to rise. I was born to fly. I was born to climb. I was born to get it. I was born to shine. I was born to live it. Like a warrior. Like a warrior. Like a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death. Give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No. I'm a warrior. I go to war for ya. To my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No. Yeah, easy.
I'ma keep
I came from the bottom, but ain't nothing stopping me now. Haters, I got them, don't worry about them, putting them all in the ground. Prodigal child with a style, you'll click a whole bunch of clowns. I'm lining them up and laying them down. Who be the man that's in charge? Point him out, show me the face. Down on his knees while I'm testing his faith, pleading his case, make no mistakes. I'm executioner, judge, and the jury, and I lack patience, so I'm in a hurry. Your position ain't one that concerns me, but you should be worried. Cause I know I got both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds, I'm not slowing down. Both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds, I'm not slowing down. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep coming, 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 coming. Ain't nothing gonna hold me back. Watch me go as I blow right past. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep running, 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 running.
Yeah, I'ma keep running, but I ain't no slave. I just keep running, the track has been laid. Run up the numbers to stack when I'm paid. She gon' keep coming, her back getting break. Oops, I mean broken, I'm loud and outspoken. I laugh to the bake, it's no joke, I ain't joking, we're joking. Stop all that talking, I told him, yo, can get rolled up, I'm smoking. Getting blood money, my crypto, the token. The takeover was closed like the legs make it open. They say whenever your boy come around with the smoke, they don't want it the way that it's potent. I know this for sure, it's some more that you got that I never could mess with, cause yours is just bogus. I do no look as I pass, your hook is not magic, you couldn't take that shot if you open.
I know I got both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds, I'm not slowing down. Cause I know I got both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds, I'm not slowing down. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep coming, 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 coming. Ain't nothing gonna hold me back. Watch me go as I blow right past. I'ma keep running, I'ma keep running, I'ma keep running, I'ma keep running. Keep running. I'ma keep running.
Time's up. The dream's over. The door closed. It's disclosure. The fire out.
the pace load. Nothing left on the desk now in caseloads. I miss my opportunity, there goes the opening. Arms reach and slip to loss of dopamine. I lose hope more than any other focus. Grip this old road, I'm at liberty to trudge. So it's the same old souls, same old goals. Just stick to the script and sick of what's been written and sold. This isn't it, I can't let this empty sink. But oh, the code's crept in. No momentum to stop it, I swear my prayers on repeat. All I need is one, is a solid. I'm on my knees as I plead, screaming my speech and a promise. One more chance, like who's gonna really take it from me? I get my hands up to any challenge to stand up in front of, convincing myself before I sit on the shelf. It's in my destiny, the best of me, to reach for this belt. I swear they're testing me, but they don't want the rest ring the bell. There's only one thing left. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up.
Time's up. The dream's over. The door closed. This being a collusion.
And that's it. No more doubts, it's over for 'em. I'm promoting it with no more routes. We all in, debt collector about to snatch it out the hands. This been written like the past, but somehow still about the now future. I'm indebted to my roots, made me shoot for more. Well conditioned, I've been leveled to the floor and bounced back. So it's breaking off, shackles off before Mother Nature is at work. And we cooking up a storm, I'm coming. My feet gon' take me there. Ain't no feet to get the victory, the vision's clear. I'm skipping the days I let myself get riddled up with fears. Winding back the clock, I guess we button in the years. Now we light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up.
You knock me out cold. What's that perfume that you're wearing? Girl, you smell like home. Can I take you home? All the way home. We can sing our favorite song, but on radio. So when you like the sunrise, and you make me feel like howling out my window. Tell everybody about my baby. I think you're quite alright. I don't go a night, don't go a day without thinking about my baby. You knock me out cold, and I'll get right back. I'm just like I the radio on. You turn me on. You really turn me on. And you make me feel like jumping out my window. And I ain't got my baby right there by my side. I don't go a night, don't go a day. I don't go a night, don't go a day. I don't go a night, don't go a day. I don't go a night, don't go a day. Knock me out cold. Knock me out cold. Knock me out cold. Knock me out cold. And I'll get right back. I'm just like I did the radio on. You turn me on. You really turn me on. And you make me feel like jumping out my window. And I ain't got my baby right there by my side. You knock me out cold. What's that perfume that you're wearing? Girl, you smell like home. Can I take you home? All the way home. We can sing our favorite song, but on the radio. So when you like the sunrise, so when you like the sunrise,
Since when? Since the beginning. Got a whole bag of monsters with me, Lord knows they did the illest. And if you come through with the crew, Lord knows we say, kill it. My whole crew just went wild. Kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole clip dripping in labels, checking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow, I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow, better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngs. Wow, kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole clip dripping in labels, checking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow, I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow, better watch out. People think that you're bigger. One word from us, you get pulled like a trigger. Looking at you like a big plate of dinner. Man like you don't eat your way thinner. And how they gonna call me lazy? Power man style, yo, certified wavy. Certified snakes in the grass, all slithering, bleeding, begging. But nowadays you gotta pay me that feature. Man, a different breeder, creature. Straight out the gates of hell with a legion. Looking for a whole bunch of souls to feed on. Devil in my eye when I come for the heathens. Babylon burning, all good reason. Keep that grill turning. Add a little seasoning, and that's what them sheep are good for. Them good for the eating. Better step out the way when we're coming through. We the kind of people you gon' listen to. And I can't guarantee that you won't go missing, dude. And I don't wanna tell your mama you went fishing, dude. And be another piece of drama on the evening news. But that's just the way it goes when you gotta go harder. My whole crew just went wild. Kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I want to. Gonna get wild. Whole clip dripping in labels, checking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow, I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow, better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngs. Wow, kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild, whole clip dripping in labels, checking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow,
the ting now. What you saying, cuz? Play the track, play the track, play the track. Fuck the neighbours, blood, turn it up. What you saying, cuz? Turn it up, you get me? It's a coup d'etat. Better put 'em up if your motive's corrupt. Is that you? Show my teeth from the start. Better lie low, better keep in the dark. Okay. Cause I eat it up. Don't get caught with your hand in the jar. Had your run, so don't come to my yard. Shut your mouth when I spit bars. I'm ready for the battle when I enter. Okay. Faced with it, I ain't never seen a war, can't tear down. Now watch them all scatter, because they're scared now. You're done, just get your white flag out, surrender. Rend out. If you're on my list and you're finished, if I'm on my vibe, can't kill it. Your cook got you sizzling in a skillet. At the end of the road, got you swinging. I'm concerned that thing like I bring it. Like a virus that needs killing. It's time to repent for your sinning. Got blood on your hands like you're spilling. I'm ready for the fight. I'm coming like a thief in the night. Just empty the clip and when you're done, what doesn't kill me better run. 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 If you know me, then you know I'm on crud. Sharks in the water and they all smell blood. If you test my team, then I'll drag you to the mud. Better build a boat, cause you ain't ready for the flood. I got a theory, bury bodies in your bed, then now you gotta lie. Bring it down to my level and a key like Lord of the Flies. Threw stones at a glass house, no I can't play nice. Equip up the blaster, man, why you surprised? Empty the clip and when you're done, what doesn't kill me better run. What doesn't kill me better run, yeah. What doesn't kill me better run. Move, what doesn't kill me better run. Okay. What doesn't kill me better run. What doesn't kill me better run. What doesn't kill me better run. Swear down. It's a coup d'etat. Better put 'em up if your motive's corrupt. Show my teeth from the start. Better lie low, better keep in the dark. Okay. From the ocean to the river, getting senile. Emergency siren say Nino. I'm the new monarchy, better knee now. Night, knock 'em out like sleep well. Run. What doesn't kill me better 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 run.
Woke up early, start my day with daily grace. Pray for mercy on my enemies and snakes, yeah. Lord, forgive me for these choices that I make. I got murder on my mind, I got bodies in the grave, yeah. We get your block lit, pull up with the chopsticks. Ain't no apologies for nothing. We get your crowd split. We get your pop hit, pull up with the drop tip, yeah. Up at the stakes, whatever it takes to live with the pot quick. You better look over your shoulder and be on. You wanna send shots at us, you better be God. You ain't no tough guy for real, you better be honest. Yeah, you could run, but we gon' find out. Half a ticket on your head, don't be surprised. Shooters itching, they gon' come collect the prize. Book the mission, we gon' take them for a
Especially when I got a grenade in my hand and I got the pin and you know I'ma pull it. Boom! All of my foes are goons. I put them on notice too. And now they know they through. They do. These are words I live by. Do or die. This is not suicide, no. It's do or die. I don't run, I don't hide, no. I just do or die. Nose dive in the fire. Yeah, you better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run. It's dangerous. This is do or die. Whole nother universe. Whole nother do or die. Yeah, whole nother universe. Yeah, there we go. Run for your life. Do or die. You better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run. It's dangerous. This is do or die. Yeah. You better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run. It's dangerous. This is do or die. Do or die.
Let's go.
Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate.
Let's go.
Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Quick kick, ponder rhythm. Woman want, I go and get 'em. Can't come for me, fam, I send 'em. Now I'm born on a team, that's training. Now I'm on a team.
Let's go.
I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate. Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Ain't no other like. Ain't no other like. Ain't no other like. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Ain't no other like. Ain't no other like we. Ain't no other like we. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we.
Here we go again, man, I'm on another one. Don't wait up for me, man, I'm on another run. Yeah, I hear the streets calling. I cannot ignore it. Walking on the border, feel the devil on my shoulder. Talk to me nice. I ain't got a lot left. Talk to me right. They remember when I used to walk in the light. Now I got a little bark in the butt. I've been on the verge of self-destruction. Never been this close to me erupting. I'm on the ledge. I'm seeing red. Don't think they heard what I said. Mr. Goody Two Shoes, about to pew pew. Kill him in a new suit, man, I'm too smooth. From the light to the dark, from the truth to the lies, play a part. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away.
You better run.
Yeah, I tell the world, never label me the same. I feel nobody could relate. You can't box me in the day. I'm breaking chains, I'm in the raid. And that's just me, just me, just me. Don't box me in, it'll get interesting. Cause you don't know the pain that I'm wrestling. I'm a renegade when I ain't resting. That means all day. You don't wanna test me, this ain't no play. I could be the one reason to calm day, or the one you gambling with after a parlay. Yeah, but that's just me, just me, just me. Don't push me unless you feeling lucky, or you gon' turn this into a must-see. And I don't wanna go there, trust me. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away.
Yeah. You better run. Renegade.
Hit the ground, I'm on cold. Run on air when I flow. You would swear that I flowed. Hottest hand in my zone. I'm going hard for my city, yeah. I put that thing on my back. Get it and gun it, I'm back on 100. I'm ready, I'm coming in for the attack. I'm on beast mode, God level, cheat code, new age, hero, good verse, Evo. I'm on the move, I'm on the move. I'm putting in work, I go berserk, got something to prove. Cause I got power, I got the energy for all of my enemies. I'm on the way, saving the day, no one ahead of me. I'm on the, right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me a fire lives in my soul. It drives me to my goal. There's no distance I won't go. Cause the climb's all that I know. And I face it all on my own. So my name will be known. Yeah, my name will be known. Right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me a
faster, faster, faster. Zoom, the engine room, bet you feel the boom. Gone in the wind, when you see me better move. Jetpack kid, reloaded the jet fuel. High speed cruise, too fast, you can't move. Zoom, through. No, I don't mean to be rude. It's just the beginning, beginning, beginning. Do I have your attention, attention, attention? Eyes on the prize if you came here to witness. Turned up the turbo so they hear the engine. Go faster, faster, faster. To keep up with me, you better catch your breath. Faster, faster. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, pick up the paces. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, they say we dangerous. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, buckle up for safety. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, it's yours if you take it. It's yours if you want it, go and get it, go and get it. Be sure that you want it, cause you gotta be committed. In order to run it, you gon' have to get the sprint. First come, first serve, now listen. Eyes on the prize if you came here to witness. Turned up the turbo so they hear the engine. Go faster, faster, faster. To keep up with me, you better catch your breath. Faster, faster. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. Faster,
You need an upgrade. You ready for an update? It's time for you to level up. Listen, level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up. If life's a game, it's time to play. If you wanna level up, stay wide awake. Don't fall asleep, most talk is cheap. If you wanna level up, come walk with me. When I put my pen to the page, it's like I just entered the games. First on my head to the range, then do some work on perfecting my aim. I'm spending hours to develop and train. You don't get a medal for setting the pace unless you're ahead at the end of the race. I wanna get better by stepping my level. Attackers up until I'm dead in a grave, yeah. I never said I was brave, nah, but these other men are afraid. And they're only here for the rep and the fame. So don't be thinking me and them are the same. I step on a stage where legends are made. Forget that your claim is weapons ablaze. I'm ready to spray and let out my pain. Tell everybody not to game away. Level up, aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up. If life's a game, it's time to play. If you wanna level up, stay wide awake. Don't fall asleep, most talk is cheap. If you wanna level up, come walk with me. To be a master of anything, you've got to put masses of effort in. So if your mentality's negative, then you might never be classed as a veteran. But don't turn your back on your enemy, cause they wanna capture your territory. You can't let them damage your health. If your energy's low, then you have to replenish it. You might need to balance your regimen. Well, life's like a battle, you never win. So what really matters is legacy, passing knowing that you had your integrity. Cause your credit's in a negative, developing a deficit. But when you did a merit, every penny is irrelevant. Instead of getting treasuring, it's better to be generous. And then when you're in heaven, you'll be ready for the benefits. Level up, aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up, level up, level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up, level up, level up.
Fucking
out the country club. Yeah, please stop messing me up. Just cover it up. But I just stole her from my dad. Now she ain't getting the bands. Like, do your dance, where your man's, do your dance. I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, put some bands up. I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, no one pouring out and get the boy a hug. Three gone beauties walking out the country club. Yeah, please stop messing me up. Just cover it up. But I just stole her from my dad. Now she ain't getting the bands. Like, do your dance, where your man's, do your dance. I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, put some bands up. I'm never going to the country.
You wish.
In the dojo.
You want to head high?
In the dojo. In the dojo.
Red Bull gives you wings.
One knock at the door and then we both know how the story ends. You can't win if your white flag's out when the war begins. Aiming so high but swinging so low, trying to catch fire but feeling so cold. Holding inside and hope it won't show. I'm saying it's not, but inside I know today's gonna be the day you notice. Cause I'm tired of explaining what the joke is.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
Turn to run, now look what it's become. Outnumbered 10 to 1. Back then should've bit your tongue. Cause there's no turning back. This path once it's begun. You're already on that list. Say you don't want what you can't resist. Waving that sword when the pen won't miss. Watch it all falling apart like this.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
Today's gonna be the day you notice. Cause I'm tired of explaining what the joke is.
This is what you asked for.
Welcome back for the third day of the World's 2024 play-ins here in the Riot Games Arena in beautiful Berlin, Germany. I will tell you right now, though, as scenic as those shots are, it is not that sunny. A bit snowy.
Not bad today.
It's not snowy. It's dark. It's rainy. There's a lot of tension. But the fans here, they're excited. They're standing next to the trophy. And us at the analyst desk, there's three of us. I'm Dracos, joined by Goldberg and Dagda.
Hey, it does look quite sunny there.
Yeah, it's nice.
Okay.
I don't know what Berlin you woke up in. It looks nice out.
It looks very nice out. Wow, that undermined everything that I said. But you can understand why these teams would be basking in the sun after the series they played to bring them to this moment. However, our first matchup doesn't have the teams from yesterday, and yesterday was a bit chaotic. The first series, at least, kind of going as expected for GAM.
Yeah, I think GAM played out really, really well. The fact that they were able to constantly contest Hawks in those team fights, though, was kind of the big surprising point for me. I expected that they'd try and play out the map a little bit more, which we did get, but it really was them coming alive in these fights and taking it to Hawks that I wasn't prepared for.
Yeah, I mean, domestically speaking, I think it played out pretty much as you expected, just from the fact that GAM would fall behind in the early game, they then have to team fight their way back. This is the one thing that I thought was going to give the Hawks an edge, at least, but they never had that. And also, giving Kiaya that Aurora 2 games in a row did prove to be a bit difficult.
Was certainly, but the second series, I think, was the one on everyone's mind as R7 found their first best-of win at Worlds. Of course, have one at MSI, but the first one at Worlds overall. Shocking, I think, a lot of LCS fans, shocking us as well, with how incredible they played across that entire best-of-3.
Yeah, my voice still hasn't recovered. That was an insane series. Like, R7 popped off. The target selection in Game 2 with the Nocturne and Orianna was absolutely sick to watch. And then in Game 3, that was the most tense game I've seen at Worlds, especially in play-ins for a long time, and it was so sick to be a part of it.
Yeah, but it was messy as well. It was a lot of team fights. Rob lost multiple of his eyes, grew new eyes, and then watched it again. But it was one of those things where I was really impressed with how R7 came back in that Game 3, because I thought they were going to keep it simple with a Nocturne and Orianna. They played a very difficult composition with a LeBlanc, but actually managed to get that ahead from the early game, and then played out their late game team fight. So I was very impressed with how they improved over the course of the series.
Yeah, it's actually crazy to see the growth across a lot of these series, but that brings us to a bracket that is looking a little bit dicey for our North American friends right now. Keep in mind, 100 Thieves next matchup, even if they win there, they'll be forced to face the loser of MDK versus PSG, and that is a terrifying prospect, with PSG looking like the #1 seed overall, or was the initial #1 seed overall, and MDK still looking like a pretty tough opponent.
Yeah, but I still want that win-win situation. Listen, as an MDK, either we win today, right, but if we lose, then it's NA versus EU, and that could just be just as cool.
Man, that's what NA is saying right now.
Yeah, they remember EG, and I don't know why you don't remember that, but I personally, as an EU pundit, would prefer
no evil, genius.
Hop in.
No, I have no ego left for plans with Matt's performances in the past. I will take a win where I can get it.
I don't need to eat it too. You know, that's
don't need to have it. Just having the cake. Just having the cake is enough. Please don't get freaky with it. But of course, before we get into today's games, a lot has been happening in terms of the patch, the meta changes overall. Some of it expected, some of it not so much. So we want to play a game called Rate It or Hate It. We're going to take a look at 3 picks from plans so far and decide whether or not they've been great, fantastic, or if they've kind of just sucked. First up, one that has been a big talk because it's been disabled on plans, wasn't quite able to sneak in there. Aurora, how are you both feeling? Do you hate it? Do you rate it? What's the thoughts?
I'm a little bit of a mixed bag. Like, I think it definitely has that insane ultimate, but I do think it has a lot of weaknesses, especially when we saw Kiaya consistently take it to the top side. I think in a extended lane, you end up struggling as this pick. Like, we saw the Nocturne being able to chase it down very well. We even saw the Wukong being able to chase it down at times. So I think you've got issues if you try and put this into a side lane. And that's where I think you need something to facilitate that. Like we saw the Tristanas and the Yones to be like, hey, we still have our split pusher. But in a scenario where you don't have that, I think this pick starts to fail.
Yeah, but it's also the fact that this gives you flexibility, right? This is not just a mid or top laner. It's giving you an edge in draft as well. I think it's the fact that sometimes you already find it annoying that you carry will be hit by a Camille ultimate and can't play the game. Now your entire team have the fun experience of being trapped in a big-ass circle, which then can let the rest of the team, like we saw it with Jins, we saw it with GAM playing it as well, with the Strabana as well, where they all just caught and they're just like literally fish in a barrel.
Just been like, I get it now.
No, but I think the champion is still incredibly strong.
I will say, most definitively, the R button is very good. We can all agree the ulti from Aurora is very strong. The rest of the kit, the rest of the gameplay, where it fits in, I think remains to be seen. The next one, a bit more contentious. LeBlanc in the mid lane, obviously longtime favorite of so many players, finally showing her face again now that 80s are out of the picture. Usually we're pretty excited about it. How are we feeling?
That's the one I actually dislike. I genuinely think that we've seen so many people, not just here at Worlds because we haven't seen that much, but trying to make it work. We saw it with the LeBlanc teleport. Didn't really ever get that edge you're really looking for when you take a combat summoner spell. I think as a blind pick, it's really difficult because, oh, Poppy is meta. Syndra is back in the game as well. I think it's really difficult finding that edge where you finally think, I can slam LeBlanc here. I would prefer a lot of other mid laners over LeBlanc. I don't rate it. I definitely hate it more than I rate it.
I'm kind of the opposite side, to be perfectly honest. I think, like, if you get Syndra out, like we've seen it consistently banned, I know it's 100% presence, but you take that pick out, I think she's very blindable in the mid lane. She can play for early skirmishes. We're seeing a ton of fights around Void Grubs very early that she can really thrive off of, get some early kills in those 2v2s and 3v3s. And then when you get to the later portion of the game, sure, there's things like Poppy, but there's so much range in the game right now when you look at like Jins and all these AD carries that are trying to play from very far away, even things like Ziggs. She gives you that option to have that assassination potential where these picks are generally isolated in a fight, and I think that's where she'll find her niche.
And for me, after seeing Kaney play yesterday, that's the first like 20 stack Medjais I've seen at Worlds this year. So I'm inclined, for now I'm rating it. Like, where will we be in 2 weeks?
Cassante.
Yeah, if you're one-shot Cassante.
He also really accelerated. He was like 6 or 7K ahead of his opposition.
Yeah. That's all you need.
Yeah, that's the only that's the sample size I saw, buddy, and I saw Cassante getting one shot. More context not needed whatsoever. The final pick, as we keep it focused around the mid lane, Orianna, classic, safe, stable, control mage. Is this something that you guys are excited about, or is this just kind of the same thing it's always been, where it's like, it's okay?
Now this is what I like, right? This is what I would rather see instead of the LeBlanc as well. You need something in the mid lane, you need to blind it. Oh my god, Orianna's perfect. What, you just want to have a standard mid laner that's perfect for teamfight, that facilitated either through a Jarvan that we've seen, Rel still being very much meta. She does it all. She has no fault. She's perfect. Yeah, is Syndra still a little bit stronger in lane and all these things? Sure, but I still rate this pick. I love Orianna.
Yeah, I won't never say I'm excited for Orianna. Like, yes, the shockwaves late game are cool, but like an early laning phase and stuff, I'm kind of like, all right. But I think that's where I kind of look at, like, she is stable, she is fine, she will pop off in the late game. You know exactly what you're getting for Orianna. The only thing I'm a little nervous about is if he continues to see a lot of early skirmishes, that's where I think Orianna does fall down, because you kind of need that item and a half before the shockwaves are just more than CC. And at the moment, when we're seeing, you know, 8-minute fights, when we're seeing fights at Rift Heralds, that's where I think she can struggle and can just give a lot of control to the enemy team.
Yeah, I'm so always excited about this champion. There's too much history with incredible shockwaves for me not to be psyched about Ori at Worlds, but I don't think outside of those Nocturne combos, we've seen too much from this pick quite yet. However, as focused as we have been on the mid lane, jungle in our first match of the day is going to be incredibly important in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
In today's featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz, junglers clash as Mad Lions Koi face off against PSG Talon. With a dormant performance on day number 1, MDK took the first steps to rewriting their world's history.
BA on the way out is super ghosting already. This is a bit aggressive. If the spear doesn't land from Elyoya, but it does!
That was the whole point of playing Nidalee today. We could show that it's better in the jungle than in top lane. So like we don't have to see Mir win Nidalee again.
But in order for Elyoya and this rookie squad to make it to the Swiss stage undefeated,
instantly Alvaro finds the angle. MDK 2-0 to start their run.
They'll need to take down a team with an international track record, more than a decade in the making. PSG, arguably the strongest team in play-ins, will look to leverage the incredible strength of their jungle Junjia to dismantle the LEC's 3rd seed.
Over the wall is the Vi trying to finish it. Vi's are still living! He's still alive. Junjia wants to fall, but the shield is now coming through! He's overheating. First blood, they managed to finish the kill. Now trying to get out the Q round. Trying to get closer to Ajay. One more second. No, the tinting blow's not enough. Desperate to finish the kill. Oh, God, a game!
MSI already saw one Western representative knocked down by the power of PSG. The question is, will history repeat itself?
Thrilling featured matchup, no doubt. Elyoya, Junjia, 2. I want to say world-class junglers. People probably are salty about that because obviously Elyoya has a bit of an up and down history, but these are the 2 best junglers in play-ins in my eyes. By far, cannot wait to see them go toe-to-toe.
Yeah, bar none. Like, it is such a sick matchup to try and see these. Although River put up a good argument for himself yesterday, let's be fair. But yeah, this is incredible. I think Junjia has been such a lifeblood of PSG Talon as well, that I think it has always been that focus of, hey, can we get him ahead? Can we have him facilitating both bot and also Maple? And even then, correcting Aj's lane a huge amount of the time as well. Like, if ever there is action for PSG, PSG talent, it feels like it's coming from Junja.
No, absolutely. And, you know, Junja had some reflections as well in a recent interview with QUARTERFINALS Esports as well. He was saying this is the matchup he's looking forward to the most, so he felt very lucky that he already got to have it. But he was also very critical of his own performance that he pulled out in game 1. And I think that's something that you need to have a look at and you need to criticize a little bit, because the performance wasn't there for what we were promised, at least from a guy like Junja.
But I do think the difference maker for me here in this matchup is the fact of how well Elyoya works alongside Alvaro. Like, we got to see it a lot more yesterday, where Alvaro was roaming consistently with them. I think a huge of that the other day, where a huge amount of that came down to like the way that MDK were playing the map. But Elyoya getting leads has been the core identity of MDK for so incredibly long.
Yeah, and also the lane swaps were the big thing that I think caught a lot of people off guard. The most recent set of nerfs to lane swaps, more or less, by buffing top lane tower, we thought it would be enough. But we take a look back at MDK playing this series, and really, I'm wondering if Junja is going to be ready for the sheer quantity of creative tactics here, because as much as I would love to see some standard jungle matchup, lane swaps kind of turn everything on its head.
Yeah, and I think MDK set themselves up incredibly well for this lane swap, right? They immediately push Camille out on top side, they push Guri out here as well, so then they're able to completely take over this top side of the map and make sure that they're in a perfectly fine position. And then as you start to watch Alvaro as well, Frescowi gets that ward just in front of the Raptor pit, so they can spot it the next movement, which is meant to come through as well, which is going to be that Lee Sin go for the invade. So already, MDK have a ton of information, but they're also playing what personally is kind of my favorite version of the lane swaps right now, which is where you send that support to the bottom side of the map, because I think it offers a huge amount when it comes through on, you know, the ability to move your top lane around the map afterwards.
And certainly I feel like MDK, we haven't seen the full extent of how powerful these lane swaps can be. We'll see if it comes up today. But one thing I know for sure I do not want to see again, PSG's Game 1 draft and that series versus Pain Gaming. We can watch the rest of the replay play out, of course, but when we look at the opposite side, right, this was just incredibly odd. You see it on your screen now. Rumble, nerfed. Tristana, nerfed. MF, nerfed. Showing up high prio anyway.
No, this was straight up a team that came into the tournament with the wrong read on play-ins. I don't think that anyone's going to fault me for saying that, because it's, as you already said, it's all these nerf champions. And the fix they had for it with Mabel's Akali, I mean, it worked wonders for them. Yeah. The question is, do they have more? Because they'll need more. Slamming an Akali is not something you can just do every single game. Junja as well with Skana and the Wukong as well. There's still so many other junglers out there that you can play in the current meta. So I think they've left me wanting more, at least from what I've seen from them so far.
I don't think I go into a game and I'm like, oh yeah, our game plan here is that our Akali is going to get 2 kills really early on and then she's just going to win the game. And you're like, oh yeah, that's a solid draft
what
you can replicate every time.
That's my plan every time we queue up. I'm like, I'm going to play the least reliable champion ever. I'm going to goof around, Goldberg, bring this one home for the team. You know, it's probably not as good in pro as it is in pickup games.
It's for sure happened in pro play as well. There's for sure been an R5 so it's like, oh, I'm about to completely dumpster this guy. Watch
and
this.
It's Caps picking Vayne. That's what it is.
And look, all I'll say is Maple on a tear, no doubt in my mind, but his opposition today, Frescowi, we're going to have to hope that he's ready. Newcomer to the world stage. Let's hear how he feels about his first appearance.
Hello everyone, it's Frescowi here and it's my first time at Worlds. Playing first time at Worlds feels pretty nice. I'm really excited because it has been always my dream to participate here against all the teams from all the regions. So my biggest motivation in this Worlds is to make it to Swiss stage, since I will be able to play against the Asian teams, and I'm really looking forward to play against all of the Korean and Chinese mid laners. I think they are way better than in Europe. I would like to thank for sure all of our fans, because this year have been really rough, especially our spring and summer, and they have been supporting us no matter what. So I'm really grateful. We have such an amazing community that are supporting us no matter what. So thank you guys for cheering for us, and I hope you will cheering us till the rest of the world.
Always exciting to see new players on the stage, but certainly a big challenge for Frescowi today. We are incredibly close to picks and bans, so gentlemen, down the line, predictions for this series, one of the closest we've had so far.
I think for me, it's really easy. Had you asked me on day one, I would have said PSG for sure, but after seeing what they pulled out against Pain Gaming, the meta read, how sloppy it looked, I'd actually give the little bit of an edge here to MDK. They just looked a bit more prepared, so I'm actually willing to say MDK today.
Yeah, I agree with GB. 2-1 MDK. I think the fact that they found this style that works for them with the Jinx coming out. Also the fact, I think the most terrifying version of MDK is always when Alvaro is on point, and he looks fired up. That's where I think that moneymaker is going to be.
Well, we're going to have to see if the team play will pay off, or if Maple maybe can once again make the miracle happen. Let's kick off day 3 with MDK versus PSG to see who will make it to the Swiss stage.
We're so unbiased.
this Mad Lion is the best of the history of the clock.
But now Super just flashes to follow a triple kill.
I'm pretty confident because we are showing our level in Worlds. In the past, when I was starting, I should have gone a little bit easier on my mistakes. I think I was pretty tough at myself. It's never good. My team, I see myself a bit in some of them, so I know when I need to be harsh and when not to.
因为我那时候刚进闪电狼嘛，然后因为我知道封堂是很强的中路选手，然后那时候我算是很新的人，因为我那时候也很小，然后看到他玩就知道他确实是很强的。以前那时候有一个大家都会传的话，就是封堂17岁，大家洗睡这个，所以然后看到他本人之后就那时候真的操作很好，难怪会有这个留言。
像我也进了很多次世界赛嘛，但是可能拿到比较好的成绩是在 S5的事了。其实会一直想要拿到比这个更好的成绩吧，所以其实经历过这么多次失败，就是反而会更激励我想要更努力吧。
Vamos! No matter what, we are making it out of here.
跟 Maple 一起打，我相信我们可以击败很多的队伍。
Sé que Odi ha ido a muchos mundiales y siempre ha intentado salir de fase de play-in y la verdad que eso para mí es una motivación extra. Siento que el día de mañana podremos hacer ese sueño de él posible y el sueño también del resto.
Em vẫn luôn rất là tin tưởng đồng đội của em và em tự tin là bọn em sẽ làm tốt trong các trận đấu sắp tới.
Estoy confiado para enfrentar a GAM el siguiente partido. Creo que Levi es el que capta mi atención porque siento que es muy similar a Odi. Siento que son junglas que tienen mucho tiempo jugando en competitivo y creo que son como los referentes de su región.
Khánh là một người đội trưởng mà em cảm thấy rất là tuyệt vời. Anh dìu dắt bọn em trong những trận đấu lớn nhỏ và anh giống như là một người đi rừng mà khiến cho bọn em luôn có thể tin tưởng vào anh. Rainbow Seven à, Gam đã từng chiến thắng các bạn tại chung kết thế giới lần trước và lần này cũng vậy.
GAM, mucho cambiado desde nuestro último enfrentamiento en el Mundial de 2023. Hoy vamos a hacer historia para Latinoamérica.
Hello and welcome back to Worlds 2024. We are here in day 3, Mad versus PSG. I'm Azael on the call here today alongside Jet, and I think we are in for an incredible series.
I think there's so much on the line for both series today. Just the ability to actually qualify yourself for the Swiss stage from the play-in stage. It is the goal for so many teams here. I will say though, for probably both PSG and MDK, their goals will go beyond that, but it's very important to take care of that today.
And what a big test for both of these teams. I think they're the top 2 teams easily in play-ins, and that's the expectation coming in, and also based on the play that we have seen. Matt, of course, playing at home here, has that home crowd advantage behind them, and we'll see if that's going to be a big difference here. As PSG, you know, we saw them already play once, but they didn't really have the right read on the meta, and so it might not be the same kind of performance that we saw from them last time.
They absolutely just kind of squeaked through that day 1 series against the CB LoL. They dropped the first game, which made things really scary. They slammed the second game, and then game 3 was extremely close, with Maple being 7-0 on Akali before getting picked off before a crucial endgame dragon fight, and his team ended up winning 4v5. So there was a lot of, if you were to just base it off of what we saw 2 days ago, you'd say, oh, MDK is going to be the favorites.
Yeah.
But we know that's never how League of Legends actually works.
Exactly. We've seen this from PSG in the past. You know, we saw them at MSI. They got 3-0'd by G2, and then they go 5 games against BLG, right? They can have those up and down performances. We know that they can play to a high level, and if they're on their game, they can definitely challenge MDK. We can see Elyoya not going to be playing the Nidalee after 2 games of that the other day. Looked very dominant on it, and PSG will take that away. While on the other side, MDK going to be banning out Sejuani. Of course, really strong pairing with those melee soul laners that are so popular, along like the Akali we saw from Maple the other day.
I really loved the interview from Elyoya after winning both games on Nidalee, with the jab at his own teammate, Mirwin, who had played a lot of Nidalee top. So that is a double ban for PSG. And I also do think that MDK, even though they were able to get the 2-0 in day 1, had the misfortune of being the very first team to play at Worlds, so their meta read, even though they won, might still be wildly different today. And this is going to be their 3rd blue side game in a row at Worlds. They're actually they're actually blue side both of their games against Vikings, and their bans are completely different than they were. They were banning Jax, Senna, Ziggs. Now they ban Sejuani, Aurora, Zyra.
And this is something that PSG really does quite a lot, is they don't ban towards the meta, they ban towards their opponents. You'll notice that all of the champions that they banned were played in both games from Mad in their last series. 2 games of Jinx, 2 games of Cassante, 2 games of Nidalee. They say, nope, not today. You're going to have to show us something different. And Skarner, which has been getting a lot of talk, a lot of attention in Champions Queue and in Solo Queue, is going to get locked in here. We have had it play a couple games already in the jungle. Can be a very strong pick.
Absolutely, and especially with the tank jungler archetype being pretty much Sejuani Skarner, maybe a little bit of Maokai, but we haven't seen that much of it. So having the Skarner ban, or the Sejuani banned and first picking the Skarner, very strong. I also wouldn't be surprised to see this Ashe locked in here. It was banned in both of Mad's games on day 1, and it was banned in 2 out of 3 of PSG's games on day 1 as well. So I think that's going to continue to be a high priority pick if it's not banned.
Yeah, Wukong continuing its high priority as well. It is already the most picked jungler so far in play-ins, and is going to continue that trend here, as it likely will be going to Junja there in the jungle. Of course, it can theoretically be flexed to top lane, but you don't see that very often. So we are definitely operating on the assumption that it is going to be in that jungle. Ziggs going to be getting locked in here over on the other side for Mad. And of course, this could be going bot, this could be going mid, so definitely nice to have those early flex picks.
Yeah, I mean, if you're thinking about the day 1 power picks, I'd say MDK kind of has their pick of the litter here, with Renekton being one of the strongest, to me, probably the strongest blind pick top laner you can have. And then Skarner and Ziggs were banned out of their entire series on day 1. So they have what they think to be a very powerful 1-2-3, I'd have to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's also really interesting because while Ziggs is very common in the meta, it's not been common for MDK. Not a single game played by Supa or Fresskowy this whole year, you know, in the LEC. So it is a new pick that they're obviously going to be bringing in here.
And that's just a blind pick Akali. We don't have the mid laner yet for Fresskowy. There will be 2 bans that PSG will be able to use to protect Akali, but this is just Maple tripling down on what's worked already. He won both of his games of his previous series with Akali.
I mean, he looked really good on it. You know, even early on in the lane was playing it out very well, was such a big factor in their series win. Definitely was dominating on it. As you said, they do have some bans to, you know, throw towards MDK to try to protect that, but it is going to be Leona getting taken away for now, and we'll have to see, you know, is this going to be mid Ziggs? Is this going to be bot Ziggs? Bot definitely is kind of more common these days, but mid can be really powerful as well.
Definitely a possibility to have that flex. I also want to talk about Maple's Akali just a little bit more. I liked his post-game interview after they had the poor meta read in game 1, picking pretty much champions that were meta 3 patches ago before Worlds. He simplified it. He just said, we wanted to do less laning, more fighting. And he seems like they want to do that here with Akali, Wukong, and Ashe all having pretty big go buttons with their first 3 picks.
And it's going to be so interesting, you know, to see what kind of strategy MDK comes out. Obviously, they did back-to-back lane swaps. You know, that was really a lot about enabling Supa on the Jinx, funneling as much gold as possible into his pockets. But lane swaps can be quite effective with the Ziggs as well. Obviously, crushes through towers can be pretty effective there. Final bans coming through here from PSG. It is going to be double support bans towards Alvaro here, with the Nautilus and the Leona getting taken away. And if they really want to pinch the pool, they could even grab something along the lines of a Rel or an Alistar and really kind of try to limit his options.
they actually got the Vayne ban out of MDK. They won with it technically in Game 3. Udyr has also been one of Aja's big picks. He pulled it out at MSI. It's just a hover for now, though. I think that's fairly bold to pull out against Renekton. But it's locked.
Yep, it's going to be locked in. So some new picks coming through in play-ins. Going to be the Udyr coming out here for PSG. Pretty melee heavy, though, you have to say. It's 3 melee laners up on the top side. And MDK now having the option to respond. Still waiting to find out if this is going to be mid or bot and what exactly they are going to do.
Yeah, and what kind of advantage can Mirwin get in the top lane? The Camille, however, seems interesting, but unlikely since we are expecting Renekton to go top lane.
Yeah, unless they're really cooking. Oh, they're going to lock it.
They're cooking.
This could actually
they might
be...
throw the Renekton mid.
This could be Renekton mid. This also could be Camille support, which is kind of a bit of a throwback. So there are some different options here. They are putting out a lot of different potential flex picks here. You know, Ziggs can go in different roles. Camille can go in different roles. Renekton can go in different roles. Even Skarner technically could be top, though we haven't seen it in top lane in a long time. I'm not expecting that. But you can see the smile on their faces. They are absolutely cooking, and it looks like they are going to be rounding this out. Rel, you know, potentially to get locked in here. So it is going to be Rel support. So we are going to be having solo lanes of the Renekton and the Camille. Where each one goes remains to be seen, but I am kind of expecting the Renekton to go mid. It is very strong against a lot of these kind of evasive mid laners. You know, traditionally it was considered a really big counter into like champions like Yasuo and stuff, but it also could be quite strong into the Akali, I think. And I also feel like Camille definitely can match up pretty well against the Udyr, though the early lane could be quite difficult. So, you know, maybe they want to put that mid and then have the Camille splitting later against the Udyr once you start to outscale. I'm not exactly sure where they're going to go, but I am predicting it would be Renekton mid.
And also, MDK swapped both games that they played so far at Worlds. So maybe they're just going to do that to PSG and do a skill check on how much lane swap movement they have memorized. I do want to call out some support stuff, though. I saw PSG trying to pinch the engage supports, but obviously leaving Rel open. Originally, I was going to say they could have actually just taken away that engage support option, but seeing the Braum locked in on 5 for PSG, I really like that into this team composition with so many melees. Ziggs is the only one who can really attack from range. It's going to be very hard for MDK to play into that Ashe Braum later in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Udyr is very disruptive as well. You can be running around in bear stance, just constantly stunning these people up. You can have the Phoenix Unleash on the ultimate. You know, that's an AoE slow and damage, so it can be quite difficult. But at the same time, as we know, Ziggs Camille, such a classic combo, so strong. You go in with the ultimatum, the Ziggs all comes over the top. They're going to be targeting Betty here on this Ashe almost every single time, you have to think, and it's going to be up to his teammates to either punish Mad for them or be able to peel enough that he can actually survive. Though I think surviving is going to be incredibly hard against this sort of composition for an Ashe who is very reliant on the flash, and you only get one of those.
It's going to be a really interesting game. It's a very melee-heavy match. There are 4 melee champs on both sides, so 8 of 10 champions are just going to be in the mosh pit.
And the range champions are both just going to be instantly getting targeted every single time.
So it could end up being a fairly snowbally game. When you have this many melees in a match, oftentimes it ends up degenerating itself into a stat check.
It's an absolute brawl. I'm so excited here. We are kicking off game number 1, MDK versus PSG here. We'll have to see if this draft is going to work out for MDK. They are really cooking with it. And we can see both teams just kind of fanning out, not looking like any sort of a lane swap is going to be happening for now. Ziggs down on that bottom side, but PSG obviously we're anticipating that there could be a move up and towards that top side jungle, and you can see just how well Maple did the other day on Akali.
And this is the average of his 2 games. So that was plus 22 CSD at 14 on average. It would be 44 CSD at 14 across the 2 games. And with the Braum Ashe, PSG do get to bully their way around and get any early information they want because their level 1 is just straight up stronger. That's why you see MDK backing away, and that's 2 wards placed early. But I gotta say, Alvaro has his sweeper. He's just not actually able to move in because he could instantly die if he checks the wrong bush.
Well, Aja's still not heading up towards top lane now, you know, pinging for assist up there, so maybe going to walk up towards that top lane now. Friskawi trying to get a little bit of info, but it is risky to walk into that area. We can see Braum, you know, heading down towards bot, and Supa intelligently sitting here trying to harass a little bit as they do walk in, but Woody able to trade back with the Q.
And a little bit of counter jungling early on from the Wukong. I'm really curious to see how this plays out because it looks to me like PSG was really anticipating a swap but didn't really want to swap, and that's one of the advantages of swapping on day 1 of Worlds is MDK kind of has PSG guessing now where they just set up for standard lanes.
So Aja just had to use his Ghost to get back up towards top lane, but he did get all the experience there, so obviously it is worth using. They weren't sure exactly what the start was going to be. There will be a trade back from Elyoya, who is going to be able to invade and take away the Raptors at the very least, and we can see Junja on the other side is going to do a full camp clear here. Mirwin really going to be struggling against that early power that the Udyr does bring. That is how a lot of these matchups go against the Udyr. Really can bully you out early and kind of has to create a big enough advantage that the scaling difference doesn't necessarily matter later on. But this is actually pretty clever here from Aja. He's going to go and actually check if the red buff is being taken by Elyoya. Elyoya, of course, has not yet started it, so Aja will get that info that the Krugs are gone, but at least we'll be able to defend that red buff. And Junja's going to cross and be able to take double red, so he will go up a camp at the very least.
Really good damage onto Frescowy as well here. Sure, a little bit gets traded back, but they also should know that the top side of their jungle is fine. So Wukong should be completely okay to get a lot of experience here.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to get that extra camp advantage, going to get the double red, going to be feeling quite good about that. So the early game going pretty well for PSG, but of course the gold is basically dead even, is just, going to be a tiny little advantage there over on the other side. But all this trading that Junja was able to get done onto Frescowy, of course, is going to force him to take the early base. And the Hawk Shot, always so annoying for junglers to deal with, will spot out Elyoya over on the Gromp.
I definitely say, even if the gold doesn't show it, the advantages have been in the favor of PSG. They got to be the ones to do the early invade. I'd say Elyoya had to be really clever to not get found by Aja's Udyr when he was doing that jungle path. And then also the Renekton counterpick is not getting value thanks to Junja's ability to get a bunch of damage onto Frescowy in the mid lane. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, he's forcing the TP out fairly early, so he comes back. His buy is just longsword and some pots, right? Whereas Maple is going to be able to hold on a little bit longer, go back with more gold, and likely get an advantageous buy as a result. And as Akali does get more levels, this matchup is going to become less of a big deal, though I don't really expect Akali ever to be able to get any sort of all-in kills or anything like that. Akali's more just going to be looking to farm up in this lane and then hopefully be able to pressure that back line in the team fights and really make Supa's life a nightmare.
The back line of Ziggs.
The back line of this one Yordle, yes.
I think it's more important that he gets ahead enough that he can actually duel Mirwin's Camille on the side lane, because that's, I think ultimately that's how PSG is strongest as a team, is when they're able to push side lanes, pressure the map, and kind of generate their gold lead over time. And that's what they're set up to do if they're able to play these solo lanes out well.
I have to say, Woody has been really good with those Braum Qs. He's constantly landing them, getting some good harass down on that bottom side as Supa does have the biscuits available here. You can see Mirwin trying to trade back, but Aja always going to be winning these trades in the early game on the Udyr, chasing after him, and is able to create a pretty nice advantage. Elyoya playing Grasp, so could expect that he's going toward that Heartsteel Sterix build that was really popular a while ago. It started kind of fall out of priority, and people started going more just support item rush, things like Zeke's and Locket. But we have seen it pop out a couple times here already at Worlds as Junja trying to get aggressive. They have an HP advantage down here on Alvaro and Supa, and they're trying to play with that. You like to see these teams playing with priority, knowing where they're strong, knowing where they have that edge, and trying to make the most of it.
Just trying to get a good reset here for Ashe and Braum. Part of the Ziggs power is the fact that you can just take teleport, so even if they get the tempo here, it's not like Ziggs is going to be losing any CS. But I think overall, just a pretty solid early game from PSG. I think there's a little bit of, I just think it's kind of funny with Mirwin. When I was scouting him, watching a lot of Mad's games, the massive ocean of champions that he played, he had 5 more unique champions than the next closest player on his team. Yet he's the one that's playing what you'd almost consider the stock standard Camille, and now he's having to deal with the Udyr, who no one else is playing at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is interesting, but that I think is kind of one of the strengths of a player like this, is if you can play the meta and you can play those spicy counter picks, then you never really know what they're going to bring out. And obviously, they're bringing out a lot of different stuff here, with the Ziggs that they haven't really played a lot of, and also with the Renekton mid. So already experimenting a lot, but are going to be looking for the grubs here. Mirwin on the roam is going to be here first, and Junja's going to have to get out of there. He is in trouble, does clone away, forced to flash. The team was a bit slow on the rotation as Betty's fighting Supa on the top side, and Woody's going to go forward with the Glacial. He does pass him onto him. Elyoya going to get stunned up. In goes the Akali, but Maple's in trouble. He gets stunned against the wall, and Maple is down to almost no health at all. Does get out of there for now, but Alvaro flashes over the wall and grabs the first blood for MDK. will be traded back, though you have to think, is Alvaro now trying to run. Frescowi, though, playing bodyguard here. He comes in, and PSG are in trouble. Woody's died to Supa. MDK are wiping the map with PSG. 3 straight kills. They crushed the fight and are going to be able to grab the grubs as well.
An absolute disaster for PSG. They were the ones to start the grubs when they didn't even have their team in position. So not only does Aja give away push on the bottom lane to teleport up, they then also lose absolutely everything in the fight. So whatever small advantage that PSG had in the early game pales in comparison to the massive lead that MDK is going to have after this fight. Watching it one more time is just a massive burst of damage from Elyoya right at the start of this fight. Maple can basically do nothing. And the craziest thing about all this is it's effectively 4v5 when this starts, because Frescowi's Renekton is only arriving after the fight is already won.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really disjointed attempt at the grubs here from PSG. You know, they're saying, oh, we have Prow bot, we have Prow top, we can just start this. But they didn't actually have the lanes pushed out. They didn't have the champions there in time. So it almost felt like they're just assuming Mad wouldn't contest them at the grubs. But Mad were down to fight. They saw the positioning was not it from PSG. That stun on the wall really did set up Maple to get burst down very quickly. And as you said, he had almost no impact on that fight. And they did just take the 1 grub, so got that bonus XP and the gold, and are going to be working towards that, but not able to grab any additional grubs. So we likely won't see too many Void Mites this game.
Yeah, but to add insult to injury, check out these summoner spells on the side of PSG. Nobody has any except for Smite, whereas MDK, the only one missing Flash is Rel. Everybody else still has it. So not only do they have the gold lead, they'll have the temporary summoner spell advantage to take the rest of these grubs, or probably even move down to Drake if it doesn't get taken here early by PSG.
Yeah, going to be feeling really good about their position here. MDK creating that big advantage early on, and the fact that Mirwin's able to get involved, you know, get early kills on the Camille, get a couple assists as well, is going to really set himself up for success in those side lanes. Elyoya looking like he was thinking, hey, maybe I just want to wait for Smite to come back up, but is just going to finish it off. Knows there's not really too much risk, and is going to be able to burst that down.
At this point, MDK needs to just continue to play on these advantages and then kind of make sure they don't do anything overly aggressive, because I think they've been granted such a lead after winning that fight. I'm looking at the way Mirwin was actually playing up against Ajit there in the top lane, and he seems to be able to push him off the wave fairly freely. There's very little deep vision to spot anywhere Elyoya would be, so PSG has to be on the defensive here. So I think the next play for MDK is just have Elyoya clear down to the bot lane and start setting up for that Chemtech Drake.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely difficult here for Aja if he does fall behind, and you know, not really in that confident position anymore. You know, there's so much vision, as you're saying, you know, for MDK. So yeah, Mirwin's going to be feeling pretty confident to push up there. And it is going to be Junja starting up the dragon here on that bottom side. It's going to be Hextech as that first dragon. So likely able to finish this off. You can see Skarner heading up towards top side, just going to be able to grab that top side scuttle in response and continue to play behind Mirwin here. Allow him to play aggressively, allow him to be in that position for success. It's a good individual bit of stats here from taking the dragon, but not that big of a deal. And the fact that it is Chemtech, Aja maybe caught out here, going unstoppable there, trying to get out, but the ultimate is there to lock him down, and it's followed up by the Skarner and Pale. Aja still trying to get out of there, but will he be able to do it? They don't quite have the damage to finish him off. The flash forward from Elyoya. He's going to hold aggro. No, he's not. They messed it up. Elyoya thought he had aggro, but Mirwin picked it up, and now Maple's here on the roam, and Mirwin could be on trouble, but Maple doesn't have his flash. I'm not sure he's going to be able to actually close the gap there. Well played by Aja, and a bit of a misstep here as Mirwin went in a little bit too early. That would have been a guaranteed kill if Elyoya was the one holding the tower.
That is huge right there that Aja's able to live through that. It looked like he mistimed the unstoppable on his empowered bear stance because he was trying to use that to prevent the Camille ult. So I thought after that failed, it was going to be an easy kill, but they just did not have the fatal damage. No Trinity Force yet on the Camille, no completed item yet on Elyoya. He is going towards that Heartsteel, and the Udyr just ends up tanking it up and staying alive. That could have been not only a kill, but numerous plates, and it really would have broken the game open.
And that's both flashes and both ultimates for really nothing. He didn't even have, I don't even think he had Ghost to use, so is able to get out of there, and that's going to leave you feeling pretty good, though. MDK still extending the gold lead here, feeling really good about their spot thus far. It is already a 1,400 gold lead. And Mirwin, despite that not working out, does have a nice gold lead for himself and is going to be a real problem in that side lane going forward.
We will have to keep it eye on Maple, though, because he is the lone lead on the side of PSG, expanding that CS advantage he has over Frescowi's Renekton. But if the side lanes are not creating any advantages on their own, it's hard for the Akali to make an entrance, and here comes a dive.
Yeah, Yulia looking for Betty. Nice interrupt on the charge. They're not going to get sent into the walls. He has the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to interrupt that Skarner charge, but the ultimate comes out from Ziggs, is going to push Betty back, so they get the damage down. Well played by Betty, doesn't have to use a summoner, just the ulti. But at the end of the day, it is still going to be some more damage to the tower here, and Supa chipping away at this. And Ziggs' passive auto damage on that tower has been nerfed a little bit, but still, you are really a big threat if you get any alone time on those towers.
Pretty likely that MDK is going to be able to pick up the first turret of the game if the game state stays relatively similar to this.
Alvaro looking out for Maple here. He's going to pull him in with the ulti. Maple into the Shroud, trying to get out of there, but he's spotted, of course, by the Ignite. Frescowi going over. Will force the flash there from Maple. Nice roam here from Alvaro. Forces the pressure here onto Maple. Means his flash has to be used, and he's low HP.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting game in the fact that it looks like PSG is winning all of these skirmishes. Aja's ability to escape the gank top lane, Betty's ability to prevent the dive bot lane, and Maple escaping there. But then when you think about it, PSG's not making any plays. These outplays are actually them just not losing more than they already were. So here's yet another one. Let's see if he can escape.
Yeah, Aja potentially in some trouble, but the TP is there to support him. Maple looking to wrap around. We don't know if that was fully spotted by them, but they're back here on the grubs. It's just those two that already are remaining. So MDK has already grabbed 4. They're going to try to look for 6, but PSG is coming in here. Look at Alvaro and Frescowi in the backline, already here onto Woody, and on the other side, it's the ulti coming out from Junja. Aja is just chasing after Supa, trying to keep him out of there as Maple is skirmishing here on the side, and Mirwin's getting burst down. The Hextech ultimatum comes through, but the Impale is massive from Elyoya, but it doesn't even matter. PSG running over MDK as back-to-back grubs fights go the opposite way this time. First it's MDK crushing, and then it is PSG returning the favor and taking mid-play towers off of this as well.
Tale of 2 grub fights. I mean, this is all of the action in the entire game has been at the grub pit. So what is the big difference this fight compared to last fight? And to me, it's that PSG was playing at range very well. Watch Betty down on the bottom side, completely untouched, no one can get onto him, and then Maple actually gets to be in the middle of the fight and get off the damage from his Fedakali. Supa also completely zoned out by the Udyr. Ultimate comes up right at the end, so he was unable to punish the PSG team for grouping up in the middle of the fight.
I've got to say, how much damage was wasted on the Braum? Frescowi was just full targeting the Braum the entire time. You know, part of the reason Maple struggled so heavily in the last fight was he got stunned to the wall, then he's getting stunned by Renekton. It's all this lockdown that takes away the mobility, that takes away the ability for Maple to look for those outplays. So I do think Frescowi definitely wasting almost all of his damage there on Woody. Doesn't even end up killing him. He had the Unbreakable up before he even got stunned. Definitely some mistargeting there from MDK, but PSG take full advantage of it, and now the game is ever so slightly back into their favor. They already have that first early dragon here as Frescowi back up towards that Herald pit, and Elyoya going to be working on that with him. We'll see if Junja's going to try to respond with a dragon and just take their second down on the bottom side. As we can see, Maple's down there. He's going to be looking to push, and all the vision here from PSG is really focused on that bot side river. It's clear where they want to play.
They're definitely going to be playing for this bot turret and this bot dragon, pushing Mirwin back as much as possible. I gotta say, MDK is probably feeling a little bit of pressure here because I really do feel like they had so much control on the game, but then all of their attempts of breaking the game open didn't quite work, and then they didn't have the advantage that they would have liked going into that last grub fight, which then was a disaster.
Absolutely, you can see in this lane economy snapshot powered by MasterCard there. As Elyoya looking up towards the top side, Aja pretty far back, has outranged it, so we'll be okay, just back it up. We saw that power from Ziggs though, ulting down towards bot lane, was able to push the previous siege here from PSG, but now with 3 members down there, plates have fallen, and Mirwin has no chance to defend this. And you can also see that Maple adjusting his build here against this melee-heavy, pretty tanky team. He does go towards the Leandries as opposed to kind of this really bursty build that he was actually doing yesterday, and I think it makes a lot of sense.
And it looks like MDK's actually trading up. They've gotten 2 turrets for 1, but now there's an Udyr flank.
Yeah, Aja in some trouble here potentially, but they don't quite have the damage to burst him down. Elyoya's coming down, as is Frescowi. All 5 members from MDK are here, but a nice pink ward over the wall does spot it, so Maple gonna finish his recall, and PSG just just going to play for mid lane prio.
Yeah, they're going to try and equalize this trade. Right now it's 2 turrets to 1 in the favor of MDK, with PSG getting the bonus for the first turret. And it doesn't look like they're going to be able to push in and finish off this mid turret for now, with Ziggs there for the defense. So temporarily, that's a gold positive play for MDK.
Yep, feeling pretty good about it. Yoya continuing to farm away, does have the Heartsteel now completed. I'm expecting Sterix. That kind of seems to be the popular build alongside this. Anytime you see Grasp, it generally does signify that's what they're going to be going for. And when you're playing against such a melee-heavy comp, there's going to be a lot of brawling, long team fights where he could get a ton of value out of Heartsteel. You're going to be proccing that on multiple members, not only stacking up the HP, but it does a significant amount of damage. So I do think a build like this could be quite strong in this sort of game, as long as Elyoya can keep up his farm.
I am a big fan of this Skarner build. He could really take over if he's able to get a few kills, but as of now, the game is really tight. And Azael, how about Maple? Like, literally his first Worlds game was over 12 years ago. He was on the Gamma Bears against, at the time, SK Telecom T1.
We have some of these Eternal players as they're going to be dropping the Herald down on bot side. Aja trying to keep the wave away, but it won't really matter for long. Junja, Woody, Betty all coming down, and Supa maybe actually caught out. He has to flash away, but Junja chasing after him, and here comes Aja. He's got nowhere to go. Frescowi trying to buy some time for him as Junja is getting low. Supa can't quite finish him off. Junja gets the kill. They force the flash. They do take down one tower and make it a second charge, but at the same time, it's going to cost them multiple kills. And how much can PSG get off of this? Supa just caught in transition. They will, in fact, get that second charge from the Herald. So they do get one tower. They do get some damage on a second, but that for 2 kills, I don't really think it's worth it because Odd's going to push up bot, and he's going to get some damage on himself.
Yeah, I mean, fighting versus laning, as PSG said in their post-game interview 2 days ago. That's now 3 kills on both the Udyr and the Akali, and it's going to give them that side lane advantage as this game progresses, because even if the overall gold is about the same, the Akali and the Udyr are both getting stronger individually. So right there, Aja just completely overpowers the Renekton, runs straight through him into Supa Ziggs, and it just gives Ziggs absolutely no chance to retaliate, and now Maple's going for Mirwin.
Mirwin very low. Aja's coming in for the reinforcements, but Maple doesn't even need it. Executes Mirwin in the top lane. He is on fire on this Akali. 3 straight games, looking incredible on it.
He's the only one playing it, and he's gonna likely force a ban in the next game, especially if PSG ends up winning this game. When you have that much continuous success on the same champion, you're gonna want to switch something up. So just, it looks like MDK is just a little bit out of sorts after being in control about 10 minutes ago.
And I will say, in the team fights, Udyr is going to be such a problem. Sure, if it's in an isolated 1v1 over time, you know, Camille with so much true damage on the Qs could really focus you down, but like, who is supposed to kill Udyr in the 5v5?
Yeah.
Right? Like, Camille can't actually just sit there and attack Udyr in a 5v5 and expect to win. You can't ignore the Ashe, you can't ignore the Akali. So that is going to be really problematic, because when he's this strong, he can just be charging straight at Supa, keeping him completely out of the fight, and if Supa pulls too far back, then all of a sudden, he's just turning around and stunning and disrupting all of the melee for MDK. So I think that Udyr is going to be quite a problem here for MDK as we go forward. PSG already have those 2 dragons. They're looking towards a third. A nice crash down there from Alvaro. Does dodge the Enchanted Crystal arrow, but it is going to be Mountain Soul, which again, in a game like this, where it is just this melee brawl, is really a lot of stats, a lot of additional power. And MDK is going to have to try to set up for it, try to contest this next dragon, and that's exactly why they are here early and why they're trying to fight for these wards.
I mean, their setup is actually pretty good. They got deep push in the top lane. It allows Mirwin to run down already. Aja has no teleport, so he's going to have to clear that wave and then slowly move down. But while he's up there, PSG is not allowed to enter the river because MDK could probably burst one-shot someone. So this would be where MDK do need to at least get this dragon and continue to accelerate the game, because I completely agree. When you look at the damage of Ziggs versus Ashe, one of those things is not like the other in terms of its ability to scale and kill tanks in the late game.
Yep, absolutely. But Aja is here now, and they are regrouping with the team. Junja a little bit behind. Maple, of course, trying to play on the flank. Aja just walking forward, being so annoying here for MDK. You can see Mirwin on the side looking for a flank, but he's warded out as well. And Frescowi trying to threaten the backline. This is getting a little bit awkward. Junja has been split out from the rest of the team. Nice clone, does dodge away, and he's going to get a double knock up here onto Frescowi. And on the other side, it's Mirwin going after Aja. Junja's in a lot of trouble. Woody's down already. Junja goes back in, tries to flash out, but he can't do it. Maple's in the backline, does get 1 kill with the perfect execution. Now going back in with the Shuriken flip. Can he do it in the 1v2? It doesn't look like it. Maple tries to make it happen, but he's down. And it's Betty and Aja versus versus the world here. Elyoya trying to chase after him. Mirwin waiting for those cooldowns. Can't quite go in to finish him off, but Mad take the fight and critically take the dragon here, stopping the march to Seoul.
What a bloodbath, and watch Elyoya and Frescowy in this fight. They're the ones who are able to initiate first, and they don't give good angles for PSG to come into the fight. After they're engaging on the Wukong, it's the Rel that flies over with the good Ziggs combo, getting massive AoE damage, and it just splits PSG up enough. Betty wasn't really able to get into position to fight, and all of this fight was originally set up by getting the deep push top lane and being the first to control River, because the fact that PSG had to approach through that choke is why MDK could find the clean engage.
I mean, so much credit. That Rel engage was sick over the wall as well. Like, remember that previous grub fight that they lost, how much damage they dumped into Woody? This time Woody died instantaneously. Yeah. I don't even think he was able to get the Unbreakable up. He got burst out completely. Maple was doing a lot of work, was close almost to having, you know, enough damage to actually finish off Supa and Alvaro, but wasn't able to do it. And you can see Supa putting in a ton of work in that fight. Nearly 4,500 damage coming out from the Ziggs, and he is working towards that death cap. He is not going for a cowardly build. You're not rushing towards Zonia's. He is just saying, you know what, I will position properly, and I will really punish you if you are out of place. Maple now looking here for Frescowy. Frescowy trying to retreat back towards his team. The Shuriken Flip does hit. The Dominus is going to be popped. Alvaro is here, and I think that may mean he backs up. But Junja's going in. They have the TP coming through. A nice Magnet Storm interrupts him, snaps him out of the air, and in comes Elyoya, stunning Junja. He's going to go back in, trying to get some healing. He can't get it done. Aja's in the middle of everyone, but that's not where you want to be. MDK crushing through. They get the fight, and they're going to get the Baron.
What a huge play there by Mad. Frescowy gets taken in the 1v1 by Maple, but Alvaro arrives at just the right time to prevent the execution, and then Frescowy isn't even dead by the end of it. That is the swinging point of the game.
And I think that was Alvaro actually snapping Maple out of his Shuriken Flip, out of the air there, interrupting the damage, because if you actually get stopped midair, you stop that damage coming through. He CCs him out of the air as he tries to go in and finish off Frescowy. They all turn on Maple. They burst him down. I want to see if that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, so you can see when Maple lands this E, he thinks he has the execute damage, but he has to make it through the Rel, and it is the ultimate there.
That was sick.
So sick. He's played so well in their 2 games on day 1. My only criticism is going to be the same criticism I had on day 1. He is not contributing at all to the Rel Death Fund. Yeah. He is deathless in this incredibly bloody game somehow.
He's playing too well. I hate this guy.
This guy.
I would say he's the MVP in the early stages so far of Mad here at Worlds. Again, looking for the invade, going to be stunning up. Crashdown comes through, and the ultimate is going to be used from Ziggs, pushing Junja back, but the Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes out, and I do think he's overextended here. Alvaro is in trouble. He's been playing great, but overextended there. Supa trying to get some damage in. Elyoya trying to look to go over the wall, but he gets interrupted on the dash. 3-minute pale, but who cares? No one's there until just now. Frescowy comes through. Maple on the side, dodges out from the hookshot from Mirwin as Supa's throwing bombs over the top, trying to get something done, but he can't quite do it. Elyoya flashing over, going to try to get to safety. Shuriken Flip does connect, and the perfect execution is there. Stunned against the wall, but Elyoya has got nowhere to go. Alvaro giveth, and Alvaro taketh away, and made great play after great play, but an overextension there nets PSG a team fight win, and we'll have to see how much more they can get, because they're sieging mid. They're going to get at least the tier 1 off of this.
Baron power play, curse of play-ins seems to be one of the themes. Aja's probably going to die here. Might have gone too far.
Here. Maple is going to go in over the wall potentially. He's going to go in for it, but I don't think he should. The hookshot is there. He's in the shroud. Betty's around, but Betty's too low to really go forward. Now the passes come, and he's back. Alvaro making good on the mistake from earlier. Finds the re-engages. The overchase from PSG just kills them.
What a mess. This has got to be the strangest type of back and forth game that we've seen, because we were expecting it to be such a snowball with this many melee champions in the game, but the numbers advantages with the fights that these teams are taking are making it back and forth. The original fight there was just a huge numbers advantage for PSG at their own blue buff, and then that was a ridiculous overchase by Aja, Maple, and Betty to have 3 deaths at the back end.
I mean, the gold swing on this is actually crazy. It went from MDK up a couple thousand gold to dead even to back to MDK up like 4,000 gold in the span of about 2 minutes, and here is that initial play.
And you can see Alvaro really feeling strong, but you can see Camille mid lane and Skarner is just approaching from the jungle, so it's 5v3 for the majority of the fight, and then this ultimate would have have been great for Elyoya if anybody was actually there. There's no Ziggs up available. Frescowi's a little bit too late to the show, so when they actually do fly in, it is going to be a losing battle, and this absolutely looked like a throw until they were able to pull it back with the extended fight in the top lane.
Yep, absolutely. And now, at the end of the day, that Red Bull Baron power play plus 3K
totally
for
fine.
MDK, and they're going to be able to get the tier 2 tower right after that. So the gold lead extending even further now. 5,000 plus is the gold lead here as Elyoya taking over the enemy jungle with Alvaro trying to play for vision in this area. They clearly want to deny PSG any chance of getting this next dragon.
Absolutely. Do not want to let them have soul point, but at the same time, they're so strong right now. They're just going to probably hold this siege because they can get this turret with Ziggs if they play it right.
Jinja looking on the side, is trying to threaten here on the Wukong. Of course, has the Cyclone available. Is tough with that Baron buff now expiring. The wave clear definitely good enough for PSG to keep this out. And I think they're just going to say, you know what, we don't have the vision. You take the dragon. Maple will go top. Betty's looking to just grab this red buff. And it should be a no contest here, assuming MDK do go down to that dragon quickly, which it looks like they will.
Yep, with the top wave needing to be caught, PSG is going to make sure they get at least a little bit of gold. I think it most likely would have been suicide if they tried to brute force their way through the mid lane, through the jungle, without vision, against a Ziggs and a Camille and a Rel. It's just one of those things where if they tried that, then they're just going game too fast.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the situation they're in, though, because when you look at this mini-map, there are no real turrets for them to be able to play around. There's just this mid-tier 2, but both the side lanes can very easily get deep pushed. And then this amount of vision that MDK was able to set up in the jungle, that's pretty incredible. And now with the Drake down, they're just going to do the same thing, push mid and top, get a bunch of vision here, and just kind of keep running that same play over and over again, I think.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely a good plan here, and it could be pretty difficult for PSG to deal with as you go forward if you don't have vision. There is a lot of pick here between the Camille ult, between the Skarner ult, you know, and the engage here on the Rel. It makes it very difficult to step forward safely whatsoever, and MDK are just kind of closing the jaws of this trap here, slowly cutting out more and more vision. Jinja trying to fight for this, will at least clear out a pink ward, but does lose one of his own in the exchange. As Frescowi pushing in top, just as you said. Maple now looking to rejoin the team here, but isn't confident to walk through his own jungle. Notice how he has to walk the long way away to try to head up towards that top lane and answer that pushing wave.
Yeah, PSG not even willing to push a bot wave deep because they have such little information about where MDK would be. And if Camille ever catches someone on the side lane, they're going to be able to mob that person down. We'll see, though. PSG is thinking about a flank the next time MDK push mid. Watch the Wukong.
Yeah, we'll see. Jinja is pretty far away, but does have a good angle if they were to overcommit here onto someone like Betty. MDK, though, doesn't really have to rush this.
Found him.
Mirwin is spotted out there by Jinja as he walks down. Aja trying to threaten him. Maple fighting for vision again on the side here. Does get the info that Frescowi's over on the side. You can see that hawk shot spotting out Elyoya, who's just always trying to play over the wall, always threatening these angles from Skarner. You have to be so careful because he can come behind you from any moment here, can actually get in behind Betty and try to slam him into a wall, and that would probably be the end of the fight right there.
Yeah, but just as an update, this sequence seems like it's been a little bit slow, but it's exactly the way that MDK needed to play this, because as you can see on the minimap, they have actually moved their vision towards Baron. So they were slowly pushing in the top wave, slowly pushing in the mid wave. The wards on this side expired, and they placed new wards over here. So they've done their job, so to speak, with the Baron spawning now, keeping the mid wave push deep, and now they're going to kind of continually force PSG to try and gain this vision back, and ultimately that's going to be where they find their fight to win the game if they win, or where PSG is going to have to find their way back in, is manufacturing some fight with such limited information.
Exactly, and you can see Supa just TP'd back in off that base, has the Void Staff now, has the Death Cap already, so he is massively strong. You know, one ulti on top of Betty could really be lights out. Doesn't require much more than that. Just a Camille ult plus a Ziggs ult onto Betty could really be the end of him. Of course, you know, Woody is going to be trying his best to peel, and Oz just going to try to best to actually keep Supa out of the fight as much as he can, so they can't look for that. But PSG have got to be so careful. You know, as you said, not a lot of towers remaining on their side. One lost fight could be the end of the game here for them. But PSG know that they may find a window, may find an opportunity here to try to claw it back, and they're going to wait for it.
Interesting. Alvaro, pretty rich. He's got the Ward Stone upgrade at level 12. You don't see it that often, but I do love the item when you're having these long extended sieges where you need to set up a bit of extra vision, being able to hold that extra control ward.
I know it's also very gold efficient stats-wise. It's not a popular item whatsoever, but it is actually pretty strong as far as just the stats you get for the gold.
This guy just keeps given us top-level gameplay, made a minor contribution to the Rel Death Fund.
Exactly, that's what he was doing. He heard you.
Mm-hmm.
He heard you complaining over here about the picks.
I just hope he runs into the Nexus at the end of the game if they're winning. That's my one request.
Yeah, fair. I don't think he will, but it's fair that you want it. Not fair that he's going to do it. We'll see. MDK, again, spotted out by the Hawk shot there. Just constantly trying to keep eyes on this Baron. Of course, they're trying to whittle away at this MDK vision, and Betty playing with Elyoya here a little bit, but obviously not really threatening him too much at this point.
Not at all. I mean, he's really tanky. No Blade of the Ruin King on this Ashe. It's just Terminus.
It's like a little fly hitting you, man. Ashe from behind, always, the damage looks so pathetic.
This is not late game damage shredding Ashe whatsoever.
No. It's definitely tough, and he is that full item behind where Supa is over on the other side. So if Supa's accurate with those bombs, definitely could crush him. But MDK just happy to play in this kind of specific spot. You know, they want to play around the Baron. They're happy to play it slow. They feel that they're scaling well, and they have slowly extended that gold lead. It's almost up to 6K now. Was about 5K a couple of minutes ago. So it is a slight advantage that they have been able to accrue for themselves over the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, and also, I don't necessarily think their Baron take is that fast. So even though they're setting up this vision, they're kind of hoping to get a fight.
As Aja trying to fight for some vision here on the side, but again, 5 MDK just playing in this top side jungle. No one answering the wave on bot side. And for now, we are going to have the Udyr running up to top to try to push that wave out once again. Now with the second dragon here spawning down on the other side, it does kind of split the attention of the teams. Maple is down there, but it's Elyoya heading down towards it as MDK looking to try to grab this. We'll see Aja with a very weird TP just towards that tier 1 mid from top. So his teleport is now gone, and Maple's on this flank.
I mean, Maple's just trying to sneak in and pull off some type of miracle. He's spotted. He's marked now by Mirwin. So this could be the fight.
There's the stun, but it's actually over onto the clone. Aja going to be having to pull back, but he takes a ton of damage there, losing about half his health. Remember, he has no TP. He used that just to go from one tier 1 to the other, and I think that's going to do it for the fight, as after that chunk out onto him, PSG will just be backing it up, not able to really find anything.
So we've had no kills for about 8 minutes now, I want to say, because MDK is just setting up zones, daring PSG to walk in, and then PSG is just kind of not willing to int their faces off, so they're slowly losing the game. And I do applaud the patience, actually, from MDK at the moment, because if they do just do the same thing for the next 5 minutes and get the Mountain Soul, then it's much safer to get really aggressive.
Exactly. I mean, if you feel you're outscaling, there's no reason to risk anything, right? Just sit back, farm it out, control those space on the map, force your opponents to come into you, and like you say, 4.5 minutes, PSG is going to have to kind of draw a line in the sand at some point, decide what are we willing to challenge for, because MDK may not be willing to threat the Baron, but we know they are definitely willing to do that Dragon here. And we'll see if PSG can get some vision down towards it. Plus, if PSG overcommits down towards that side, there is the chance of MDK just taking a Baron. Well, PSG isn't even on Soul Point.
Yeah, I mean, even just the 3 mountains, an additional 15% armor and MR on everyone, that's... I mean, the Soul's going to make it even stronger, a 4 mountain Soul if they get it, but they're already hugely advantaged in an actual 5v5 scrap.
And Supa's got his Seekers now as well, so he's not going to be even difficult to stay alive. You know, if they do find him, we can see Mirwin jumping in onto Aja. They're going to look for him. They stun him into the wall, and he is just getting erased. The true damage comes through. Betty flashes out from the Impale, but doesn't even have enough damage to really threaten Elyoya. It doesn't look like it just yet, but now the Cyclone coming through from Junja. Alvaro trying to threaten on the side, does land the Shattering Strike, and a nice setup from him. It's a dump from the Ziggs. The ulti over the top gets multiple kills. MDK are going to close out game number 1.
Beautiful final fight here from Mad. They were ahead early. It got a little hairy in the mid game, but ultimately another solid game. They stay undefeated in play-in so far.
It's a great start to the series from MDK, a back and forth game, but Mad took over in the late game, choking out PSG, not giving them any options. When PSG finally exposed themselves, Mad pounce, burst down the Udyr, take the team fight. They'll take the Nexus, end game number 1, and move 1 game away from the World Swiss stage.
Big credit to Alvaro in this game. I feel like he found a lot of the big engages. He had the crucial interrupt on the Akali ult in the top lane that I think turned the tide for a lot of this game. And then also Supa Ziggs just playing the meta, even though he didn't have a bunch of experience on it in the regular season, and playing it well.
Yep, well, that's going to do it for us. We're going to head to a break, and we'll be back for game number 2.
在抵达那一刻之前，
你能做的只有等待。
如果故事再重来一次，我想这批烂物还会做出相同的选择。
等待比分失衡，企图从中看清胜负的端倪。
等待一切安静，好听清自己脑海里的声音，直到抓住那一刻。
他们可能会因为激进而失误，但是不会因为胆怯而畏惧。 You got a pretty disguise, but you're still ugly inside. I see right through all your lies. I'm not like one of your kind. I'm a misfit, I'm a rebel, don't fit your description. I never settle, fight back with resistance, pedal to the metal. We're setting fire to the system, yeah. With my hands tied. Start up the riot. Start a riot. Start a riot. La la la, feel it, ignite it. Light it up, light it up. Light it up, it's going down. We gonna burn it to the ground. So rock, start up the riot. It's about to get ugly out here. This is who I am. You ain't gonna change me. Heavy is the cry. Heavy is the cry.
How are you, Sofa? For good. I can flash on us. Look at Kali.
I can move now.
Akali.
Put it a bit faster.
We can play this, okay?
I'm good.
Here on the side, and Mirwin's getting burst down. The Hextech ultimatum comes through, but the impale is massive from Alyoya, but it doesn't even matter. Nice. Betty's around, but Betty's too low to really go forward. Now the passes come, and he's back. Alvaro making good on the mistake from earlier.
Super. Well played, man.
Sept, thank you so much for joining me in the middle of game one. Actually, we're 15 minutes in game, if I'm not mistaken here. This Mad Lions Koi version in-game is not something you guys got us used to during the year when it comes to draft, the swap lanes that we saw as well. Is it what we could expect from you guys from now on?
Yeah, I mean, we had to adapt after our season final against G2, right? They did a lot of stuff that put us off guard with the swap lane. So obviously during the bootcamp for all preparation, we did a lot of swaps so that we are more ready if this were to happen again. And turns out we are pretty good at it, and we try to implement it in the draft. So we have more possibilities now.
I want to talk about champions specifically, but it feels like every champion can be a Mad Lions champion. Is that correct?
Yeah, honestly, at some point, you just pick a champion, and sometimes people counter themselves because they don't expect us to flex it somewhere, and it becomes really interesting in draft and can be very hard to predict for the enemy as well.
It was the fact for Renekton here today.
Yeah.
Tell me a bit more about the preparation you had coming in against PSG. What was your understanding of the team?
I mean, it's a team that like to fight, like us. As you can see, they went for the Wukong Akali. We thought the Renekton is a great champion to receive that kind of engage. So we are like, yeah, we can play it in mid lane. Why not put it against the Akali? And this game will tell us if we have to change something, right?
Confident so far? So good?
Yeah. I mean, we had a fight, a little rough fight, but I think we can still come back on top. We still outrange with the Ziggs, we have the Camille. We can do a lot of good things.
Wishing you the best of luck for
Thank
today.
you.
Thank you so much for the
Thank
interview.
Red Bull.
Thank you very much, Laura and Zeph. Always good to have that insight. Of course, that was 15 minutes in the game, as Laura said at the start, so it did work out. I will say it wasn't perfect. Like, if we just look at the final moments, you're like, damn. Exactly as planned. Everything worked. But it wasn't, we weren't always
That's
that
what
confident.
he said. We will outrange them, we will have a Camille, and we will make things happen. And that they did. So you can't fault him for that.
I mean, Super didn't always use his range, but there was an option for range. You know?
Sometimes the way to make sure the grenade hits is to throw it point blank.
At your feet.
Yes, right in front of them. It was a bit dicey, but of course, I think while there's a lot of this back and forth in the early game, and it did feel like this draft, as much as it showcased flexibility and willingness to play new picks, it also showcased, you know, maybe not as much overall planning as they needed, because a lot of these lanes looked really, really difficult.
No, for sure. I think the Camille going into the Udyr as that flex counter pick you had through the Renekton already being shown, I thought it was a question mark in the beginning because you don't actually have priority to work for. Renekton can fight a bit for that priority, but PSG did a fantastic job at actually shutting the Renekton down in the early game. And then having the Braum into rail just allows the Ashe to play up in the bot side. So MDK found themselves in a really difficult position from a drafting perspective because they got split map in terms of the jungle. PSG was kind of running the map a bit, and it was actually them that was able to make the plays, and MDK had to be a bit reactive.
Yeah, I will say though, the thing I do like about the MDK draft is this willing to adapt. Like the drafts that we've seen from over the course of play-ins is not exactly what I would have expected from them coming into LEC. Like super playing Ziggs, bringing out this Camille in the top lane, like we always knew about Fresco's flexibility, but I definitely like that we're seeing the rookies attempt these changes, whereas for PSG Talon, it felt like going back to what worked for them domestically and trying to make it work on an international stage.
But I do also like that ultimately why there's so many new picks, you know, 3 champions that they're playing first time in these roles on the side of MDK this year at least. Ultimately it was the champion that they've played a lot and are no strangers to, and the man piloting it, Alvaro, absolutely incredible. And in our replay, Cisco, every second counts. Every second counted for Alvaro here as he honestly saved the day across this entire game and in this moment especially.
Yeah, the fact that you just, all 3 of us back here were just going, oh my god, what? As you see, Maple ends up landing the shuriken flip here onto Frescowy, and as you go to make that move in, follow up on Junja, watch here, just as Alvaro comes down, gets the interrupt with the Magnet Storm, sets up perfectly then for Frescowy to come through, and you get then easy setup on the Ziggs bomb just to immediately delete Maple. Junja then has to go over the side because he's trying to salvage the play. Like, this set up this fight perfectly for MDK, and was one of the few fights where it kind of started to really shift that momentum into MDK's favor.
Yeah, in general, Alvaro was just a hero this game. I mean, you're looking at the damage. The first thing you're going to look at is, wow, Super did a lot of damage this game, but he was also set up for success with this. I think Elioya had Fantastic's ultimate. He even had a very early Abyssal Mask as well, just helped shred that magic resist. Alvaro, as we already saw, was a hero in terms of putting everyone in a position where it was so easy for Super to play the game. And although I think MDK actually had no right from the second grub fight they lose to kind of find their way back into the game, it's through sheer individual outplays that they're doing it. They find that position again where it's an even game state, and once that happens, they just keep the ball rolling.
But ultimately, while it did work out for MDK, I think still looking for adaptations on both sides. We get ready for game 2 pick and bans to see a few adjustments here in terms of how both teams can approach this early game, so we get a bit more consistency mid to late. Now we're going to send it over to Casters to get us into that pick and ban.
Thank you, Dracos. We are here, game number 2, about to kick off here. Mad versus PSG. Mad have had some, struggles in the play-ins in the past, but they are now one game away from going undefeated through play-ins, crushing all competition, including PSG, who I was looking at as the #1 team coming into play-ins. Yep. They are looking really, really strong, and on the very cusp of going into that Swiss stage where we heard that they wanted to go.
Absolutely, PSG eliminated FlyQuest from MSI play-in phase. They still would have the ability to make it out of this play-in phase and eliminate the winner of, what is it? It's 100 Thieves versus SoftBank. That's the matchup that's going to be played tomorrow. But they got to be feeling really good after that one because they were able to make a few mistakes and have a few hiccups in the mid-game, yet not be completely punished for it. They're still consistently clutch in the late game. What I will say, though, is this is their first game of the tournament on the red side. So with the loss, PSG gets side selection for the next game. They've decided to go blue. And if it's not banned by MDK, I wouldn't be shocked to see the first pick Skarner go over to PSG.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if PSG changes up any bans, because again, they are a team that really likes to ban for their opponents' preferences rather than necessarily to the meta. They did ban out the Jinx as their last ban in game number 1, which was these 3 champions that were played 2 times in a row in all 3 games, or rather all 2 games back in the previous series from MDK. So now the question is, do they make any adjustment here? Because they're obviously spending some time thinking about it.
They are. I mean, it is interesting. I saw a lot of comments, and I also cast the games with Mirwin's Cassante. I wasn't hugely impressed by the Cassante in either of those games, yet it's still banned, so they keep exactly the same bans from game 1, even though they've switched over to the other side. And there's going to be a lot still available. The Yone is a new ban for this game. It wasn't banned by either side in game 1. The Aurora ban stays the same for MDK, and the Skarner is banned because I think that was a fairly obvious first pick if it was left open.
Yeah, so Skarner is going to be taken away. It's interesting, Maple does lose on the Akali, but did have another really strong game. Yeah. And it is 3 back-to-back-to-back games for him on it. It will be interesting to see if he is going to be swapping anything up, if they just look to go back towards it. Jinja, considering going towards that buy, will be locked in here. So they want to have some of that backline access, potentially looking for a better dive buddy alongside something like the Akali. Could be a good pairing here if they're looking for that setup. Go in with that ultimate setup for things like the Shuriken flip, especially if you are expecting, some sort of backline pick like the Ziggs to be drafted for again.
It really feels to me like PSG is just wildly grasping at straws in terms of what they think the meta is. Because they came into the tournament with very old school champions, so to speak, the Tristana mid, a bunch of champions that were huge on patch 14-16, MF Rumble. Then this last game, and 3 games in a row, they go Akali, full brawlers. Then even in game 1, Sejuani, Zyra were both banned by them, or sorry, by Mad. They're open this time. They completely ignore those 2 junglers. They just go Vi right off the bat. So it's just, I don't know, very back and forth as PSG kind of finds what they want to play this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? Whether or not everyone else is going to agree with the meta is, I think PSG has kind of settled on, like they said, we just want to fight. We're just going to go for, scrappy, champions that can skirmish really well, that can make plays, that can get picks, can look to be aggressive in those setups. MF, the consideration here for Betty, is going to get locked in, probably much to the dismay of many PSG fans, as it did not look very strong previously. But I will say, in watching a lot of PSG's games locally, they were really good at actually combining, MF ults and Kennen ults and like all these kind of AoE combos alongside engaged champions like the Rel from Woody. He was so adept at actually setting up for these, always seemed to be able to find a good angle to really enable his team to find that perfect ultimate. So while I'm not really a fan of the MF, maybe Woody can find that perfect engage to really make it look good.
Definitely, I think a comfort pick because the compounding nerfs did hit Misfortune, base AD, and the #1 item Bloodthirster both getting nerfed, so I think it's much weaker this patch.
Yeah, she lost around, I think it was 4% win rate or so in solo queue, which is very significant as far as those things go. Obviously this is a champion that really was kind of considered to be one of those really early game bullies, and when you completed BT, no one could really contest you on mid wave. It gave you a lot of prio to be able to play through mid. Your team kind of had first move towards the sides and towards those objectives. It is a little bit more difficult for her to maintain that priority now, as we're going to see Supa moving towards the Ezreal here. So back towards a bit more of standard stuff here for MDK. Though, of course, we could see the Renekton go mid again. Who knows?
Yeah. It's definitely a flex pick, and they will probably hold it until the very end of the draft. I'm expecting the support pick to be fired on 4, and I like the Akali ban. It would fit fairly well with what PSG is doing already. It didn't seem like even the Renekton mid slowed Maple down significantly. I do think that game 1 could have been completely different without that incredibly clutch Rel ultimate in the top side by Alvaro in that game 1. So understand why the Akali was banned, even though it was defeated last game.
Yeah, I mean, it lost, but it was still, I think, the best performing champion, you know, from PSG. So was doing really well. Aja obviously was getting a lot of work done on the Udyr as well. LeBlanc going to be the ban, interestingly enough. So they are very concerned about these really aggressive, you know, assassin-type champions. Obviously, LeBlanc kind of plays more like poke unless you get monstrously ahead, and then you do start just kind of one-shot people. But a lot of burst here. I love the solo lane plus jungle pairings here over on the MDK side. Viego needs that first kill, and it becomes an entirely different champion. With Renekton and Syndra, with Ezreal ult over the top, you have the ability to get these 100-0 burst kills to get those resets for Elyoya, where he can take over a team fight, take over a game. As we are going to see the hover of the Ahri, which obviously would make sense alongside that Vi. It's one of the most classic pairings here with the jungler, all about being able to get in on those low mobility backliners like the Syndra, lock them up with the Vial, follow up with the Charm, burst them 100-0, and we'll see if that's going to work out here for PSG.
I am not surprised by the Ahri pick, and I would expect just a hard engaged support to come in at the end for Woody. Leona or Rel, kind of just depends on what he feels most comfortable with, and it's Leona.
Yeah, it's going to be the Leona. I also think it's a nice, as a little bit potentially of a takeaway from Alvaro here, just because Leona ult is so strong against the bullet time. It's so easy to actually stop and interrupt the MF ult. So if the Leona kind of just sits on ult, it's very difficult for you to get that full channel bullet time. Of course, a Rel can get in and still interrupt you there, but it is a little bit more difficult. You're kind of more reliant on that.
Poppy's looking so nice if he wants to pull it out.
Yeah, Poppy can be really strong. Obviously, a little bit higher risk, higher reward champion, you know, if you do play it perfectly. But Rel, I just think, is queen of the supports. It's like, this is the strongest pick in the game as far as support is concerned for my book. So I do think it is really strong. You know, it's going to give them that strong engage, the strong setup here to be able to go into a fight, get that first initial kill, get the Viego the resets, and look over to try to take over that game.
And I think if we look at the team compositions across the board, MDK is absolutely about burst and reset the Viego. So much front-loaded damage, which will mean that they do have to play fairly clean in the early game, because if they do fall behind in their solo lanes, the Renekton Syndra is not good to sustain damage. It's so much upfront burst. If Woody's Leona gets a little bit ahead, can actually frontline, it would be much more effective for PSG. But overall, not a huge criticism on the MDK 5 champions, mainly because of the 5 champions that they are against. There's no super tank, there's no Sejuani Ornn type frontline that would be able to stand up to that burst long term.
Honestly, I think they have pretty similar drafts, you know, as far as like what the champions want to do, as far as how they play out. Of course, Ezreal and MF, I would say, are like the most different, but, you know, Viego, Vi, kind of similar class of champions. Ahri, Syndra, kind of similar class of champions. I do think the MDK have a better scaling comp, because Syndra, obviously, once you get all the stacks, does scale up quite well, and Ezreal can be very difficult to lock down in the late game, especially with Cleanse, as I do believe I saw Supa take. But we are heading on into the second game here. This is a best of 3, of course, so Matt just need one more win here to be able to punch their ticket to the Swiss stage at Worlds. PSG going to be looking to see if they can begin their road to a comeback here with a win against MDK.
MDK 3-0 in the play-in so far in terms of games. They 2-0'd on day 1. They're up 1-0 in this series. And we do need to see if we're going to see a swap. I'd say neither of these team compositions look like they would need to swap, but you do need to keep track of what MDK does in the early game, because they've been swapping a lot so far at Worlds.
Absolutely, and we're going to have to watch out for our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Elyoya versus Junja was quite explosive in game number 1. Elyoya doesn't have a jungle item, by the way. He hasn't bought. So hopefully he recognizes that pretty quickly, or he's not going to be able to clear the jungle. So that could be actually pretty problematic, and he's not going back to base, and I think no one on his team is hitting tab.
Okay.
Unless this is like an interface mess up, and then, you know, my bad, but...
Yep. A lot of times you would wait to ward and then recall and swap your sweeper item, but we're now 115.
It's getting too late. He doesn't know he doesn't have an item. He's not going to be able to clear the jungle.
That's not good. That's not good, Azale.
That's really tough. I mean, especially if he starts solo, he's going to realize it really quickly. As soon as he starts solo, he's going to be like, oh, God, I actually can't kill Red Buff, or if he can kill Red Buff, he's going to have to base after.
Well, he won't even get level 2 off
yeah,
of
because
Red
he won't
Buff
get the bonus
jungle
XP.
item.
Exactly. So he is starting it, and as far as I can tell, it's not a UI error. He just forgot to buy the item, so he is going to be struggling here.
Yeah, I'm watching the Red Buff battle. It's close.
The Red Buff is actually kind of...
No, it's going to win.
Red Buff has hands.
Yeah.
Red Buff has hands. Elyoya's got to get out of there, and that is a rough start, to put it mildly, here for Elyoya.
I've seen better. I've seen better jungle pass from Elyoya.
I have as well. Wait, he didn't buy... Okay.
Yeah,
that actually made me so nervous. That just gave me anxiety. For a second there, I thought he was walking out. So now we have to see what this is going to mean for us the game, because Jinja has some information on this. You know, they did actually spot that he had no jungle item, as long as they were paying attention.
Exactly, like if a tree falls in the forest, did it actually fall down?
They spotted him. So they should, if they hit tab, they would have seen he had no jungle item and known that he couldn't clear. So now I kind of want to see what the response is going to be from Jinja, because if he just full clears and then bases, like nothing really...
I think that's what you do.
Nothing really happens, you know? So we'll see if it actually ends up being much of a big deal here. Of course, if you do get invaded, it's very problematic, as you know, Vi could go up towards the top quadrant and just kind of take that for free, but we don't necessarily know if PSG, you know, hit tab, if they did get full vision of it, and if they are going to react to it.
Yeah, they could go for an invade. Unfortunately, the Renekton Syndra have such strong prio in both solo lanes. I mean, even Mirwin might be able to disrupt the Vi around the blue buff if he decides to really deep check.
Yeah, he is going to be able to walk up there. The ward over the wall from Jinja will be able to at least give him that intel, as Mirwin is going to be just heading back up towards top lane.
He didn't see it at all.
Doesn't actually spot him. I'm not sure if he can see the spell effects in fog there, because there are some weird things with the spectator client. And I know you can still see like people hitting Baron and stuff if you just pan over to it, so it's possible that he got that information. Either way, they should have a good idea of where it is. And at the end of the day, Elyoya is behind, but it hasn't really been a big deal. Supa, though, in some trouble, is going to shift back to safety. Nice trade in, won't result in too much more, as Supa was low on mana, is going to be forced back here, and PSG going to take a slight edge in the bot lane as a result.
I mean, they'll get the slight advantage on this trade, but they were getting pushed in. Mirwin was pushing in Aj's Gnar. Fresskowy was pushing in Maple's Ahri. They had 3 lanes of prio that they were probably going to be able to play around with this Viego. So I agree with you. It's actually not a total disaster. Right now it's like 6 camps to 7 once Elyoya clears this.
Yeah, I mean, if he double scuttles,
it's actually not bad at all.
No.
Even with the double scuttle, it's going to delay a little bit his ability to start the jungle again. So actually not as big of a deal as it could have been.
Yeah, I mean, if he got invaded and lost all his camps off of something like that, then it's an absolute disaster. But in this case, it didn't really end up mattering. Of course, he's behind tempo. He could have been in a better spot. Maybe could have looked for a gank, whatever.
Yeah.
But that's not where we are, and it's not anything catastrophic for Elyoya.
But is he tilted? It's a bit of a legitimate question, because it's
I think he's probably
big,
okay. You know,
now that he's through it. Now
exactly,
that he's through
it. Yes. If you forget to buy a jungle item and you get invaded and you die, then yes, you're probably tilted. But that's not the world we're living in, so he's okay, and he is heading down towards bot side, and is looking for a potential play here. Jinja is here. And it's going to be the jump for Elyoya. Misses with the Spectral Maw. Jinja going to go back, though. Charging up on the Vault Breaker. Not going to elect to go in here. So Elyoya will be able to clear out the ward. Jinja moving up towards his Raptors. And it is going to be just 1 scuttle apiece. So at the end of the day, they both do get that 7 camps. Fresskowy gets the information that Jinja's over on Raptors and is just going to head back and continue trying to bully out Maple, who is getting relatively low. The Charm going to miss. Can he hit with the Scatter? He hasn't actually let that rip just yet. Waiting for the cooldowns on the Q, which is back up now. Maple definitely starting to hurt in this 1v1. Already has used both his potions. Fresskowy sitting on both potions. He's just chilling. Nice little slow down. There's a flash forward. Great cleanse for Benny. Was so fast, but it's not going to matter for Woody. He is not safe. First blood grabbed by Elyoya. Jungle item be damned.
And now he feels good. If they're actually able to win the bot 3v2 this early on the game, Vi has made no meaningful impact, and he's able to get that first blood. That completely slingshots you back in the game. I'd say a misplay there by PSG as well, though. Betty takes the cleanse, and then Woody dies with his flash up. Kind of lets himself get chain CC'd by the Rel. So I think that was an avoidable death there for PSG, and they're going to be feeling the pressure now that they're down in game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Woody maybe just misreading the damage, saying, okay, you know, you already used the Spectral Maw there, the cleanse is out, okay, I'm fine, I can just kind of tank this up and then walk out, but does get burst down and is problematic for him. Jinja will try to respond back on the top side with these grubs. Doesn't look like there's going to be much of a contest just yet. Maybe on those later grubs there will be, as Alvaro's over here. Woody did have first move, but Maple has now hit 6. Junja is not 6 himself, but is now pretty close. So if he could get to 6, they can start to look for a play. Will be the 3 grubs basically for that first blood, but of course MDK going to be really happy to take that trade.
Yeah, Junja's Vi will hit level 6 fairly quick, especially with the extra experience he gets from those grubs, which will definitely create playmaking opportunities for him and Ari, but the map has really just not been in good states overall for PSG. Getting pushed in all their lanes, not really getting strong aggressive trades, and Elyoya's in a decent position here, but it would be a little bold to try and close the gap onto the Gnar unless he hops forward.
Yeah. Be a pretty difficult play to pull off, and Elyoya has no flash, did use it on that previous play, isn't 6, so no access to the Heartbreaker. So not going to be looking for it, as Mirwin just kind of trading back and forth here. It's so much about move speed in this matchup, so both players are rushing towards those tier 2 boots, and Mirwin just kind of trying to threaten that, hey, jungler could be here, and it is going to mean that he misses the cannon, and he's losing not any experience, but he is losing some of that gold, which obviously is going to hurt him, as you'd love for Aja, if you're a PSG fan, to be able to kind of create an advantage, be able to be a threat in the side lane, and Gnar wants to be kind of in that bully position in the 1v1.
Elyoya really playing defense here, maybe hoping to turn something around, because they didn't even have River Prio there. Maple was out of vision, so it could have been a 4v3, but he's just waiting there.
Yeah, and they are both 6 down, both junglers, so pretty even as far as the experience is concerned. Elyoya reveals himself. Alvaro going to flash in. Not going to be able to actually catch Betty. Very quick on the reaction there was Betty. Earlier with the cleanse, this time with the flash. Has the reaction time to be able to get out, but of course, does mean he is going to be without that summoner for quite some time, so could be dangerous. And Junja knows it. He's not sure, is Elyoya still around? Is he still in a brush? So he feels he has to actually protect Betty, allow him to push in this wave.
I really like that, going flash for flash as a support, especially when you're a Hex Flash user. Completely worth it to get that out of Betty early on, especially with all the other stuff they have to close on him in teamfights.
Exactly, and I think even more so, with Grubs coming up here in 2 minutes, the first 3 went to PSG, they may want to actually try to fight for it, and then all of a sudden, you're an MF walking into a team fight there with no flash, and flash is available on Mirwin with Renekton, it's going to be available on Elyoya, so that could be really difficult for PSG to actually go for if they wanted to try to commit to the 6 Grubs.
And if game 1 was any indication, Grubs is the place to be.
It is the place to be.
Yeah.
Or not, depending on which team you are.
Thinking back, it's a little bit surprising this is the first Grubs that wasn't a massive team fight. Game 1 showed huge swings in both the first and the second Grub fight, with MDK winning the first and PSG winning the second. A much more muted early game here, most likely because Elyoya was a little bit stunted at the very start of the game. Didn't allow them to play around their 3 lanes as Prio as much as they've wanted, but they've still been able to recover, and he's actually ahead of the Vi in gold at this point in the game.
Yeah, nice little sidestep there on the True Shot barrage by Betty, and he's going to let it rip on the ult. He has to cancel that, and Super looking for the outplay, going to flash forward here, and he hits the Q, and he's got the kill. The flash advantage makes the difference. Super just iced him in the bot lane.
Super and Alvaro have played so well here at the World Championship. The bot lane of MDK has been the highlight for me. Huge plays earlier to get the flash out of Betty, and then Supa capitalizes with that 1v1 kill.
Yeah, that was really well played there by Supa. The flash forward to guarantee the Mystic Shot, gave him enough damage to pile in and finish off Betty. Tried to make it happen in the 1v1, couldn't quite do it. So more advantages going the way of MDK. They won that first game. They're now 1.3K, 1.2K, excuse me, so ahead here as that does shift back end for us. Mid lane, very, very even, but it has always been, every time we kind of pan over, Frescowy is winning the trades. Frescowy is bullying out on Maple, and we haven't yet seen Maple and Jinja connect for any sort of play. No. And you really, when you do get access to those ultimates, want to start making plays with the Vi, with the Ahri, getting the lockdown, getting those flashes out, getting that punish. We'll see if this is going to be the place for them to do it, as Frescowy's down on bottom side, has TP, as is Maple. And this could be a bit of a repeat of that previous game where Jinja is kind of up here by himself. The team now is rotating over, but Elyoya, Supa, Alvaro already all here. And it could be difficult for them to enter, but they're going to look for a potential engage here. The TP now coming out from MDK. Frescowy's there, and as is Mirwin.
Maple's not.
They're going to need Maple, or they're going to have to just trade for plates on the bot side. So they need to make a decision and make it now. But I feel like PSG, having ceded control of the river, need to just let it go and try to play for something else. Mirwin even has TP though, so he can even TP towards bot if they need to try to deny plates. But it is going to be the Grubs going the way of MDK, not even one for PSG, so they're not going to get any sort of Void Might spawn.
Good job there by MDK to have 5 people up towards Grubs. Maple will get 1 or 2 plates, which will help close the gap against Syndra. I gotta say, PSG does not look very comfortable.
No.
I'd say ever since the poor fight in the top lane in game 1, it's been all downhill from there. They were kind of starved out in all of game 1. They completely pivot their draft here. They were gifted a jungle advantage off level 1, do absolutely nothing with it, are losing all 3 lanes, don't really seem to know when they want to fight. They do seem out of sorts.
Yeah, and I really do wonder if that's just playing around Betty's flash, though, you know, to give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're just nervous about that. Aja going to look forward. Nice scatter of the week. The flash forward. And the Meganar against the wall, layered in by Woody. Woody's taking the tower, and Frescowi's got nowhere to go. Woody survives. PSG find a kill on top side. Now it's Maple versus Mirwin. Not going to be able to force out the Spirit Rush there, as Mirwin just took a nice little trade, but Maple able to even the score.
Well, there we go. That's the type of play you do actually really want to see. They see that there is just the Syndra up there. Able to get that kill on a Syndra, and likely several plates is what they needed.
And now the flash off of Frescowi. It is really hard to play against Vi and Ahri when you have no flash. You are so vulnerable. So could give PSG the edge moving towards this next potential objective. Betty trying to play for that mid prio, but of course Supa doing a great job there, and Alvaro comes in to be able to support. Betty still working towards that Bloodthirster here. Needs a little bit more gold, but we can see the first item completions are starting to come through. You know, Sundered Sky, they're already done for both junglers.
If they know that Mirwin's alone, they could 3-man dive this potentially.
Nice charm, good chunk of damage.
No wave though.
Mirwin will be able to survive, and he does back. Alvaro tries to interrupt with the ignite, but unfortunately it wasn't that last half second of the recall, so can't actually get it. Went to Worlds instead of a honeymoon. Worth.
That is the honeymoon.
There you go, exactly.
Not instead of.
All right, now Mirwin in trouble. It's a 1v4. They didn't want to go for it with 3, but they definitely do with 4. No chance of an outplay there for Mirwin. He's down.
He got the wave, though, which is actually going to save that turret and a lot of plates. Meanwhile, Frescowi's free hitting that top,
for a dive
and Betty
here.
has flash.
They're wrapping around onto Betty. Are they going to go with it? They force the flash. The crash down doesn't connect. The ultimate is big. They're softening them up, and now Junja is here. And the flash forward knocks up 2. The ulti to follow over the wall from Woody connects. PSG punished that dive. Huge.
They are back. It was so hard to manufacture the plays needed, but they executed dive top lane, they executed dive bot lane, and they defended dive mid lane. So that's triple plays in succession that all go positively for PSG, turning what was a 1,000 gold deficit into a 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, that's massive. They're going to be able to grab the dragon off the back of this here too. Aja pushing up in that bot lane, will be able to shove it in before going back to base. Some great plays there from PSG, but how about that Q flash from Junja? That was sick. Ends up connecting it on both members. Perfectly placed here, as we can see it one more time.
Yeah, watching here, Betty times his flash very well. MDK is going to want that back because you want one, either the rel or the... Yeah, watch this flash.
That was really nice. He lands the Q over the wall and then able to follow up.
And then kills Elyoya. Basically, Elyoya and Alvaro, you'd want one person to burn the flash and then the second person to land post-flash, but they burn them at the same time, which made Betty's flash very efficient. And then it's just a total disaster after that for MDK.
Yep, definitely feeling good about that, but the coach is definitely looking pretty reserved. Obviously a lot of stress over there.
A lot of stress.
The expectations were high. They were feeling very confident coming into this event. And a lot of the PCS experts were telling me this is the best they have ever been, that this is, you know, they're poised to be able to make a big breakout event here.
Yeah.
But not having the dominance that I think potentially was expected from them. But if they're able to battle back here against MDK, if they're able to win this series, people won't really care the way that they did it.
Exactly. Game 1 would be quickly forgotten if they're able to win game 2 and 3 and moving on to the Swiss stage.
Oh, they're looking again. Betty in trouble. No flash now as he's locked up, stunned up, and he is burst down. Alvaro going to be traded back. Not bad. Does get the 1-for-1. And we can see 5 members of MDK here around the mid lane as Renekton is there as well. Everyone coming. They're going to lose the tower bot, and they are going to be losing some experience on the other side as well. But at the very least, they drop the Herald. They're going to get a charge on the tier 2. They get a kill, and they do get that tier 1.
Softened up the tier 2, but decide to have a fairly low use Herald there.
Oh, Mirwin kind of caught out here. We'll see if he can get away. It looks like he has enough support there from the rest of the team, so the chase will not continue from PSG, but they're just back to playing here around mid lane.
Game definitely got a lot more tense. There's a lot of confrontation here around this blue buff after the mid lane
Aja
play.
is feeling confident to flash forward there with the Hex Flash from Alvaro. Can't quite catch him as he was warded out, and he knows it. As they did back off, immediately sweeps out the ward.
Yeah, I mean, MDK's tempo is so bad right now. Everyone has been on the map for a long period of time. They grouped 5 mid, and then no one was actually able to reset except for Supa. So PSG is going to be grouping on this mid wave and looking to take a lot of damage off the mid turret. Not to mention Maple's poking Elyoya out, and they kind of see where everyone on MDK is.
Yeah, Woody scrapping here on the side, and Alvaro caught out again. He just has the Hex Flash. That's not getting you out of there. The crash down just might, but no, Betty is there with a bullet to the back. Finishes Alvaro.
And that's the tempo advantage. PSG seems like they're back into their comfort zone. They pulled that play off successfully. Maple's able to teleport and catch a huge wave in the top side. And this is more the type of PSG you were kind of expecting to see coming into the World Championship, because expectations are the damnedest thing, right? Like PSG and the LMS or the PCS hadn't made it to a quarterfinal at Worlds since 2015, the last time Maple did on Flash Wolves. And then because they had such a good MSI, because they were so clearly the standard for their region, and because they'd shown improvement from spring to summer, the expectations ended up shooting way high. And I can absolutely see that making them a little bit nervy in these games. So I think a really, really crucial next 13 minutes, because that could be the difference between getting swept against MDK or really kind of finding their form, figuring out the style they really want to play, and possibly winning the series.
Absolutely, and Aja having a really good game here. I think he's been moving around the map well, utilizing his pressure well, and he's now created a 1.6k gold lead for himself there on the Gnar. Going to be difficult for Mirwin to actually deal with in those side lanes at this point. And Maple just playing through side lanes, hasn't really been very active. He hasn't been able to actually pair up alongside Jinja, but they've been playing through sides well, and they're just kind of slowly eking out these advantages. It is now just above a 2,000 gold lead, just about 2.5k in the advantage there for PSG as MDK head up towards top. They are going to be spotted here by Jinja, and Woody is there as well. MDK has been grouping pretty heavily. They realize PSG are going to look for fights, they're going to look for scraps, and they want to be ready for it. But there is a cost if you end up over grouping. You're going to be losing experience, losing minions in those side lanes, and it can become problematic over time.
And this is probably the biggest lead the PSG has had in the series so far. They were pretty close and competitive in game one, but it was usually Mad with the slight lead. Then there'd be a counterattack and it would go to even. But PSG now, they need to kind of execute their game plan. We were very slow to first Drake in this game, with it being a Cloud Drake and with the high priority being put on the Grubs, but that is going to be the next thing on the docket for PSG. It's trying to get some of these waves under control and start stacking Drakes.
Absolutely. The turret going to be dying on the top side. No one going to be able to grab the local gold, so not going to be as big of a reward as normal. Woody there spotting out Alvaro as both supports are aware of each other's presence in the area. Of course, when it is Cloud in the Ocean, Hextech as well as Infernal Soul, both available. Those ones are really big ticket items. Elyoya trying to fight for vision here with the rest of the team, but PSG have 3 down on the bot side. Asha's moving down from top, and Betty's still just trying to control middle, so they are a little bit split up.
MF has big-time items right now. Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster completed, but this Drake is getting low fast.
Yeah, Jinja, it might just be a flip, though. They're actually going to look to try to go for it. It is secured there by Elyoya as he was pushed back by the True Shot Barrage.
Gnar timing.
That's a nice little poke there, but Aja goes in. He gets knocked back by the Scout of the Week. The stun lands on Frescow. He flashes out to safety. Aja jumps back. It's Elyoya in trouble, but Jinja can't finish him off. Mirwin was threatening on the side, and that was enough to get the team to safety.
Whew, Frescowy out with such slim margins. It looked like it was going to be a massive Gnar play. Not only does he slow it, he also gets out alive. That could have been huge for PSG, but Matt, not only get the Drake, they don't suffer any deaths.
I think that was a beautiful Scout of the Week. It had to be that actually pushed Aja back as he flashed forward with the Mega Gnar, was trying to slam him in the wall, didn't quite have the distance. We'll see if that's what happened.
Yeah, so they decide not to flip, but they have perfect Mega Gnar timing. Watch the Scout of the Week. He gets him post-flash. Perfect timing. Yes, there is a stun, but it looked like the Leona ult was slightly off, didn't chain the stun onto Frescowy, and that allowed him to flash to safety.
I mean, Aja fully whiffed on his ult after the scatter. He didn't even hit anyone. So, that's a big time play there. And it's very reminiscent of Alvaro's play in the last game, stopping Maple on that shuriken flip with his ultimate, pulling him out. It's these big time plays in these little moments that can really change a game, because that should have been probably 2 free kills for PSG and potentially even more. Maybe they take away some, some objectives as Jinja. Okay, he hit the Baron, but I was assuming that was an accident. Aja does have his Mega Gnar here. We'll see if he can actually clear out this wave. Doesn't look like it. It's going down too fast. MDK overload the side lane, take down the tower, and it's Maple on top side trying to respond as the rest of the team are controlling vision around that Baron, but honestly, at this point of the game, it would go down so slow, so there's not much threat. Elyoya stepping forward, feeling confident. Does have to back off after the initial little chunk of damage there on Junja.
Yeah, I guess he's completely fine since it is just a Leona Vi, but seemed a little dangerous after both his solo laners were just shown bot lane killing a turret. Wanted to hold the bit of vision in his jungle, unable to do so.
You can see a lot of key items coming through here, especially on PSG's side. The Storm Surge as well as the IE are both completed. The Seekers, though, going to be bought up by Frescowi. I think that is a much-needed item going in towards Zhonya's here. You can immune the Vi ult straight up, and that is so important to be able to stay alive against that combination. Of course, doesn't always guarantee you will survive, but it can often guarantee the opponents have to spend so much to kill you if they want to do it, that the rest of the team can clean up. And I mean, Supa having a strong game thus far. He's on 2 items completed, and if you spend all of your resources trying to kill off Frescowi and he just immunes it with the Seekers, Supa could easily take over a fight.
He absolutely could. Still going to be an uphill battle here for MDK in this game too, as they don't have the strength to hold the vision here in the jungle, but they seem to be pretty confident holding these tier 2 turrets.
Yeah, and they do have 2 wards over by the Baron Pit that were missed by PSG, so honestly, you can sweep out the jungle, but they're not going to be nervous as long as they do have those wards over there. MDK pushing forward here, Maple on the side with Junja, but we know that Ash is down on bot side and doesn't have any Mega Gnar bar built up, so I don't think MDK is really that worried about any sort of a TP play, as Elyoya and Frescowi snaking around on the side, maybe trying to find an angle here to come in from behind as Maple going to be pushed out. They're going to flash forward, and there's the crash down, there's the Magnet Storm, and there is Maple dying by the Baron. MDK pull the trigger, and it's who else who does it but Alvaro.
Let's see how much more they can get, because if they can chase down Vi, they might even think about Baron. It's a really nice play there. They had 5 people mid. They knew they wanted to make a play. Aja was shown on the bot wave, and the chase continues. I mean, he's on the wrong side of the map.
Get out of the Heartbreaker, but it's not going to matter. Supa comes over the wall. They're going to be able to finish him off. The delayed kill onto him. Maple's going to be up in 20, but I think that's maybe more than enough time for them to start this up. Gnar just actually popped Mega Gnar as well, so even if he TP's in, he's got no threat in this team fight. MDK might just be getting an uncontested Baron in 23 minutes.
Okay, Maple is up in 6 seconds. He has teleport. Even with the Gnar being exhausted, he can teleport in as well. I do not think this is going to be an uncontested Baron.
We'll see. Alvaro on the side. Remember, he has no flash. He has no ulti. The TP's going to be coming in now from Maple. Aja just got back to base, and he's going to be joining up as well. The Baron down to 5k. Woody looking for an angle on engage. He flashes forward. There's the bullet time. It gets nothing, though. Woody on the side. They're onto the back of the Frescowi is down. The resets are coming through. Maple's looking for Alvaro, trying to chase him down. He gets the kill. Supa, they haven't leashed it. They can just stay over here. Junja's coming back, so they can just hold this for Junja to get back here. Elyoya needs to get back over to the Baron. They do have the wards over the wall, so they have vision on it. And Supa's trying to soften them up, but Junja's back. He has no ulti, remember, but he does have the flash. It could be a flip here. Flash is available for Elyoya, but no Heartbreaker. Mirwin comes in, and the health bars are getting too low. Supa is just destroying them in this Baron pit, so the Baron will finally reset. PSG stave off disaster, but MDK makes sure that they can't get away with anything more.
What a wild sequence that was, because I think MDK might have been able to finish bursting the Baron. There was no jungler there for a Smite contest, but they would have risked getting wiped. Then, I feel like PSG, if they were not in an advantageous spot already, would have flipped that Baron. Because I think that was closer to a 60-40 or a 70-30 flip with the 5v3 that they had.
Alvaro just hex flashed over, and he didn't know that they were there waiting for him.
They have more people,
but Junja's going to get turned around on the crash down into the scatter. The jungler's dead again, right by the Baron.
Yeah, he hex flashed over because he had his whole team behind him. Meanwhile, Junja and Maple are 2v4, yet opt into the fight.
Oh, Elyoya's wrapping around. Maple doesn't know that they are actually behind him. If he gets spotted, he could be in trouble. Now leaving him ward, does get back to safety. Woody, Aja, and Betty need to try to hold the line here. MDK trying to sweep out the vision and get the push up through top. Mirwin is over there, has the minions coming. Maple's scared to actually walk up. He doesn't know if anyone's behind him. Supa's just pushing in through mid. MDK reinforcing their top laner. 3 members walking up here. Maple has to stay far back. He knows if he gets stunned up, he will get burst down 100-0. Betty now with the team, chunking out Elyoya. Elyoya could be in some trouble as Woody goes in on Mirwin. They're going to jump in. Aja's about to mega out. This could be huge. The bullet time is massive. It tears Mirwin apart. Alvaro falls as well. It's a double for Betty. This fight back and forth, but PSG taking a big advantage now, and we'll see if they can claim the Baron finally.
I mean, it's the same situation they were in last time with it being 5v3. Elyoya technically could think about stealing. He just has absolutely no vision, so it will be the Baron Drake trade going in the favor of PSG.
PSG find an angle there to really punish. Betty really playing with the limits there, stepping forward, realized Elyoya is not in a position to turn on me, so he got such a big chunk on Elyoya and pushes him out, and then Woody finds the perfect engage there alongside Aja. This was picture perfect from PSG.
And this is 5v4 in terms of who's out on the map, so that's why MDK is a little bit overconfident, but you can see with how wide their spread was, 2 players top, 2 players jungle, 1 player mid, it leaves that window for a 4v2 to happen in the jungle. So MDK gets sloppy with their split push there, even though they have the numbers advantage, and don't make a unified retreat after taking that top tier 2.
Yeah, got a little bit too spread out, as you said. You know, Frescawi was going up top, Super was coming from mid, and they got caught. You know, they got noticed by PSG. PSG has some really good go buttons there, and great Meganar timing this time for Aja, as he was ready to go alongside Woody, who has been such a key player for them in the PCS. You know, Woody, you know, it's usually not that you talk about the supports as much on some of these teams, you know, compared to the big stars, especially when there's a big name like Maple, big names like Junja, as they are looking. Going to be a bit of a chunk there on a Mirwin, but probably not much more. But Woody has just been so key for the team. He's such a mechanically gifted player. He really has been good at finding those engages, and we're kind of waiting for Woody to show up on form here at Worlds, because you know, we haven't seen those amazing moments that we've gotten used to from the PCS.
Yeah, definitely not. They have been lackluster compared to expectations thus far. 2-1 in their first series, where many expect them to sweep, and then down 1-0 in this series. But their new biggest lead of the day is currently what they have, trying to make the most of this Baron buff. Still feels like it's anyone's game.
Absolutely.
With how many times we've seen them overchase, how well Alvaro has found engages whenever MDK has needed something so far in the play, and he's been the one to provide it.
I mean, both teams have made mistakes, and both teams have been so good at punishing those mistakes and capitalizing on any error from their opponents. As Junja going forward here,
is this too far,
the ultimate. The dominance is there to try to survive, and the Sterix gets popped on the other side. Alvaro trying to get up to his team. Junja's on the run, but can he survive? Aja Mega's out, and he stuns Elyoya into the wall. Another Sterix trying to keep him alive. Heartbreaker to safety. Breaks the heart of PSG there, as neither of them die. MDK getting pushed back, but it's not a kill for PSG.
That was dicey for PSG. It was a temporary 2v4. They call that a fast play. They were trying to get the kill before the rest of MDK could make the move up. They do end up getting the mid turret off of it, because when Mad was moving up to defend Mirwin, the mid turret ended up being not defensed, and looks like Maple might have been able to get a pick, but again, he's completely alone, doesn't want to make the
they're looking for Mirwin, though. They know he has no Sterix and he has no Dominus. Can Maple find the charm to set this up? Aja's coming. He buys the time, forces the flash there, and the TP from Frescawi. So PSG, good pressure.
This could be the
Elyoya's looking, but he's not going to find anything just yet. Alvaro could be in some trouble. Woody swinging a miss on the Zenith Blade as Maple's on the side looking for more. They get the first reset, flash forward. It's a charm, and it's a kill. Maple takes the game in his hands and says goodbye to Frescawi. Supa's on the run, going to be having to flash out of there. Excuse me, a shift only used by him, as Aja came in with the Meganar trying to put the finishing touches onto this game. They get the kills, and the question is, how much more can you get after it? The wave is coming here through bot.
Maple makes the clutch play happen on Ahri, but the standout there for me was Betty's damage. He is fed, he's not allowing Rel to step forward, and Alvaro died. Huge, I mean, he's finally contributing to the Rel Death Fund for the first time. I apologize to the European fans, but there are positives here. They can still win the series. The Rel Death Fund can still increase.
So all those people with the Rel for most deaths in their pick'ems can be a little bit happier about that, as again, this slowdown on the MFE was so problematic.
Really, and just you can see as soon as the aftershock goes down, he literally evaporates, and Maple at that point, even though it is kind of a 1v4 with how he goes in, has the Storm Shirts, have level 16, point blanks the charm onto Frescawi and makes him disappear.
I mean, the E-Flash is just so nice. There was no way for Frescawi to be able to react, so he doesn't get out that Zhonya's. He knows, if I go for a max range charm, it's going to get Zhonya's, it's going to get Stasis, maybe I overextend. Instead, he nails it. He hunters to zeros him on that play, working towards that fourth item, and Betty already has his fourth items. He gets a rapid fire now done. So the burst from Betty is already really high with the ultimate, but now if you step a little bit too far forward, if he just gets a Q auto on you, that is going to be so problematic for a lot of these squishy MDK members.
Absolutely. I mean, even just one long-range Leona ult into
Woody
bullet
is
time
going to spend the ulti. No one is there, so asserting his dominance, but not accomplishing too much more.
So they're still not completely comfortable because that's not the type of play you would normally see Woody make. Really trying to end this game knowing that they have an advantage and not wanting to throw it away.
MDK, though, down on that bottom side. It's Elyoya that is closer to the Dragon here. They already have 2. He's going to be working towards 3. If you give them this, then you're giving them a win you know, on the map, and you're giving them a potential out to take this game if they can get Soul. But PSG now coming from base.
Well, the Renekton is caught in the top wave, and Friskawi Syndra needs to defend as well. So it looked like there would have been a small window for them to move in for Drake, but ultimately just not enough vision, not enough knowledge of where PSG is.
And PSG plays it smart, plays it safe. You know, no one just face checked in where if Betty's walking a greedy way, maybe Elyoya can get a pick. They get the information that it is going down as Maple is going to have to back off. He knows that MDK has information. His team is all on the bot side, so he's got to back out of here and play it safe until Woody can regroup with the team and drops a pink in the Baron pit. That is the next target here. It's going to be spawning in 20 seconds. And MDK are going to have to make the decision, are we willing to fight for something like the Baron? Because one lost fight here, and that is going to be the game. They are pretty far down. Maybe would prefer to try to scale it out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's most likely that Mad is going to try and bait and engage and then hope that PSG fumble it somehow, because this is a pretty big deficit. And the item disparity is going to make the difference. Betty's the one they need to find an angle onto if they want to have a chance.
Yeah, they're going to really need to get him. But he has both the summoners. He has so many items, and the team, you know, is pretty strong around him. You know, Maple, Aja, Junja, definitely not members that you can just fully ignore and get away with.
There's no 100% plays when you're Mad down 8,000. It's definitely a wait and see. Try and find a slight misstep.
Well, they're TPing, so they're going to try to look for some sort of a play. I don't know if they see it in fog. No pings on it just yet. Maple trying to get behind MDK, but they do stay together and they walk out safely towards Mirwin. So PSG commit the teleport from Maple. Don't really get anything for it here. It's a slight win for MDK.
It does push them completely out of the top side here, though, so you can see they're moving in, getting a bunch of control wards inside the red buff. Vi's on red, though. If they're trying to start this fight in mid, it's a little bit undermanned.
Yeah, I mean, PSG, they're going to have to start the Baron, or they're going to have to play more heavily through mid. They want to force out the TP from Mirwin, I think, and MDK, at a certain point, you're going to have to check, and now they get the information that it was a bait. They drop that blue trinket in, and they'll just back out towards bottom side. Again, wasting a lot of PSG's time. They haven't got much done with this bottom and hit being dead.
Really well played there by Mad. Not face-checking when they're in a 4v5 and just wasting time, allowing Mirwin to push out that super minion.
Now they'll start.
And now it's very clear that they've started, so Mad can actually move forward.
But they want to get the TP out from the Renekton. The Renekton is going to TP, but he's TPing very far away. He TP'd just to the bottom side of the river, so they could even potentially try to finish this. It's getting low. Maple threatening on the side. They do have eyes onto Elyoya. Woody in some trouble. The stuns do land onto Alvaro, and Alvaro is just gone. They committed lock for it. The slam against the wall from Supa catches him. He's going to be jumping out of there to safety. Elyoya low. He's trying to run. Mirwin's in the middle of the rest of the team. He gets stunned up by the Vi. He's trying to go back in, but he can't make it happen. The scatter over the wall from Friskawi was nice, but it doesn't get too much done. Elyoya low. The charm connects from Maple. Supa's low. He's trying to get out there. Betty's flashing forward. Can they turn it around? They don't have the damage just yet. Betty stands. Betty fights. Betty falls, but it's PSG that take the win, and it's PSG that are going for the Nexus. 40 seconds, 50 seconds on these respawn timers. I think PSG are pushing us to a third game.
They managed to clutch up when they needed to. They were down in this game too, looking completely out of sorts, but they make back-to-back-to-back plays to pull ahead in the game and then securely and safely build their lead from there. PSG might have just had their best game so far at Worlds.
What a game from PSG. Aja showing up huge, and it's Maple, of course, making the plays on the Ahri. Betty with a great MF game. Nerfs be damned, it doesn't matter. PSG make it happen with their backs against the wall. They're going to take MDK to 3 games. All the marbles up for grabs in this last one.
And one thing when we were discussing who was going to win today, it did feel like a toss-up. So it is fitting that this is going to a game 3.
All right, well, we're going to have that game 3 right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
gives you wings.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good.
Here we go again, man, I'm on another one. Don't wait up for me, man, I'm on another run. Yeah, I hear the streets calling, I cannot ignore it. Walking on the border, feel the devil on my shoulder. Talk to me nice, I ain't got a lot left. Talk to me right. They remember when I used to walk in the light. Now I got a little bark in the bite. I've been on the verge of self-destruction. Never been this close to me erupting. I'm on the ledge, I'm seeing red. Don't think they heard what I said. Mr. Goody Two Shoes, about to pew pew. Kill him in a new suit, man, I'm too smooth. From the light to the dark, from the truth to the lies, play a part. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. Yeah, yeah. I threw away the halo, never gonna be an angel. I'm more keen and able. I've been a since cradle. Build different, homie, you could go and check the label. I'm 100% raw, underrated. I'm related, I'm the greatest. I'm the hero and the villain, you can pick a favorite. I'm the one that everybody said he couldn't make it. Now I'm on a mission, I'ma try to win my enemies and they gon' hate. Hate is just the love when it's intensive. Dark is just the light without the sense. And loneliness is you without the friends. Click, giving up for me is too expensive. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. You better run. Yeah, I tell the world, never label me the same. I feel nobody could relate. You can't box me in the day. I'm breaking chains, I'm in the raid. And that's just me, just me, just me. Don't box me in, it'll get interesting. Cause you don't know the pain that I'm wrestling. I'm a renegade when I ain't resting. That means all day. You don't wanna test me, this ain't all play. I could be the warm breeze on a cold day. Or the one you gambling with after a parlay. Yeah, but that's just me, just me, just me. Don't push me unless you're feeling lucky. Or you gonna turn this into a must-see. And I don't wanna go there, trust me. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a
Baro, why you play so much better here than in the scrims?
It's more fun, you know, I'm more enjoyable.
More fun, que hijo eres. I don't have jungle item.
They're softening them up, and now Junja is here, and the flash forward knocks off two, the ulti to follow. Oz is about to mega out. This could be huge. The bullet time is massive. Staples on the side, looking for more. They get the first reset. Flash forward. It's a charm, and it's a kill. Maple takes the game in his hands.
Welcome back to Worlds 2024 here at the play-in stage, where MDK and PSG are tied up 1-1. Winner moving on to the Swiss stage. Be a fast ascension, but of course, MDK sent back to the drawing board after a kind of chaotic game 2.
I mean, that game, it can entirely be summed up by the fact that OUI didn't buy items. That snowball effect was just too much for MDK to recover from, and that's all we really need to talk about for the majority of this. There is no way that
That feels
MDK...
very disingenuous to that early game they had, Robert.
Yeah. Look, it was MDK's game to lose in a lot of these situations, and they definitely threw it away. They had these early leads, they found leads again back at different moments, but consistently, PSG were finding them, catching them on the overextension and bringing it back, and I think that goal graph there in the post-game breakdown shows it all.
Definitely does. I think a chaotic, a messy game. So instead of dwelling too long on the context of this game, I want to look ahead towards this game 3, right? It's not an elimination match. The loser will get a chance against the other group to still try to qualify for Swiss, but it'd be so much better for both these lineups to secure it right here, right now. So when we talk about what needs to change for both these teams, especially for MDK after that game 2, what are we looking at in terms of adaptation?
Well, really for me, like I think they definitely need some more stability. Like their drafts have been fine. You can definitely do some tweaks here. I think this was a little low on engage and a lot of pressure of us on Alvaro to try and find any of these. Of course, you can look at a Cinder Scatter, but so often, like, some of that has to be used as peel. And yeah, they are over ego. We get a little bit of the MDK. We know that when they have a lead, sometimes they're not always so clean with it.
Yeah, and I think there was also kind of like just touching on the engage comps. This was something that we didn't see from them in the LEC as well, where they'd take these early leads and couldn't really find wins because Alvaro was on a Braum. They didn't really have these engage tools. And I think you can see they look way better when they have those definitive tools, but we just didn't really quite get them.
Yeah, but those over-eager moments that you're highlighting.
Absolutely.
Like, we saw it as we came back from break, but we can watch it one more time here. MDK clearly really want to kill this misfortune, but it costs them, I think, a lot more than they had initially intended.
I mean, Betty just had a target over his head for the entire early game, right? It was in the bot lane, trying to go for his summoners again and again and again, and then really it's just Junja coming in here, finding 2 people with this. This looks insane, by the way, that just finally gets PSG back into the game. And I think this was something that they really needed because they had lost track of that early game.
Yeah, completely. And I think this is where, again, on this play, you can see MDK have made the good play, but they're trying to get more. They're trying to be greedy in the way that they're pathing over towards the Baron, and this is the big turnaround moment for PSG, where they get these double kills, they get the Baron, they really start to settle into the game, and then it's a way cleaner performance from PSG Talon than what we've seen from MDK at all in this series. So
yeah, and honestly, I think Mabel really needed to get some of those resources. Like, you picked the Ahri Vi combo. What does that combo usually want to do? They want to kill their Syndra in the early game. You want to play around this pick potential. They didn't have time for that at all. So the fact that then in the mid game that Mabel starts getting these resources back, he can then look for the flash charm. He looks for some of the follow-up afterwards in the engage that made it so much easier. And of course, can't forget Betty on the misfortune. His job isn't really that hard. The piece is already laid out for him.
Yeah, but credit to him for coming back in a game where he spent 90% of the game without both summoners up.
It was not fun for him.
Cleanse or Flash was down for the entire game, I feel like. They took so many sums away from this guy, but the Mabel point is an excellent one, right? And so now when we look at PSG, while they did win the previous game, while they do, probably have a little bit more momentum, a little bit more confidence, it wasn't flawless either. So what is it that PSG need to do to make certain that if MDK clean their play up a little bit, that they can still bring home this win?
It really has been the objective setup for me for PSG Talon. The fact that they are consistently late, whether that is what we saw this game, oh, well, we want to get IE for Betty, so now we're late. Or, oh, Aja hasn't really got into position yet, so we're late. Or all these different things that are coming consistently across the course of the series. If you can clean that up, you're going to be in a much better position, and you should. When you have a roster with the veterancy that it's here, like Junja was on EDG when they won Worlds in 2021. When you have Maple, who has been here since 2013 Gamania Bears, like, this man has consistently gone to the world stage. Like, these are the people that should be stepping up and grabbing you by the scruff of the neck and pulling you into groups, but we just haven't got that yet.
Yeah, for sure, and it's not even just from when they're behind and the objective setup wasn't there looking for items, as you said, Rob. It's even when they had their own leads. Yeah. They still weren't the first people on the objective, or they were the one making a mistake. And I think they have to step it up now, right? You think back to last year's Worlds even, it came down to the qualification map. PSG Talon up against BDS. They actually get reversed by BDS of all teams as well. So this is a moment where you don't have to go through these struggles again. You clean up that early game where you clearly have extremely gifted players to play off of. You should be good going up against MDK.
And it's this interesting matchup where you have so many rookies on the side of MDK, but they're on home soil. They're in a studio they've played in this entire year versus PSG, back in Europe, right, having an opportunity, maybe on uneven footing, but with so many more years of competitive experience between them.
I agree, and I think this is where you kind of have that home comfort versus what has been an international comfort for a lot of these guys. Like, we've seen Betty, we've seen Woody, like, these are guys, even a lot of them have gone like to play in the LPL and play on big stages over there as well. So there is veterancy on PSG talent that needs to step up. Corgi even being the coach of EDG when they won Worlds in 2021, or assistant head coach. Like, this is what you should be relying on in PSG talent. But maybe the 4 rookies could just do it.
Hey,
You know, maybe that's the story.
It all comes down to this final game. It's not elimination, but it could be, or is qualification for one of these teams. We'll see who can make it happen as we head into game 3. Let's send it over to the casters.
Thank you very much, everyone over at the desk. And yes, it is not elimination on the line here, but it is qualification on the line, and you definitely do not want to go down to the lower bracket where you know anything can happen. It's such a breath of relief if you can actually just qualify right here.
Yeah, so the loser of this series will play the winner of one of the series tomorrow, which is the 100 Thieves versus Hawks series. So there is an extremely dank timeline where 100 Thieves and MDK play for the final spot in Swiss.
The NAU Classic.
As dank as it is, neither one of those teams want that. They want to just be through with the play-in.
Yeah, absolutely. And 100 Thieves has to win our series before they can actually, you know, play the loser of these series. So we'll see. MDK, all eyes on PSG, and PSG, all eyes on MDK as we head into Champion Select, powered by Omen HyperX here for the final game of the first series here today. MDK obviously taking game number 1, but PSG looking a lot stronger in game number 2, and I have to call out Aja. I feel like his Gnar game was so impressive in game number 2. He was in the right place at the right time. He's moving around the map well. Really did handle the pressure well, you know, when they were down in this series. But of course, for MDK, they talked about it on the desk. This is 4 rookies and Elyoya. Yeah. It's a lot of pressure for yourselves. Yes, it is nice to play at home, and there is some comfort there, but there's also the pressure to then perform in front of that crowd to really give a good showing to your fans, and that's something that they're going to have to battle against.
Absolutely. They're back on the blue side, and Aurora was left open. They instantly lock it. They had been the ones banning out Aurora, so that was the plan they have going into this last game. Probably going to be a mirror win, Aurora, but we don't know for sure.
Does mean, though, Skarner is up and available. Remember, when it was PSG on the blue side last game, MDK banned Skarner on red to make sure they didn't give that away. So this would be a potentially really big power pick here for PSG, but they're thinking through, do we actually want this? Are we okay going towards this? Do we want to go something else? And they are going to lock in that Skarner. So some big power picks traded back and forth. I would expect this to be an Aurora top, but it can be Aurora mid as well. That is definitely flexible.
Man, I definitely have some qualms with PSG and holding the same 3 bans throughout the entire series, especially trying to inform with the way the last couple games have gone. I think you should be really okay giving Mirwin another Renekton or Cassante type champion, just with the way that they've been able to play around side lanes and start fights on their own terms. But they stick with the same bans throughout all 3 games of the series, and they do have very comfortable champions for themselves in the MF and the Skarner.
And it's hard to deny. You can't say that, you know, they couldn't have won game 1 because of the draft or anything like that. So, right, you know, there obviously are mistakes that are being made by both teams, you know, nerves being shown, whatever you want to say. And both teams are going to look towards that and say, you know what, we just need to play cleaner. We know we can play better. You know, Elyoya, you know, he is experienced, and it's not like him to make a mistake like he had in last game. You know, forgot to buy his jungle item. Obviously, that didn't end up really being a big factor because he then was able to recover. He got first blood. You know, there's all these things that were working well. But both teams, I think, are going to be confident with their read thus far. Supa going to be locking in the Ezreal once again, and Elyoya will go to the Jarvan here. So, looking for that MF. The MF, we saw Betty running for his life last game. It's going to be more of that this game, where Aurora has great pick, Jarvan has great pick. There's so much backline access. You can get Cataclysm with the Ezreal ult reaching you in that backline. That is terrifying. But I will say, Orianna is one of those picks that really can punish overcommitment to one target. But it is going to be the LeBlanc that was banned out last game. So Maple very clearly has a different read than I think a lot of people thought was going to be the read coming in. There was so much talk about Orianna, Syndra are going to be the 2 blind picks in mid lane that everyone's going to be looking towards. You know, Yone, obviously, if you're looking for a mid lane physical damage carry, would be really, really popular. Instead, he's going towards Akali, he's going towards Ahri, he's going towards LeBlanc. He's playing these really aggressive, high barrier to execution type comps. And we have to see what he can get done, because Skarner is not exactly an early game powerhouse by any means. It's more of a scaling jungler. And if you don't have that really strong pairing and LeBlanc can't be bullying lane and making things happen, often whatever the enemy mid laner is going to get more value.
It absolutely can, but I will say Maple wants to have the game in his hands. That's just how they've found the success that they have found so far at the play-in stage. The very first game he played, he was Tristana. They fell behind. It felt like he couldn't do anything. Then he goes 3 straight Akali games, wins 2 of them, tries a bit too hard to win the third one with his overextension here in game 1 of this series. Then so many clutch charms at the end of the last game, and now again on LeBlanc. So it's to me, it's about him just wanting to have the playmaking agency, even if I think it's incredibly risky to pick LeBlanc like this.
Yeah, absolutely.
With so many champs still yet to be picked. We don't even, it's essentially a blind LeBlanc pick, and Frescawi can play anything into it.
I will say though, no point in click CC on MDK just yet, right?
Not
So,
yet.
you know, there is bans towards some of the poor supports. They're going to take away the Leona, very likely here. It's a good pairing with the MF, and again, talked about it last game. A bit of a denial pick as well, because that's something that stops the MF bullet time so well. And it does mean less point and click CC onto Maple. I wonder what they're going to draft for, because if you have no point and click CC, LeBlanc really can run over your team. It can be so frustrating when you scale later into the game, your cooldowns get low, you distort forward, QRQ, you're just poking people out non-stop, and it can be really, really frustrating.
Well, there's no Nautilus ban. Support Maokai seems a little too bold. They end up locking in the Alistair. It's close to being point and click with the headbutt pulverize combo onto the LeBlanc.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get that with something like a Q flash to set it up, can be pretty strong. If you do go for a max range, you know, WQ, well, he can just distort back, and often can respond to that. So we'll see.
Another Vex.
Vex
Another Vex
is a great response. It did not work out for Quid whatsoever, but this is really considered a strong counter pick. You have the fear, you have the lockdown. LeBlanc goes forward if your passive is ready. You just pop the W, that shield, and you get that AoE fear immediately down on the LeBlanc. This is the kind of pick that you need to then get that set up, because now all of a sudden, if you go in, you get that fear, well, the combo is coming through from Alistar, you're getting flag and drag knocked up, you're getting burst down 100 to 0. Nasus would be spicy, but I don't think we're going to get it. We'll have to wait and see what the lock-in is going to be.
It's Corki.
No, not locked in. Whoa, okay.
Yeah, it's Corki. It's probably Corki top for Aja.
Yeah.
Range into the Aurora to try and not get bullied out on a melee top laner.
I mean, he already brought out the Vayne, so we know that he has the confidence to do this kind of stuff. This is a guy who is known in the PCS for being a bit of a crazy player. He'll pick whatever he can think. He'll play all kinds of different range carries in solo queue and practice all these different wild picks. So he's a little bit like Mirwin in that way. So we'll see if Aja can pilot this well. I'm going to be honest, I have no idea how this matchup goes. Aurora versus Corki is not something I have actually watched. I'm assuming that they are just going to be more fighting for the wave, and Corki is just going to look to push and scale and kind of try to not really necessarily interact with Aurora, who does have a lot of mobility and a lot of ability to actually dodge out from the Floss Bombs, which is where so much of your early power is, because you have the W for the Invis, you can hop away from that. The weirding as well jumps you back, you can dodge Floss Bombs with that. So I think Corki would struggle in the fights, but if Aja can just push, can just, you know, use that to be able to kind of find a way to scale, well, then all of a sudden you have 280 carries, you have 2 frontliners with CC, and you have Maple who can maybe play 1-4, and then you're kind of playing this more standard style that I can see them really succeeding in. But by the same token, if the Corki gets preyed on by the Jarvan early and things go bad, this could be a disaster.
It's also been heavily nerfed. There's been 40 damage taken off of his missile barrage at level 16. There's been early game nerfs to his phosphorus bomb. I think it's a very risky 5-pick here, and it does continue the trend of PSG sticking to the champion identities that they are used to playing and not necessarily playing what the latest flavor of the patch is. It's going to be a fascinating game, because to me, the Aurora Vex is a double AP burst combo, which unless you win the game by a lot, I've seen fall flat on its face so many times, because any little bit of magic resist just doubles up your ability to counter both of those champions. So I think MDK is being really bold with these picks. It's not like Mirwin and Frescawi have had dominant series. They've been generally behind in both games, and it's been the Mad bot lane that has been able to carry them to victory, so they need to perform.
Absolutely. I mean, even when you look back to last series, it was about these great early game performances from Elyoya on the Nidalee. It was about Supa on the Jinx playing so well. Alvaro has been so good through all the games for the team. You know, he really has been a consistent standout. So we'll see if Mirwin and Frescawi can really step up and help to get their team over the finish line. I gotta say though, Betty is just gonna have a nightmare game, and maybe this Corki is kind of unironically a little bit of that backup AD carry, where if you're saying, you know, Betty, they're gonna be putting everything in on him. If you overcommit onto Betty and Corki is just sitting there free firing, then all of a sudden things could look pretty rough for you.
It's true. Betty wishes he could take 2 flashes. I like that he's picked barrier instead of cleanse, just because he knows if he gets
cleanse
hit,
death jet.
Exactly. There's just going to be so much unavoidable damage that goes on to Betty throughout the majority of this game.
This is a lot of the early game power though here. You know, you pop the E, you just walk forward, especially with Electrocute, he's even able to proc that there over onto Mirwin. So did get a really good trade, already forcing out that first potion here, and it's not going to get Mirwin back to full. Of course, there is some sustain in the kit here. If you're able to connect with those spells, you're going to be getting a little bit of passive sustain.
So let's talk about this mid lane matchup, because we saw this yesterday. We saw Quid play Vex. We saw Quid die 9 times on Vex.
We did see that.
And
I wish I hadn't, but I did.
And we saw them lose. But I will say it is a traditional pick into LeBlanc, partially because later in the game, if anyone lands CC on LeBlanc...
Oh, look at Aja. That trade is massive. I don't think he expected him to just go Valkyrie level 2, but go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, definitely not. But basically, if you land the CC on LeBlanc, you land the Vexar, a lot of times you'll be able to follow through whatever dash LeBlanc has away and get the one-shot. It failed yesterday, in part because Quid played poorly, but also because he just fell so far behind. He got ganked twice early game, and then he was a 0-8 Vex flying in without items. There's an invade, though, going down to this Jarvan.
Yeah, Elyoya is going to get the bad news, or perhaps going to be able to stop whatever is going on. Junja, they're thinking about a dive here, and Mirwin, he is level 2 here. Mirwin in a lot of trouble. We'll see if he can outplay this. Aja trying to close in. They flash in. They stun him against the wall. Beautifully played by Junja. He is going to go down for it, but they are denying quite a bit of these minions here. We'll see how much Quid is lost. They did lose a cannon. He's going to lose at least 2 range, so I definitely call worth on that, especially because Corki got first blood. Now down on the bot side. Woody going to get knocked back there. Supa trying to get a bit of a trade to even the score here on that bot side. PSG really happy about this. I mean, this is now a recall with just that Dark Seal bought up for Mirwin, and Aja is going to have probably a pretty big buy. He's going towards the Hex Shrinker, which I think makes a lot of sense. You called it out. You're double AP burst champions.
I wouldn't even be surprised if Maple builds a Verdant Barrier at some point, even though it's a little weird on the Blanc. Just like one little magic resist item for everyone nerfs the majority of MDK's team comp. And that early gank, as long as Junja doesn't fall too far behind and get counter-jungled by Elyoya, that's going to be worth it. But he does lose a ton off of that. He died after skipping multiple camps, all for his top laner to get the kill.
Yep, and that's that trade-off, right? You know, you're sometimes sacrificing your game as a jungler, and then the person that you're sacrificing your game for has to make that worthwhile. They have to then play with that advantage and really pay it off, and if he can, then hey, it's going to be really worth it. Maple gives the information over to Junja that Elyoya is going to be taking away those Raptors. He, of course, is on that bot side taking the scuttle, and he does have his Gromp to go back towards MDK. Pretty healthy on the bot side, so there's likely not a look for a dive, but he can come and take away one camp of his own, so Junja doing just fine here. And
really nice.
If Alvaro gets too low, there's maybe some sort of a look.
If he can secure these Kruggies
nice
and
little
then
trade.
Back away, that's fantastic for him.
Yeah, this is actually getting a bit dicey. As Woody's going to flash forward, does trade flashes. Alvaro, really quick response. If he didn't actually get his flash off in response there, I think he likely dies because Junja could have come around from the side and actually scooped him up with the E into the wall. So Woody looking for the aggressive play. PSG playing with confidence so far in this game number 3, but Alvaro's mechanics equal to the task. Very fast flash there to react.
This whole series has been a roller coaster. Game 1 was very back and forth.
Boom, by the way. I'm not sure how his...
He doesn't have TP either.
I'm not sure how this state in top lane got so bad, because he is Deadum. Mirwin all of a sudden has, you know, he has a worse buy, but he has a much better lane state. Betty gets caught, and Betty is in some trouble. Going to be having to use the barrier there. Hits him with a thumbs up. Unfortunately, Alvaro didn't have that flash. He couldn't actually flash in to force out that summoner himself, but still, nice play by Supa. They had him warded out. They do punish on the recall here.
Oh, we see a Woody gank up top lane. He's not spotted yet. Mirwin does have flash, but he's not going to expect him to be here.
Yeah, you would not expect him to be behind you. Use the Hex Flash, and now he shows up. Mirwin potentially in some trouble. Elyoya going to try to get up here, trying to buy some time.
He's 6.
Does have the ulti, goes over the wall, but Junja is there and waiting. Slams him into the wall. Nice attempt at escape from Mirwin, but it doesn't matter. PSG, bring the extra men.
Oh, that first pick, Aurora, is getting punished so hard. He burns everything and still dies. It all starts with Woody, but then just really, I'd say, fortuitous positioning by PSG, covering every possible escape route, hitting level 6 and all dashing over that wall to flash. you're going to feel so clever pulling that off until a Skarner is actually waiting there. That's incredible.
I mean, that's frustrating. There's just nothing else he really could have done. You know, this is great pathing from Woody. Used the Hex Flash to get into the pit and then went all the way around him. Really clever play on that vision. And then Jinja, yeah, I think, you know, maybe a little bit of fortuitous positioning, maybe a little bit of anticipation on where he could go.
Or they're just geniuses, you know?
But either way, it works out for him. And now it is going to be Mirwin down on the bot side, laning against Maple here. Well, Elyoya still farming very well. Obviously has that slight gold lead over to himself. It does take 3 Void Grubs. Jinja and Maple looking to punish Mirwin once again. They know he has no summoners, but Alvaro is here. Now they see him, and they are going to call off the dive.
Nice being able to steer on Skarner. Definitely saves them from inting under the turret mercilessly. I think they've done enough so far to put Mirwin down, and they do need to turn their attention elsewhere. They'd like to be able to start out this Drake, but they do not actually have a numbers advantage, so they have to play carefully here.
Yeah, Supa in a lot of trouble. Aja gonna flash forward, and you have to think he's got it with the big one. He does. Nails him with it. Gets the solo kill in the top lane. The Corki is paying off big.
It's looking incredible so far. Nerfs be damned, 42% solo queue win rate be damned. Pro Play is a different beast. He gets the early game shove into the dive. They return the kill, and then with the way MDK has been playing this series, needing Supa and Alvaro to carry for them to win, having the Ezreal get solo killed by the Corki this early on in the game really limits their options.
I mean, Corki is going to be really problematic here later on, and let's watch this one more time. As Aja finds the angle, had a 2-level advantage, and Supa messed with the wrong Corki.
I mean, he electrocutes, he lands on top of him, he just Foss bombs on top of him. The true skill shot he landed was the last rocket. Everything else was really just point and click. He knew he was stronger and just simplified the game by getting right on his face.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an overextension from Supa. He's a little bit too far up, and Aja knew his power at that point of the game, had the 2-level advantage. He says, you know what, you messed up, I'm going to go for it. Is rewarded with the kill and does have that 2-kill lead here. Up 700 gold, is the biggest advantage in the game by a pretty significant margin. And Corki, as we know, is a pretty big late game beast. Of course, there have been nerfs, but still, Corki still does what Corki does, even if it is a little bit weaker than before.
That's one of those things with these champion nerfs, as Mirwin is thinking about getting a pick onto Betty. It's one of those things with those champion nerfs. Once you get a few early kills and you're kind of in the moment, you end up not feeling the nerfs. The nerfs are more felt in the games where you can never get off the ground.
Exactly, exactly. You know, the 700 gold lead he has is going to add more damage than the nerfs took away, right? So it's exactly what you're saying. You know, he's already in that good spot, so it's not going to be too big of a deal here. But at the same time, the game very, very close. Only a couple hundred gold here separating the two teams. And we did have all 3 Grubs going the way of MDK. Elyoya off to a pretty solid start here, and Frescowi has been laning well against Maple.
And for as much as we've talked up, as Mirwin just takes a bunch of damage on the turret, as much as we've talked up PSG in this early game, this has been an incredibly up and down series. You really never know where it's going to turn next, and there's a ton of pick potential on MDK. So if PSG gets a little bit too aggressive trying to push their lead, or more importantly, over pushes in mid lane, that's where the turn is going to happen, because generally speaking, Aurora in pro play, the biggest use I see for it is punishing AD carries on mid lane. You can cover so much ground from the river to the mid lane into locking that AD carry down, and maybe even throw a Vex ult on top of that if they're collapsing in the right way, and that's going to be their way back into this game before you have Bloodthirster or like any type of magic resist item that Betty picks up to become less burstable. Before those things happen, I think is where Matt is going to have some of their windows.
Yeah, no, I mean, I definitely agree. And there's also always that chance where, you know, LeBlanc goes a little bit too far forward in a fight, you get feared by Vex and you get 100-0, right? I've seen that happen so many times, similar to Lissandra in the old days when that was the counter picks, and Maokai and all these champions that can land that CC, lock you down. MDK, lots of support from the crowd here today, and of course every day when they do play here in the LCS. 14 hours, that's some commitment, and we'll see if MDK can reward you with the series win here for the travel. But PSG gonna have a thing or two to say about that, looking to claim their spot themselves and upset the home crowd.
The small advantage that Mad talked about playing in their home studio gets more nullified the more that PSG gets to play on the stage, if that makes sense.
More comfortable,
I feel like PSG has found their comfort throughout this series. I think they were even uncomfortable on day 1 when they played against Pain from the CB LoL. Had some very jittery moments. Someone called them throws in game 1 and game 2, but in a very small amount of control early on here in game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. PSG looking pretty comfortable. Skarner also can be difficult to play into, you know, for champions like the Vex. You know, you're going for that ultimate. You fly on in. If you get ulted up, you can get locked down.
Oh, we have Grubs.
Very difficult. Grubs here on the menu. It is Frescowy very far away. He is walking up, and we can see Supa is actually playing for mid lane prio. PSG have first move. They're going to be able to get this. It looks like they're just going to call off the play. MDK think, you know what, we don't have the positioning. Let's not risk it. Mirwin is going to be forced over the wall there by Aja. And slow and steady, the Grubs will finally go down. You can see Junja hasn't even used his smite, so there's no chance that Elioya can walk in and just like steal one away for free. So it is likely to be another game with no Void Mites.
Yeah, another trade. I actually really like MDK not going for that. They didn't have first setup, and they're able to get a full wave and a plate for Frescowy. Keeping the Vex ahead of the LeBlanc in the curve of the game is actually incredibly important, something that Quid was unable to do yesterday.
Oh, Junja did allow himself to be spotted. He stepped out of that brush, and so Elioya immediately walks over behind Mirwin, so there's not going to be any sort of an angle for a dive. It does keep that safety, though, for the Corki. Ward expires, but not before actually spotting Junja. I'm not sure if he's aware of that, but both junglers are recalling, so probably neither one really cares to stop their recall to actually interrupt the other.
Let's look at some of these items coming in, though, because I think the timer is very real for MDK. We have Bloodthirster completed, so Bloodthirster plus shields for the Misfortune is going to be very important. You also have the Hex Drinker completed for Corki, and magic resist items or just a ton of health, as you see on the Skarner with the Heartsteel. So the only one that's really burstable right now is Maple, because he's the one with no magic resist items. But overall, the durability is starting to stack up for PSG.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the Heartsteel actually, you know, even with the Aftershock, you know, almost always, you know, when you see Aftershock, that does signify that they're going to go towards those support items, but he is going for more that kind of greedier scaling build. Feels that he is going to be able to get a lot of value out of that, as Maple playing around on the side, looking to push Elioya out, but Elioya unperturbed by the threat here of that LeBlanc. Does have the Ludens completed, so the damage starting to ramp up here as they are pushing in the wave. And Frescowy on the move, trying to lay a bit of a trap here for Maple, who is aware that he's been spotted, but even if you're going for this sort of trade, if you can't kill him, you're just going to lose your wave. So the trade not really meaning too much, but Woody in the pit right now. It could be a fight over the Dragon. Junja getting a bit of damage down onto Alvaro there. We can see Aja as well as Mirwin up towards that top lane. And we'll have to see if either team has the confidence to start the Dragon up. For now, it looks like no.
Yeah, I think it's a stall, mainly because Aja has teleport, Mirwin doesn't, yet it was Mad that controlled the river. So both teams have to be afraid of doing the thing, and we end up just running back to lanes.
Can be difficult to be first starting that Dragon, of course. Maple doesn't quite take that tower shot. Excuse me, it looks like it did follow him after he distorted back. Junja now feeling confident to start this up as MDK on a recall. Junja will do this quite slowly as the Skarner, but does have teammates around if he needs them. Betty has push in mid, and they do a push with Maple in bot, who now ticks over to level 11. Those ultimates so important for LeBlanc as you get higher and higher level, especially once you get up to 16. The CDR gets so low on that ulti. That's when you can really start becoming that really frustrating poke champion, softening people up. And if you're really playing it well with the Corki, you can potentially knock people low enough that they can't even find a fight. As Aja looking to get behind Mirwin here, we do see he's
suspicious.
He's spotted now. You can see the pings did come out. Woody's up in the area, but so is Alvaro, and is going to spot him as Elioya takes the Herald, and they could look to try to drop this up top.
Got a lot of people up here. Maple is going to like to take that bottom turret on his own, so PSG might just decide to back away.
Yeah, there's 5 here. I mean, they have to back away, I think, if they get this information, and they did with that ward in the Tri-Brush, thankfully for them. It is a turret taken down on bot side, and now that ward, again, getting so much value, spots Supa moving down towards mid, so now they can actually move back in. They don't even have to give up the tower.
Really nice patience there from PSG in a much more measured Game 3 than we've seen in either Game 1 or Game 2. Pressure's on here. Just a reminder, winner goes to the Swiss stage, and that Corki has a huge advantage on against Mirwin's Aurora. I think also this snapshot was from 14 minutes, so Maple getting that solo turret in the bottom lane actually does put him ahead now by the entire value of that turret and the wave he took. So he's like 600 gold up on the Vex.
Yep, 623 gold ahead.
So both solo lanes ahead once again.
It's also very interesting to me. I think this can be quite risky. Maple elected not to go Merc Treads, so no tenacity does mean if you do get caught by that fear, pretty much guaranteed you're going to be comboed with CC and you're going to be burst down. So this is high risk, high reward. I'm not saying it's objectively wrong or anything like that, because of course Spell Pen is valuable. You can really threaten Frescowy, Supa, Mirwin as well, who all have, you know, very little or no MR at this point. But if he gets CC'd and dies 100-0, that's a way in for MDK, and it's definitely a lot easier to do it. Oh, has to flash out of the Vex ulti. And that's Betty now with no flash, which is going to mean next objective gets it that much more difficult.
He's definitely going to be a target. He's going to have big shields, though. He will be pretty difficult to take down, as Skarner is going for a play onto Alvaro. He's kind of alone.
He's just trying to actually stack up the heart seal, it looks like, but
What
he
is he
really
doing?
overestimated his strength here. Gets knocked away, but Junja just gives him a freebie. MDK will take it. Woody has to flash out as well. That was a bit much there from Junja. It looked like he just wanted to get a heart seal stack. Didn't think they could mess with him. Maybe didn't realize how many MDK members are in the area, but that cost them so much. It's a flash of your support. It's you dying. It's your mid lane tower.
Oh, double charge if they want it.
To get a tiny bit of health, and they're going to get the charge in here. Aja is in and around. Maple trying to get some damage down, doesn't quite have enough, and the Distort is going to be forced back there by Alvaro as he goes for the combo.
So, interesting little interaction there. They didn't take advantage of it. They could have had the double Herald charge, because if you run into the Herald as a turret's dying, it's actually going to get another charge after you crash it. So they could have hit the turret, jump back in, hit the turret again, and killed it, but they decided to back up.
Maple going to look for Mirwin. We'll see if he can find it. Goes between two worlds, tries to snap back, was hit by the weirding, so slows him up, does get out of there. Nicely done by Mirwin, who is very squishy on this Aurora. And Maple likely would have had him if it was any sort of extended fight. So Mirwin definitely using that discretion, better part of valor in this case, to get out of there.
So I'm sure a lot of people are wondering, what was Junja thinking? It must have been some level of just get a Heartsteel stack because he thought it was safe.
It's
but
very satisfying. When you hear the sound,
so bad.
The sound is very satisfying. It's
now
crazy
they're invading
dopamine.
his Gromp.
Yeah, Junja gonna land the Impale onto Alvaro, not even actually having to pop the ultimate until just now. Maybe waited too long to do so, as Aja is chasing after him. He has the flash, is he gonna have to use it? Now flash is way too late. Alvaro makes a big mistake, and now Supa's caught. Maple is there, the cleanse comes out. Can he actually get out? Maple trying to finish him off. He doesn't have the damage, he's gotta wait for the spells. The True Shot Barrage doesn't actually finish him off. He gets over the wall, the Ignite is there, but he predicts him. He gets the kill. Junja trades it back though. Now trying to go forward. What a scrappy fight there. Supa with the outplay on a Maple makes it a little bit more even.
What a save there by Supa. This whole time, Mirwin has been free hitting this top turret and is going to recover himself a bit in this game by getting that solo gold. It really felt like Junja was a little bit out of sorts, but they turned that around so well onto Alvaro. The game is completely neck and neck now, Azale.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Alvaro really wanted to hold on to his ultimate. He thought he could walk it out, thought he could actually get out of there without spending the resources, but got way too greedy. And you can see, if he just pops the ult early, he probably just walks out of there no problem, but instead he waits so long. Aja gets him incredibly low, then he pops in, it's too late.
Yeah, I think it was definitely meant to be a steal and run away. He's also incredibly close to escaping this, except the auto attack was already queued to follow him. And then Supa with such a narrow escape on the back end. First off, he misses the center of the Leona ult by like a frame, then dashing into the pit and just waiting for Maple to pop over for that execute on a sliver of health was so clutch.
It was really nice anticipation there as Alvaro now trying to find Aja, who does have to flash out of it.
Stash.
So nice flash, but it is that resource down. It's just great prediction from Supa. He knows that he's going to try to come over the wall. He knows the angle he's going to come from. And if you don't predict that, you're dead. So why not take the flip? He is able to find him. Great stuff from the MDK AD carry, who I think has been playing so well for them. Was massive in the last series on the Jinx, and now 1,000 gold ahead of where Betty is at this point. Has the 2 kills. He's in a position to carry. MDK have basically drawn the gold right back to even as Frescowi takes the tower down on bot side. Mirwin, nice little chunk of damage out onto Maple as he took the top lane tier 1 as well.
Yeah, some interesting stuff happening in this game. Maple hasn't necessarily done much on his own, but he's gotten 2 turrets worth of solo gold, so he's now hit his Storm Surge and is going to be looking to pull off a lot of assassinations.
And that's great if he can actually make something happen in the fight, but if you give him all this side lane gold and he just gets CC'd up and dies, then it's not really any value.
Yeah, I would definitely have liked to see that gold going over to Aja if you're actually able to decide which player gets the solo time in the side lane. Maw completed, he already has the kills. He's more who's going to win you the game when you're thinking sustained damage versus burst team, rather than just like a burst guy against a couple other burst guys. A couple things that I have qualms with that, not to mention, I'm okay with the Sork shoes, but I would really love just, so many people aren't willing to do this against double AP, just 1 null magic. Just sit on it, because it would reduce their damage by so much.
Especially when it's these burst champions that it's like, if you survive the burst, you can really change that fight. Aja, of course, has no tier, so he's not scaling up in that way. There's not going to be a Muramana or anything like that coming in. So that is going to throw a little bit of a wrench in the gears as far as the scaling is concerned. But, of course, Corki's still going to be pretty strong in the late game. Mana can become a little bit of an issue when you do these types of builds, so maybe actually going to need things like blue buff or even like an Essence Reaver or something later in the game, but we'll see if there is one of those games where it becomes the long kind of standoff fights where you're poking a lot, because that's where this build could be problematic.
Ooh, Maple missed the start of that chain. Otherwise, I think that was a kill, or at least a forced flash onto Frescowy. I'd say PSG should be in control, but I don't think they necessarily feel like they're in control. That's a little bit based off of Junja's earlier play on Skarner. But they are able to move in and bully their way to clear some vision around Baron.
I mean, the game is really on a knife's edge. Honestly, I think it's just going to come down to the plays. Who's actually able to show up in these fights. It's a couple hundred gold, either way. Yeah. And there's so many X-Factor style champions. Can LeBlanc find that pick? Can Frescowy get a reset and burst someone out? Find a good angle to get in on Betty and kill him off. Anything like that is going to completely change the fight to the point where I don't think the gold or the items really matter that much. Everything is close enough that it's just down to execution. And you're waiting for that player to really show up in this big moment here and secure their spot in the Swiss stage. Both teams looking to do it. Of course, this is the final game of the series if you are just tuning in. Whoever loses is not out of it. They will have another chance. Alvaro gonna get caught, pops the ulti, but he pops it too early that time and gets stunned up by Woody's ultimate right after. Unfortunately, didn't have the timing. It is a freebie, but will they have the confidence to actually start the Baron or do anything with this?
I mean, that's the type of stuff that can decide these series. You could see Mirwin showed on bot wave. There was a brief numbers advantage for PSG, and they had a lot of abilities to pull the trigger there. I don't think they're getting anything out of it this early on into the game. I'd also say the scar tissue from how this series has gone is affecting both teams. You don't want to just start Baron when you have the advantage and look to peel, because that's gone wrong much more than it's gone right today.
Oh, Junja looking for an angle. Frescowy, wise to his tricks, is going to back it up there. You can see Corki taking the blue buff down on the bottom side, so not going to have to worry about mana for quite some time. Both these mid laners are going to be very explosive if they can land those full combos. Both of them playing the double buffed items on this patch. Ludens plus Storm Surge. Storm Surge so much stronger now. It's way easier to proc. This item is incredibly powerful. And there is the Verdant Barrier.
There it is.
There you go. As well as an additional little bit of MR there over on Betty, who did grab a Null Magic Mantle. Some MR even coming out on Woody. So
they did it.
Your wish, is there
They did exactly what I wanted them to do. It looks like Skarner's going over for Sterix Gage as well. The only last thing, which I know they can't actually do at this point, is I would have liked to see supportive items on Skarner this game. Since their carries scale so well, if he goes Knight's Vow as his second item.
Just like Locket is so good against this kind of burst too.
Yeah, 2 Lockets might be overkill, but probably not, honestly, because Woody's going to have his soon. Junja could have his already, but they built MR on everyone. That's more than I see a lot of the time. So it actually makes them a lot stronger in this game and kind of makes it so MDK have to play that much cleaner.
I'd just say it's more pressure on Supa, but it's someone who can take that pressure, and we'll see if he can really carry through in this game. He's been great thus far, is in a good spot here on 2.5 items on the Ezreal. If everyone's building MR and you're the sole real physical threat, then that's great for you. We'll see if he can show up and really make it happen here for the team. Has done so already a number of times and looking to continue with that. Aja, though, coming off a great Gnar game, is set up for success on this Corki and quietly scaling away. Level 15 on both the solo laners here for PSG. They have that XP advantage, and they're going to look to use it.
But I think we're going to see our first big fight here. How important is the Jarvan and the Aurora ult going to be in the river? And crucially, can Vex land the ultimate onto Maple?
Oh, Maple, the Q flash! He gets caught out and he gets feared up. Is he going to go down? No, not just yet. The ultimate comes through. They finish him off. The bullet time over the top, and the Impale comes out. Frescowy's in trouble. Frescowy is down. Woody's down on the other side. It's Aja trying to make it happen, but it's Aja with no chance in hell. Alvaro with the massive play. It's the Q flash, finding Maple and deciding the fight.
That might be the series winner. They get the CC onto Maple, they land the Vexar, and they actually get the burst down. They're going to get a huge lead off this because nobody's stopping this Baron.
What a play from Alvaro has been so good for the team. You talk about those X-Factor champions, he was there to make it happen. Maple took a lot to kill, but he had no offensive contribution to the fight because he's always on the run. The Locket nearly kept him alive, but then the Cataclysm came for him from Alyoya. It was great stuff there from MDK, and let's watch it one more time, Jet.
Maple trying to get some pre-fight poke
in. Look at that.
But it's so fast that Alvaro gets that CC. It's chained with the Vex CC, and then Oyoya comes in over the top. And then, yeah, at that point, even though there's been a lot of cooldowns, it is a 4v5, and Aja is only starting to do damage now when the fight is basically decided.
Yeah.
So not only could they burn everything on the Blanc, there wasn't 2 carries returning fire at the end of that fight.
Absolutely, and PSG just not really ready for it to actually, try to get something going. Even when they did get the Betty ultimate out, the Impale came out afterwards. So by the time he actually pulled Frescowi in with the Impale, the bullet time had ended. And now MDK are going to be cleaning up so much on the map, including the Skarner, who's just food for the Lions. They're pushing forward, looking to put the finishing touches on this game. We'll see if they can do it, as Junjin was just way too far out trying to solo defend a tower. You got no shot at doing that, and now they have no shot at defending the mid lane inhibitor. They probably have no shot at defending the top lane inhibitor as well. This game just swung so far in MDK's favor.
I mean, some questionable decisions from Junja. They just need to withstand this Baron. MDK getting a Giga Baron power play off of this one. It's going to be at least 5k gold.
Yeah, it's going to be massive for them. Both those inhibitors are gone. MDK now going to have full run of the map here. They are taking over off of one play from their support. The big star so far, it feels like, at Worlds. This guy has been showing up in so many moments for the team. A rookie here for MDK, but he doesn't look like it.
6-2. Gonna have his 4th item completed very soon. He's so incredibly fed, ahead of the curve, where Betty, even Aja is, despite getting so much solo attention earlier on in this game. And this last swing is just so extreme. I mean, it really did feel like PSG was going to be in control of this game, building a lot of magic resist to withstand that last fight. But then not only after MDK took the Baron, PSG just couldn't even get in position to defend. They were so spread out around the map, and potentially, again, Skarner might be caught.
Oh, nice Impale, though, actually catches out Alvaro. Can they actually burst him down? The ultimate's making him so tanky, but he has gone a bit too far.
Wow.
Junja there turning it around onto Alvaro, does get a kill, but the Baron buff's still here for 30 seconds. Already nearly a 4,000 gold Baron power play there. The gold just slingshotting them into the lead from what was a pretty good spot for PSG from almost the entire game. Now Shojin completed on Corki, so Corki is 16, has those 3 items. 3 items done as well for Maple, and we'll see if he can make something happen. Supa in some trouble. The rocket's landing on the side. The bullet time is there, gonna force the flash. Woody trying to look for more. Can they actually get the chase down? Doesn't look like it. MDK will get out alive at the cost of the flash from Supa.
That ultimate actually could have enough damage, very close. So 3rd inhib is able to be defended by PSG. I think that's what MDK would have loved to have in a perfect world. Now it's about 3 minutes of free farm for PSG as they can continue to scale up. I think the game's at a really interesting point because PSG seems very out of sorts. That's been a huge spike of gold for MDK because they're finding the picks that they need to find. But I'll still say it's not over yet.
No.
If Supa ends up getting caught, then there will be almost no damage to take down the rest of PSG, who's all building a bunch of magic resist. So the gold's only going to be probably about 2k by the time the next Baron will be up. There's nowhere near a soul for MDK. No. So if PSG is actually like really patient, then I think they have a higher chance of winning this game than if they try and contest the next Drake.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I don't think they need to come out of their base for the Drake. You know, the question is, can Maple actually ever get anything done in the fight? I just think it's going to be so hard for him on the LeBlanc.
Yeah.
You really do struggle against these types of teams. We saw it there. It wasn't even Frescowi. It was the Alistar, as Mirwin trying to jump out is able to narrowly avoid the stun there from Woody and get out to safety. Maple has the gold lead for PSG, so if you're not counting him, they're actually even more behind. So he needs to have an effect in this game. He needs to be able to find that big pick, but it's so difficult to do because you need to put yourself at risk to make it happen. But if you do that, you can get CC'd up, burst down, and just like we saw in that previous team fight, if the team is not all there to support you when it happens, it's an instant loss, and it's MDK taking full advantage.
And it also looks like MDK is going to be going for a reset, so their assault of that final inhibitor turret is going to end here. It does leave the door open a little bit. I don't think they could have overforced on that, especially after Mirwin got taken so low. So I do think it's going to be just as we said about that 2,000 gold lead going into the next major objective contest. But it's more about the vision and the way that PSG is actually going to be able to get back on the map. And if they can, that will decide whether MAD move on to the Swiss stage.
Absolutely. I mean, whether or not they want to contest the Dragon. The Baron's going to be up in about 20 seconds after that does spawn, and they definitely don't want to give over a free Baron. So
I think they want to stop the Baron, and they're going to give the Drake. That's probably why Woody's here. They're already getting a little bit of shallow vision in their own red side jungle.
But I do like the MDK are doing it this way. You can just send Mirwin down there. He can just slowly solo out that Dragon, right? You don't even need him. So keep the other members out here to defend Vision, to make the job harder for PSG. Don't allow PSG in to get any sort of big play. Betty, he's pretty far forward. He can actually get picked by Aurora if he's not careful. They have no vision on the sides.
Mirwin's got the flank.
Okay, Mirwin is going to back off. Of course, could have looked for an angle, but the rest of the team wasn't really in position. Now they are, though. Frescowi is there with the team. All 5 members of MDK in the area here, as the Baron is going to be starting to spawn. Alvaro chunked out by Maple. Aja coming down to rejoin the rest of the members on the team. They have some vision on Mirwin, so they're aware that he is there. Betty has got to be careful, but it's a stun over onto Elyoya. Nice buffer on the flag and drag. Junja going to go in, does find Alvaro. He's going to pull back. The flash in from Alvaro, trying to turn around as they impale there. The bullet time comes through, but it's Elyoya going into the back line between worlds. Aja's getting nothing done. He's not even in the fight. He's over the side. He can't do anything, and he's just going to watch as the team falls. Maple goes into the back line, but Supa's alive, and Supa has something to say about that. Trying to chase after Maple. He's on the run. Aja's trying to survive as well. They need to survive or the game is over. Aja trying to get out of there. Mirwin is not going to let it happen. Catches him with the slow, chasing him down. Aja, the last hope here for PSG, as Supa has killed off Maple. That should probably do it, but Aja's still alive. Now Supa chasing up after him. There's just no way out. Supa hits him with the Mystic shot. MDK win the fight, and MDK are going to be heading to the Swiss stage.
What a series by the MDK bot lane. Supa and Alvaro clutched up.
You said it, MDK's key members in the bot lane showing up when it mattered most, being the difference makers for the team. Alvaro with the picks when it all came down to it. MDK outplay in the fights, take down PSG, and are the first team through from play-ins to the Swiss stage.
Smiles all around. Elyoya, such a solid Jarvan game here in the end. 2-0 and 11, giving support to the rest of the team. And you gotta say, in terms of your goals going into play-in, that's job done.
Yeah.
They won both series. They only dropped one game. They got the stage experience. They got the meta experience. When you actually do make it through play-ins, I find you are stronger than if you had just been granted Swiss stage. You just have to incur the risk of playing the games to begin with. So this is a great start to Worlds for MDK.
Absolutely. These 4 rookies here making it happen for the LEC, making it happen for Europe. Can be proud of their performance so far. Job accomplished, first step accomplished. Now we'll see what they can get done at that Swiss stage. But you said it, you're gonna be shaking off those Worlds nerves. You're gonna be getting comfortable in the situation here, even more so than they already were. And they could be really happy about this. You know, not everything went perfect for Mad, but they came out with the wins regardless. So there's things to work on, things to improve on. But you gotta be so happy with the result, especially taking down a team like PSG, who everyone had pegged as one of the big threats here. And PSG, I think, when it mattered most, you know, they just, I feel like they really struggled to kind of piece together what would be a winning draft in that last game. Maple on the LeBlanc couldn't do anything, it felt like, at really any point.
Yeah, I mean, Alvaro did what he needed to do to keep the LeBlanc completely at bay in any of those team fights. I think PSG is going to be extremely disappointed, but as we mentioned before, they're going to drop down to the lower bracket. They were playing 2 days. They will play the winner of the Hawks versus 100 Thieves.
Yep,
so that's going to be a very interesting matchup depending on who makes it through, because we don't know what 100 Thieves is going to do. But I just want to talk a bit more about Mad Lions. I'm so impressed with this team, because the amount of vitriol and criticism and how willing so many fans are to just cast them aside at this first sign of adversity, coming up in the clutch. I mean, a lot of jokes were made about their win rate going into the World Championship. It's 80% at the World Championship.
That's pretty good.
I'm just saying, that's the best one. That's the best one so far of teams that have made it. So will be interesting to see how they move this forward, because I'd say Frescowi, Mirwin want to play better. Supa, Alvaro want to keep the momentum.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can do it. Lore is now standing by with Alvaro and Supa in the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you so much, guys. And Supa, Alvaro, congrats on making Swiss stage. Berlin, please, one round of applause for them. First question, maybe an easy one here, but how do you feel about making Swiss stage, about making Worlds on your first year, everything you achieved so far?
I mean, I'm really happy right now because I think I step up in the game. I had really good games. Maybe the second game was a bit of a shaky, yeah, I would say a bit more shaky. Yeah, but I'm really happy because we can now get to play into the best people from the world, and it's going to be insane the practice, and we're going to learn a lot.
Alvaro? Super, I'm sorry.
I'm really happy because we need to join Mad Lion to make Mad Lion out of playing.
Yeah.
And I'm really happy because this is the final step to play into my idols, the best player in the world, so I'm super, super happy.
I can imagine how happy you are, and I know that for both of you guys, for all the team, but for you especially, Super, confidence has always been a huge thing for you. I know you had some strong words earlier into the year. Any specific AD carry that you're looking for is to, if not facing, proving that you're better than?
I mean, I want to beat, if personal, I want to beat all NA teams. I don't know if the 3 will be possible.
You have been playing phenomenal, both of you. I don't know how much of the reactions on social media you've been able to see, but this series, the first one, everything minus the oopsies, of course, have been fantastic. Tell me about the confidence that you carried on stage and the impact of playing here at the studio.
I mean, I was carrying a lot of confidence. I think one important thing that you can have as a professional is also giving confidence to your team. And when I was feeling that I was in the zone, in the mood, I was just trying to step up and trying to make people do plays. I was engaging without even saying a word, and everyone was following, so it was way easier to play the game as well.
Moving forward, moving to the Swiss stage, considering all the improvements that you had already, what is something that you would like to get better on? Mistakes that you don't want to make moving into Swiss stage?
I think as a team, we need still like more. It's not in gameplay, but I think mentally we need to be like one step away. I don't see we are the same team as in scrims. We are similar, we have things, so I think that's why we win. But if we try to play like in scrims, more natural, more calm, when the teams like play worse, because usually you play worse in official, I think we will do a step up.
Alvaro, any details, anything you guys want to improve on? Any things you want to carry in the Swiss stage?
I mean, I think we have a lot to improve individually. But I think coming into these teams, for me, the most important thing is going to be as a team, and we need to improve still on a lot of things. We can see in this series that we were getting caught a lot. When it comes to maybe say like mid-game, I think there is some moments that we are, okay, not a bit lost, but you can see that it's not as fluent as it's in early game and through the early game. So I just think it's, yeah, just try to improve the most from these games and try to look forward, and we will do a better job.
Cannot wait to see you guys in Swiss stage. Maybe one final thought, one final word that you want to share with the Berlin audience here who were cheering for you today.
I mean, thank you very much for coming, everyone. I enjoy a lot this world experience.
Yeah. And thanks for all the fans coming here into the States, also from every single place that you are watching us. I mean, it feels insane to be playing in Worlds, even in our first year that we are rookies, and now we are going for the Swiss stage, and we are going with everything. And I want to dedicate this win for my mother, because now she's staying with my brother. So this win goes for you.
We always love supporting parents, and Alvaro, Super, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
Congrats on the amazing year you had so far.
Thank you.
See you guys in the next stage. That's all for us here. For now, in the Berlin studio, we'll be right back in a few minutes for Series 2.
if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hit the ground, I'm on code. Run on air when I flow. You would swear that I flowed. Hottest hand in my zone. I'm going hard for my city, yeah. I put that thing on my back. Get it and gun it, I'm back on 100. I'm ready, I'm coming in for the attack. I'm on beast mode, God level, cheat code, new age, hero, good verse, Evo. I'm on the move, I'm on the move. I'm putting in work, I go berserk, got something to prove. Cause I got power, I got the energy for all of my enemies. I'm on the way, saving the day, no one ahead of me. I'm on the, right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me a fire lives in my soul. It drives me to my goal. There's no distance I won't go. Cause the climb's all that I know. And I face it all on my own. So my name will be known. Yeah, my name will be known. Right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me a
Welcome back to the World's 2024 play-in stage as Mad Lions were able to triumph over the opposition here. We take a look at the post-game breakdown. You can see while it might have been back and forth at certain stages, overall still a very commanding victory. Guys, how did you feel about that game?
We
Gentlemen, come on!
We lost that, guys, Mike.
Okay. Anyway, great day for... Guys, come on. We have another series in front of us. As much as this is a great day for the LEC, there's other regions to talk about and other teams as well. Let's check in with Audie from R7 about this historic upset in the Verizon Game Day interview.
And welcome to the Verizon Game Day interview here with Audie. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
How do you feel after yesterday, after everything you made happen yesterday? Historic day for LLA.
To be honest, I feel like amazing right now. I mean, right now confident because we won versus a good team. So I don't know. It's a good feeling because it's a lot of relief for a region, I think.
I know that it means so much for you, for the region, for the team, but I'm just wondering, was anything different for your preparation here coming into Worlds? Because you've been here for such a long time, and when I see the way you guys played yesterday, and I don't know, the fire from R7 yesterday, I'm just wondering if something was different.
I mean, it wasn't that different. We were practicing versus really good teams for scrims, but I think most likely different is the feeling, because it's like the last LLA, you know? So I think everyone thinks we should improve because this is the last one. We should do our best. I mean, for me, I want the region be happy, so that's why I put so much effort in these Worlds.
And you want to show the best you can, and you want to show a big of course here at Worlds, one step away from the main event. How do you feel right now? How are you getting ready for the upcoming series?
I mean, I'm really confident right now. Literally, yesterday's win was really above our confidence. I think we can make it happen. I like also the I don't know, making them believe it's really good for us. Yeah. Literally, because it's the last one. So yeah, I'm very confident, and I think we're gonna make it.
Make them believe. I love the use of the slogan here. Last question for you. When I look at your games yesterday, and I look at the GAM games yesterday as well, I expect nothing else than a bloodbath. Do you agree here?
I 100% agree. I think we both teams who love to fight, so it's gonna depend on who fight better, and I hope it's us.
Wishing you the best. Buena suerte.
Muchas
for
gracias.
the games today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Odi,
Thank you
for
so
the
much.
interview.
Incredible to hear from Adi, also incredible to hear that it's going to be a day all about fighting on both sides. But we take a look at the MasterCard fan predictions. You can see GAM winning, but not by the big margin that I thought they would be, given their history and given the upset that it took for LLA to get here in the first place.
Well, I mean, as you say, it's been upset for LLA, but they did beat GAM back in 2023 at MSI to get that first win on the international stage. And now coming back off 100 Thieves, I can understand why a lot of fans are ready to rally behind the LLA.
No, I absolutely agree. And I also just think it's the fact that this is a region from LLA. You know, you love to cheer for an underdog. They've never really made it this far, you know what I mean? Like, they've been in positions where, yeah, they took one series, but then they had to go up against a major region or something in play-ins, and it didn't look doable. This time around, they have the opportunity to do so, and they're up against GAM, who actually was the first opponent ever they beat at the international stage in a best-of-3. So, lots of stakes between these two teams, and there's a revenge match for GAM.
We got history, we got rivalry, we got stakes. That's everything we need, 100% sorted. Players are taken to the stage. Let's send it over to the casters.
Thank you, Draco. So we are here for the second series of the day. It's GAM versus R7. R7, of course, coming off that historic upset over 100 Thieves, taking them down. Coming into the event, I think everyone would be thinking GAM is the heavy favorites, but not so fast. It's a lot harder to say now after the results from the other days.
Definitely not. R7 coming in with huge amounts of momentum with their momentous victory against 100 Thieves just yesterday. Again, the stakes for both of these teams: win this series and they actually make it out of play-in into Swiss. Something Audi has never done, something the LLA has never done. The VCS has been through the Swiss stage a couple of times. There are actually years where they were getting preceded into the Swiss stage because they'd been so dominant in the play-in stage, but they still need to have a big-time performance today to get through again.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it would be just massive for R7 if they are able to do it. I mean, that was their first ever series win at Worlds, period, against 100 Thieves. The LA had never done it before. So if they could do it back-to-back, make it through the upper bracket of play-ins, what a coup that would be. That would be incredible for the team, for the region, for the players. We'll see if they're going to be able to perform at that level. Summit, of course, was so big for the team against 100 Thieves, was able to create really big lane advantages against Sniper, and was such a large part, I think, of their victory. And you look over on the other side, you've got Kiaya, who's been playing just as well, who's been playing at such a high level, was really massive in their series as well against the Hawks.
And I gotta say, love the Aurora ban, because Kiaya was so incredible on Aurora in their victory both games. So getting that out of the way, I think, is going to be the case in every game this series.
I'm so interested, though, you know, are you going to be banning out some of the Summit champs here? Because, you know, he's so well known for champions like his Gnar, like his Jace, you know, these types of champs. And it is going to be left up and available. Obviously, you know, has a very good Renekton as well. So not worried about it just yet is Gam.
No, we have generally safe bans. The only strange one I'd say would be the LeBlanc, but just the fact that he won the last game to qualify for this series by playing the LeBlanc makes the ban valid.
It'll be interesting to see what Audi and Levi are going to play as well, because both these guys were going pretty heavily towards team fighting junglers. You know, we saw a Wukong and a Shyvana for Levi, and we saw the Nocturne Orion combo, which they executed so well over for Audi, as well as a Brandon and Wukong, right? So it's very much that team fight style. Rumble has still remained pretty high prio, yet to get a single win, though, at the play-in stage. It's 0-4. I think the nerfs for this champion were actually massive. When you take 20 damage off of your main damage ability at level 1, like, that is huge, and the E was also nerfed. So we'll see if Kiaya is able to get the first win on the board here for Rumble at the World's play-in stage.
Kiaya's been such a good Rumble in the past, so I can understand why he goes for it. I also think that when you're against Summit,
I'm really scared for his lane.
Maybe trying to neutralize him, thinking that the Rumble's going to be able to get perma-shove and maybe take him out a bit. But if you fall even a little bit behind against Summit, and he's, I'm going to say, the best laner in play-in, not overall, like best overall laner, but in the laning phase, I'd say he's the best in play-in, and the Gnar is right up his comfort zone.
I mean, you're giving him his most comfortable champion ever. Like, this is his most played champion in pro play in his career, in his 71 games on the Gnar. This is a champion, you know, across all the regions he's played in, that he was really, really known for just being so dominant on. He's known for pushing the limit to the absolute maximum, for getting shoved, for harassing you under your tower so incredibly well. And it is, again, going to be the Shyvana here for Levi. He did play it yesterday, and you know, was able to win with it. Yone coming out here as well, which we haven't seen as much as I actually expected at the play-in stage. This is going to be the 4th Yone pick thus far, but definitely a really strong pairing here, especially when you have a lot of AP on the top side.
So much playmaking, and I think their ability to actually combo and win team fights with those three is very high, but at the same time, it's not a huge amount of CC, and they do need to be ahead. I'm really interested to see if Levi can pull off this Shyvana again, because it was such a niche pick that was actually a contested jungler in their VCS finals. It doesn't really do much until level 6, but once he was actually applying pressure on the map yesterday, it was dominant.
Yeah, I mean, it can farm incredibly fast, obviously. You know, that is kind of one of the major strengths. The team fighting can be quite powerful. You know, he did go with the Shojin Leandry's build last time he played it. That can be quite strong. You know, just resetting that E cooldown, try to get as many of those out as you can. You know, obviously stacking up the damage with that Shojin. Every time you cast a spell, it's increasing the damage of those subsequent spells. And Shyvana definitely can be a threat, but I will say, Ezreal, not the easiest target to dive in onto. Of course, Kaney here on the Syndra is going to be under, I think, a lot of pressure between the Yone and that Shyvana, as well as, you know, Equalizer and everything coming over the top. It just feels like already with the first 3 picks, Gam have locked themselves into playing essentially like a wombo combo style comp, right? Where it's going to be all about the ultimates, and if you can land those ultimates perfectly, then their teamfight's going to go really, really well. If any of them start to miss, then you kind of fall off, you don't really have a lot of consistent damage, and your teamfight's a disaster.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see what R7 goes for their support pick here, just because a couple of the engaged supports have been banned away, and you would almost think that Braum would have high value because of how heavily their dive is on the side of Gam.
I'd also say, though, like, just taking a Rel, you know, and taking that away from them.
Rels look good.
Because Rel is so strong, and Rel also sets up perfectly for the Rumble, right? Like, to me, it's interesting that you do go towards that Wukong. It tells me that they want to pick for the winning 2v2 in bot, right? The Lions is trying to save that support pick for last to prioritize that 2v2, because obviously you could have got Wukong on 5th pick. It is going to be Poppy and MF, so a lot of early power in the lane. Poppy's base damages are incredibly high. We have seen that come out a little bit already at play-ins. Mostly we've been seeing like Aftershock, but you can even go Hail of Blades, of course, and really ramp up that damage. Braum, as you called out, would be a good answer to a lot of this engage. You got 4 melee champions that are looking to dive. You have this Braum to stand in front of that Ezreal, keep him safe. You're looking over at the potential counter engage from something like a Wukong. I think R7 have set themselves up incredibly well in this first game. GAM, it's going to be all hit or miss. Like, yes, you have incredible ultimates and really a lot of power there, but the setup is pretty bad. Like, there's not any sort of guaranteed thing. You're really depending on like a Yone ult to hit first, or Poppy to like flash in and knock someone up with the R. Like, you don't have any Alistar or Rel or Leona or Nautilus to lock them down in the equalizer and the bullet time. And MF without any setup is usually really, really weak.
It absolutely is. So I'm liking the draft here from Rainbow Seven.
I heavily favor their draft.
If they get one game, they'd be one game away from making their first Swiss stage ever. This is a really historic matchup for them. I think controlling their own nerves within this game is going to be absolutely crucial. I think, weirdly enough, GAM is more likely to be the calm ones in this one. I think a lot of GAM was probably expecting to play against 100 Thieves in this game. They just need to make sure they don't let up because they're playing against Rainbow Seven.
Yeah, we'll see how they're going to be able to perform here. And I got to say, nameplates off, I think Rainbow Seven's draft wins like 8 out of 10 games. I think that draft is heavily, heavily favored. I really like what they brought out. You know, they have impressed thus far at the World's Play-In stage, and we'll see if they can continue that trend here as we're going to be heading on into game number 1. And remember, log into your Riot account on lolesports.com and watch Worlds Live to earn exclusive emotes, Worlds icons, and capsules. Get on there if you're not already doing it. There's also a really cool overlay now that they have in Twitch and through that VOD where you can actually see you know, the skill order and all kinds of different stuff that's going on in game.
5-man invade with Braum. If they find anyone to tag with Q, it could burn a flash early or get a kill. Defensive line set up from GAM, but I'm expecting R7 to be able to get a ward. Got to be careful placing it in Poppy's face since they can see the Poppy sweeper. Yep, so they decide not to ward.
Yep. Everything looking pretty normal as far as the runes do go. Going to be Grasp before Summit. Of course, the Fleet nerfs have really pushed a lot of range champions away from Fleet. You know, so many more people are experimenting with Grasp on a number of different champions. We've seen Grasp Aurora, we've seen Grasp Vayne, we've seen all kinds of different stuff there. As Kiaya trying to get that information, the ward not actually spotted there, unfortunately, as they do use the sweeper. So they're going to have full info here of exactly what R7's start is.
Ooh, yep, they get to see Summit as well. So ward paying off a little bit. We got to see if this Rumble pick ends up paying off against Summit. He's looking for maybe a cheeky E or something, decides to back out of that bush early.
Yeah, I was just looking to see if there was an angle for that Electro Harpoon, get in the early comment, bit of damage, but Summit intelligently just walks on the other side of the minions, and that was that.
Two most important things I'll see in this early game is really just tracking the top lane. Summit has been absolutely lane gapping people in his regional finals and also yesterday against Sniper. You'd see the MasterCard lane economy snapshot and it will be Summit 600 gold up, everyone else in R7 slightly behind. But then I also just want to see how easily Levi can get to level 6. Because yesterday, not only did he get to level 6 with the game still in a good state, he'd also taken a Drake on the Shyvana, which is extra powerful on that champion, and from there he took over the game.
Honestly, I think he's going to get to 6 pretty easily. Wukong is one of those kind of farming-heavy junglers as well. As Elio not quite able to have that Braum passive procced on him multiple times. Easy Love stepping forward. Had a really good couple games on the Jhin in their previous series. That quadra kill, I believe it was, to end that final game. Was looking really good, and now they have pressure here through bot, getting that early push, and that could help Levi to get another early dragon for himself.
Yeah, and I think Shyvana really is the X factor in this game because we like R7's team composition, but we just haven't seen that much Shyvana, and I feel like, especially yesterday, he was winning some of these fights in a landslide, stacking up his ultimate extremely fast. There were some fights where he was landing like 5 or 6 empowered E's, just completely controlling the map. And it was drawing bans and getting picked away in his regional final. So it's definitely like a GAM specialty and a Levi specialty.
I mean, it's a good point, right? You know, if you do hit that ulti E, it is so powerful. And if you can hit multiple, you're doing so much damage. If you're missing them, your champion doesn't really do anything.
And if you fall behind, you look bad.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons they've been able to get so much practice on it, because generally speaking in the VCS, they were running over people. Vikings was the best team in the VCS in the regular season, but in the playoffs, GAM beat them in back-to-back best-of-5s. But they were just both so head and shoulders above the rest of the region that they were teams that were able to front-run in a lot of situations. I liked one of the quotes from the video before today where they were saying, like, these teams are really the reference for their region, right? We've seen Audi represent the LLA so many times at the World Championship. We've seen Levi represent his region at the World Championship so often, and also getting to do it on a signature Shyvana is just really cool.
It is really cool, and I fully agree, because a lot of these regions, you know, these smaller regions, are absolutely dominated by a team, right? There's players who have just run the region for so long, guys like Audi, and when you think of, you know, LJL, guys like, you know, Evie, you know, who has won, I think, like 12 LJL titles or something ridiculous. Like Levi has won something like 8 VCS titles, you know, these ridiculous amounts of times that they have won. It's kind of like, you're on a team with them, you're just going to win, right? You know, they have been so good for so long, and here we have this jungle matchup, Levi versus Audi. These guys have been around forever and really have been playing at a very high level since that time.
Going to be very fun to track them, as they're both on junglers who don't do much before level 6. So it's a bit of a handshake in terms of their ability to farm up. A lot of aggressive play coming down in the bot lane, but not much coming of it.
Yeah, Poppy is one of those champions where it's like you do have a lot of that early game power, but they kind of have to agree to fight you almost sometimes. We'll see how he's going to be able to perform later, because it is one of those really powerful champions. If you can find that perfect angle, find the flash in, stun them against the wall, you know, find that pick, it really can look incredible. But if you're not willing to find those angles and take those risky moves, then you don't really do anything, right? You don't really have any presence. So you have to really know the limits of the champion. If you're not an expert Poppy player, it's just not a good pick.
Levi actually undetected into this bush. Can't do much as a level 5 Shyvana, but they don't know he's there. As actually, Audi was thinking about starting the Drake. Really strange positioning. There's nothing for him to do. He's jobless at the moment, so he's cleared the jungle so fast. He's just there in case the Wukong arrives.
Exactly. Just trying to play behind him, you know, make sure that he has that cover, help him get the reset. In these melee versus range matchups, can be difficult in the early levels, so, you know, he's just trying to help him get that push. Easy Love getting jumped on here. Lions not able to connect with the Winter's Bite, unfortunately. Otherwise, they could have maybe gone for more, forced out a cleanse or something, but Easy Love, nice little sidestep, is able to hang on as Ilio heading down to bot once again. And R7 moving over to the Dragon. It has been spotted by Gam, but it looks like it's just going to be a trade for Grubs, and Summit's aware of it because he did board it.
Yeah, it's given though. There is Rumble, push in the top lane. Levi is going to be hitting level 6 soon. He won't get the Drake, but he still will have a smooth ride to level 6. And the other thing that we were tracking in this early game was how Kiaya was going to be doing against Summit. So far, it seems fine. He's had push for a lot of that lane, never been in danger of a death. We will see, though, once Summit gets a few more items, the Null Magic's going to make him a lot more durable later on into the game, but so far, so stable for Gam.
Yep, looking pretty good here for Gam, but, you know, you said it. It's like once Summit gets, you know, Merc Treads, gets a little MR, starts getting some HP, it can be very difficult because Rumble struggles in those sustained fights against Gnar, especially in a long side lane. You can't really 100-0 a Gnar, you know, unless you're way ahead of him, and then all of a sudden, you know, he's healing up, you know, he's proccing Mega Gnar, he's getting that health back, he's, you know, has the hyper to chase you down, and it can get really tough.
Level 6 for Levi's Shyvana.
Lions here, just helping KNE push this out. Can use the Targon's charges there. Use that support item, getting to execute on that cannon, so it's going to be able to push that in. It means Emo's going to miss much more of this wave because it got pushed in so incredibly fast. Emo already down a good 9 CS, and will be losing at the very least the cannon.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, though, Seo's getting denied in the bot lane as well, and the red buff as well as the Raptors have been counter-jungled, so I understand wanting to deny a little bit of Yone, but I think overall Gam wins out slightly on that overall trade.
Yeah, not looking too bad. Easy Love taking some damage there on the bot side, but does have the Vamp Scepter already, plus Call and Deep Blade, so a lot of healing already in the kit. So that Ezreal poke not going to be nearly as threatening, but Seo doing a good job, landing quite a bit of it. You can see Elio just kind of constantly going forward, trying to land a Q, and then eating back to the minions before the Braum passive can stun you. So nice little play from him there.
Something Gam did well yesterday, I felt, was play around their item spikes really well. So they've been pretty stable. I think we both really like the structure of R7's team comp, but if Gam can fight on the right power spikes, I think that's the way into this game. They have yet to complete kind of their major items, but they're still farming extremely well, right? They've been able to get enough push in the top lane. Mid lane has been completely even in farm, and with the Cull Vamp Scepter early build by the Misfortune, as well as being able to get this plates, like they're getting these micro advantages, and they're really going to try and turn a big fight, I think, when they get their first core items on everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, draft is important. It gives you an advantage, but draft I always look at it as like a force multiplier, right? So at the end of the day, if a team is playing better, you can eliminate any advantage that someone else has gained from the draft. And, you know, Gam definitely are going to have their chances, are going to have their opportunities to make those big plays on these champions. I just worry, if R7 is positioned properly, if they're spread properly, can they get the most value out of these ultimates, which really are the defining characteristics of a lot of their champions.
I'd say Audie's lost a lot of efficiency to Levi early on in this game, getting counter jungled and then coming up empty-handed on his own attempt at counter jungling.
Yeah, I think he was even spotted on that ward just above him.
Yeah.
So they're playing pretty safely here. It might just be an ulti on the wave if they get nervous, and it is going to be just that, as they weren't sure if they were going to look for a dive. I think that Audie was probably backing off, but Levi in the area. We'll see if he spots out this big ward, and he does. And had the information that they're not coming to collapse on him again because of that same ward. Summit, though, he's going to mega out. Kiaya doesn't get tagged by the boulder toss. That could have been dangerous for him if he did.
Yeah, individual laning and sidesteps seem really sharp for GAM so far. They've definitely had a few situations. Easy Love in the bot lane, just sidestepping Braum Qs, Kiaya sidestepping some of Summit's engages right there, and then Levi just being incredibly efficient with his pathing. Counter jungling, moving back towards the top side. Will have an opportunity to clear top to bot if he wants to, or stick around for additional grubs.
Ooh.
And then Emo even keeping the CS relatively close, even though the Syndra has been getting some assistance and seeming to be played with a lot of confidence from Kaney.
Yeah, Kaney doing a really good job as non-stop and harassing him, trying to keep him down, trying to bully him out as much as possible. TP is back up though, so Emo did a good job. He hung around just long enough, survived just long enough that he could base with TP up. So gonna lose one melee minion, honestly, who cares? And at the first plate, I don't think that Kaney actually was in range to get that gold. I think it was off of a recall, unfortunately for him. So we'll see if he can cash in on that second plate, but grubs are spawning up. Elio's already up here, and we'll see if they go for it.
And look at that, the first completed item of the game is the Spear of Sojin on the Shyvana. So he's been power farming, he's been extremely efficient, and he's gonna have the empowered E up and able to fire frequently if they fight at these grubs.
Yeah, and we'll see if that is that difference maker there, as they would love to get these 6 grubs. I mean, I think they absolutely should fight here, but Audie gonna get a good engage onto Kiaya. Kiaya trying to get back to the team, drops the equalizers. Audie's gone over the wall. They don't know where he is just yet. Now they get that information. Levi popped the ulti pretty early here, but they're getting rocked, and Katie finds a scatter the wink, and it could turn the fight entirely. Levi trying to get it done. Summon over the wall. It's a flash to follow from Levi. As on the other side, it's Emo cleaning up the fight. It's GAM time, baby. Over at the grubs, they're winning the fight, and they're going to get more maybe here. Can't quite chase him down, but it's a 6 grub game. It's looking like for GAM. They outfight R7 and they come up huge.
And that's what we're talking about from GAM, understanding their power spikes. Yes, they get engaged on, but Levi didn't even have the perfect entry to that fight, and he still cleaned up with Shyvana E after Shyvana E. It's basically like an ultimate power level spell, yet he just gets to use it multiple times a fight.
Yeah, I mean, he had the fully stacked Shojin there. He got the 4 stacks very quickly. You go through the spells, and then you're getting so much bonus damage on that E from it. Really was a difference maker, as we can see this fight one more time.
Yeah, Kiaya gets engaged on, does return some damage, but mainly just delays the overall fight. And I'd say this counter engage there by Kaney to get Kiaya low enough looked like it might do something, but then it's really just Levi being able to chase the back end of this fight. Look at that E right onto the Wukong, and he should be getting this Drake as well.
Looks like he's going to be able to secure it, and now he wants more. The Dragon is ready. He flies in and is just roasting up R7, but in comes Seo. Kaney's back here as well. Emo trying to get out. Seo looking for more. Lion's in trouble, as is Audie. He's going to jump over the wall. Easy Love looks for the ultimate, finds nothing. Easy Love flashes in, still can't find a thing. Levi's dead. Easy Love's in the middle of 4, and he's in trouble. The Braum passive is there. Kaney cleans up. Elio on the side. GAM bite off way more than they can chew, and R7 punish him for it.
They are back. The margins on that fight were so close. It looked like less than 100 health from that final E from Levi is the difference between a 3-for-0 on either side. That fight brings them completely back in the game. 6 grubs on the side of GAM, getting the shutdown onto Levi. I think he's still going to be a problem this game, but R7 came to play.
Yeah, I mean, GAM just were a little bit disjointed on that fight. There were so many low health bars on R7, they kind of got baited in. I mean, Easy Love even, he couldn't find the bullet time, so he just flashes over the wall, but they weren't really there at the same time. And then Elio even coming back, trying to actually reinforce, but he's so low that Kaney just kills him with 1 scatter. So, definitely bit off too much, but we know they are capable of making these big plays, and we'll see if they can continue to do that. R7, though, definitely going to be feeling confident now.
Looks like they're not going to be able to capitalize much off of their 6 grubs either in terms of GAM. They still have full plates on mid and top, and we're going to see one of the things that helped R7 in this fight was the interrupted teleport by Summit's Gnar, and then watching this through one more time, Levi, the start of this fight just seemed like it was going to be such an easy win for them, but they are unable to actually get the final hit. The blast cone really just trolls Gam, to be completely honest, sending them everywhere. And yeah, as you mentioned, that flash was not ideal.
Yeah, and I mean, Easy Love just kind of guessed where they were. If he had flashed in and still had the full time, maybe it looks pretty different, but not able to quite find it there. And now Gam on the push here, looking to put some pressure on this tier 2.
Yeah, he's going to try and get a little bit of poke down onto Summit. You can see just 2 Shyvana. I'm just going to call them Shyvana ults, but they're Shyvana empowered E's on that turret. Man, he gets so much poke. 1 E there gets Seo down to about half health.
Yeah, Seo on the run here. Elio threatening, but Audie's going to go in. He pops the cycle and gets rejected there by the Poppy ult. Still in trouble, though. Summit looking. The Boulder Toss connects. The Braum ult not quite doing it. It's Easy Love trying to lay down some cover for Elio. Is able to get out there, barely survives.
Actually, some successful cover fire as Gam take a lot of that inner turret, nearly getting a massive injection in gold at the end of that. And they're also going to be up in tempo off of that play because R7 had to send everyone to defend that, and Kia is just going to be able to freely push this top wave, crash it, and R7 doesn't even have a teleport to go up and catch that wave fast.
Yeah, not able to do it just that easy, but Kaney going to be up there to catch him most of the wave. Maybe misses just the 1 minion. And he's off to a really good start here on the Syndra, up 700 gold. He is the lone individual lead there for R7, but it is going to be a big threat to some of these members here over on Gam. I mean, Shyvana, you know, you think of it, it's like kind of a tankier champ, but he's building full AP, so he's not going to be that tanky, just going to have a little bit of health really in the kit with that Shojin, and he's going to be going in Leandries. We'll see if he builds some MR after that, because I think last time he did Abyssal third.
And I'd also say so far, I got to give a lot of credit to Gam's laning, kind of stepping up to the moment, not getting gapped by Summit, who has been gapping most people, and then really just buying a lot of time for Levi Shyvana to turn on. If he can complete this Leandries before the next big fight, he's going to be kind of the carry. It changes so much of the texture of this game when he just gets to fire that E off so many times per fight.
And Gam are just playing this so aggressively, you know,
really
being able to group up and just pushing forward, you know, brute forcing down. And now Levi moves over to mid after getting that tier 2 bot, and he's going to be able to help Easy Love do this. He's playing a great game on the Shyvana.
Yeah, all of these turrets are from the Shyvana. It's the X factor in this game, absolutely. He's using his ult, poking them off the turret, grabbing the turret, and then cycling back to his jungle to get his ult up again and just running that play over and over again. I mean, he's at 6,400 gold on the Shyvana. That's 1,000 gold ahead of Audie's Wukong. So
that's huge.
It's been really big. That's a 3,000 gold lead they have now.
And when you're playing this kind of champion, you know, you're talking about the efficiency with which he's playing. Efficiency is the name of the game when you're playing a heavy farming jungler, you know, like a Shyvana. So definitely doing well. And Levi has been such a star for the region for so long. Obviously, you know, came into the scene, you know, known for that kind of nocturne power farm game where he got the fast 6. That was kind of the debut that so many people remember him for. You know, went and played even on 100 Thieves Academy briefly, now back in the VCS. It's nice to see him performing. It's nice to see him back at Worlds and doing so well.
I will say, though, R7 on this Drake early looks to be like Gam is actually just conceding this for top lane push and a Rift Herald take. So they want to accelerate their gold lead more than try and stack towards Soul. You know, I don't know if this is the right play or not, but it's a very decisive play. It's not like a lot of the games we've seen so far where teams are sending 4 people down, thinking about contesting. They're very quickly just saying, okay, we're going to get Rift Herald and a turret off of this.
You know, I like it because I do think that R7's draft is going to be really problematic for them later on. So they're already up 3K. If you're able to grab this tier 1 without even dropping Herald, and then say threaten a tier 2, drop the Herald right on that, get even more gold, extend the gold lead to 4,000 or 5,000 gold, all of a sudden, composition, you know, becomes less relevant than it otherwise would be.
Yeah, and watching this game play out, my biggest concern for Rainbow Seven is their ability to engage. Because even though we were thinking that Gam has this hard engaged team comp with the Yone and the Rumble, the Shyvana poke alone seems like it's out poking what Rainbow Seven has. So if Gam just keep the pressure up, move the Shyvana around and just push them back. It's actually Rainbow 7 who has the onus to engage, and they might not have enough tools.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting, if we get to those later stages, how Levi actually manages that, because you want to be aggressive, you want to utilize that ultimate, but he is going to have to really watch out for things like the scatter. If you get hit by a scatter, then all of a sudden Audie's following up, and you're in a lot of trouble.
Because that's the thing about the Shyvana build. You're actually super squishy.
Yeah.
It's two pretty purely offensive items. It's not some Bruiser Shyvana that actually gets to ult in. You kind of ult to the side and then start E-spamming people.
Yeah, nice little chunk there on Summit. Has done a good job holding him pretty even so far up on that top side. Is going to eventually lose the tower. EasyLove backing off, knows there's going to be a push here. Sept does take a couple of tower shots, but EasyLove able to keep the turret alive at the very least and maintain that gold lead up at 3,000.
Yep, they were able to successfully trade the turret for the Drake, and the question will be, where does Levi decide to use this Herald? But even without using the Herald, I mean, look, he's already keeping the pressure up. He's moving in, stealing blue buff as they're deep pushing bot lane, catch the mid wave, reset. They're just very smartly playing like clean macro, which isn't, in terms of being the reference for their region, people think of the VCS and they think, over one combined kill per minute, fight. And that's even Rainbow 7's impression when we saw them in the future thinking, yeah, this is just going to be a big fighting game. Currently, it's actually just GAM pushing waves and taking objectives.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, R7 as well also really did kind of level up, from watching them regionally. I feel like they played such a better series here against 100 Thieves. Yeah, 100 Thieves maybe didn't play their absolute best, but you can't take the credit away from R7 for what was a really strong series. Summit obviously was a standout, but it wasn't just him. Kaney was gapping Quid, who, had been performing so well in the LCS. So a lot of these members were really stepping up, and we'll see if they can continue to do so. Oh, in some trouble now as Summit going to get caught out, as he is going to get probably burned down. Does scoop him into the wall, trying to buy a little bit of time. The boulder toss making it a little bit closer, but Levi knew he had it, didn't even have to use the ulti. They are able to grab the kill.
It's definitely Summit's weakness. Leads most leagues in isolated deaths.
Yeah.
When he is playing, even if he is a spectacular laner, there was no connection between what he was doing and what the rest of the team was doing. So a pretty safe gank there for Levi and Emo, and now they're heralding mid.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to capitalize on this. They do get it in. Audie is around, but he is warded out over the wall here. Don't have the confidence to step forward and actually finish off that tower, but they do have it low and could cash in on it later. Looks like GAM, though, happy to reset. 2 minutes until this next dragon. Again, Levi just taking away as many resources as he possibly can. He is now a good 2 levels ahead. Of course, Audie is almost 12, but it's still about a level and a half fully ahead.
Yeah, smote the wolves, so wasn't able to smite the Gromp there. Audie gets a little bit back, but you can see he's struggling this game to actually find a window to play around. He's kind of constantly playing catch-up to where Levi is counter-jungling so many of his camps and hasn't been able to look for those big engages.
Yeah, Elio is a little bit behind them here. Unlikely to be able to find any sort of an angle, but Sept also having a good game here, kind of quietly farming up, but EasyLove has been the benefit of so many plates and so many towers going down. He's 0-0 and 0. He's up at 20 CS, but has a pretty significant lead there and has those 2 big ticket items completed now for the MF. The amount of AD scaling on this ultimate is insane. If he can get that really good bullet time, it will be massive, but there's Braum to deal with, which is problematic, and there's also no CC really to set him up very well, besides just like Yone ult or whatever.
For sure. In terms of playing around spikes, though, I'd say this could be another spike for them with the 2 items on the Misfortune. Levi has his ultimate up. That Drake's in 40 seconds. You also see Kiaya pushing that wave out. He's likely to complete his 2nd item as well. And I'm just really impressed with how patiently GAM is playing this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they have those 2 core across 3 members, and as you said, Kiaya getting really close to his as well.
Couldn't finish.
Trailblazer is done now for the Poppy, so a little bit of additional move speed grab there. Lion's going to be able to hop it back over the wall to Audie after clearing out that ward. GAM trying to maintain control of the vision in this area, and Argyle sweep out that ward. Nice attempt at an engage, but the Poppy is equal to the task, able to respond and interrupt that dash in. Nice scatter over the wall, though, and you can see Levi is very squishy. Storm Surge procs, but not enough to finish him off.
That's the risk you run playing the Shyvana. Hextech Drake is up. They were kind of posturing over Baron. They might think about... They were thinking about sneaking the Baron, actually, so they're going to end up losing this Drake entirely because Levi got poked out. That is such a big play there for Kaney, now getting them to soul point despite being so behind in pressure for much of the game.
And it is a Hextech Soul, which is ridiculously powerful, so Definitely the strongest Soul on the table. It is a very large gold lead. It's about 5,000 gold in the favor of GAM, but a Soul really does kind of eliminate that completely. And now it's Baron o'clock. You can see the effects there. They're already hitting it. Now the reveal is there from the observers. Lions trying to get over to actually be able to scout this out, but look how far Audi is.
Audi's not even
it's just going down so fast.
Cinder has to steal it.
They don't necessarily know where Audi is, but are they going to commit to it? The Poppy is dead over the wall. They're committing to it. They do burn it down. They use the bullet time and everything. It's a great sneak from GAM. They do lose the support, but it's well worth the cost.
Yeah. Elio, you will be remembered, and you'll be back alive in 15 seconds. R707. You're back. Levi going to continue to try and farm up. Eventually, they are going to have to fight someone, I think, but I'm not sure because they're extending their gold lead time and time again, with Soul being the big fear for them.
Audi in a little trouble as Emo is just going to take this fight. He's going forward onto him. Summit is here to try to back him up. Emo flashes forward. Does he have the damage? He finishes him off. Snaps back. See ya later. What a play there from the Yone. And now Levi on the chase here. Kaney's in trouble. He's flashing in. He's looking to finish him off. There's the equalizer. They're burning down. Easy Love on the flank. Gets deleted by the Kaney ultimate. But GAM deal more damage. GAM get the 2 kills.
Massive amount of damage coming out from Kaney's Cinder to kill Easy Love. That's actually going to diminish GAM's ability to take this turret with this Baron buff. Still a huge play for them as they go.
Stuns him into the wall. The cleanse doesn't have to come out. He tries to flash out, but the ignite is there, and Kiaya flashes forward, burns him to a crisp. GAM pushing their advantage relentlessly.
They are so decisive. R7 thought that play was going to be over. 80 carry, dead be damned. They break the inhibitor open and still have supers in the mid lane.
They're nearly 8,000 gold ahead now at this point. GAM have taken a monstrous lead in this game, and this was such a decisive play here.
Emo, 260 CS before this play. Just absolutely knows his limits here, flashing forward the instant before he's going to have to snap back. And then look at how much Levi sidesteps here. Syndra, Braum, Syndra completely annihilates R7 as they step forward. Clutch amount of Cinder damage.
Can't sidestep that, Jet. Can't sidestep that.
A lot of gameplay going on at the very end of that one for Misfortune, but still a huge play for them overall.
Yeah. Was not familiar with your game.
Yeah.
There's still a Cinder with almost 3 items there, but yeah.
Storm Surge Ludens,
Levi, he had the jukes there, man. He was dodging everything. He even sidestepped the Summit Q.
Well, that's one of the things about the amount of confidence that it feels like GAM is playing with, confidence and decisiveness. Even very early on in the laning phase, you could see they were willing to play on those margins of being in range of Braum Q, being in range of Gnar stuns, and just sidestepping them, and they're doing that so well and so consistently this game.
I mean, just look at the gold lead in jungle. This is ridiculous. 3.4K right there in the jungle.
It's a Levi gap, man.
And,
this is...
yeah, he's got more farm than Summit, by the way, as a jungler, and he is level 16, higher level than Summit as well. So Levi is styling on them, but the whole team really is performing here, and the gold lead is enormous.
He really makes me want to go play Shyvana. It's not going to look the same, but I'm like, I can farm and then press E a bunch. It's simple, right?
You're not wrong. And we'll see if Kaney can get out of there. He farmed, he pressed E, but it didn't even matter. Gets deleted by Easy Love and Emo, who tag team down the Syndra, and now GAM might want even more. You can see Summit in the picture-in-picture. He's pushing out bot. The equalizer is going to get dropped onto Seo's head. Levi trying to push forward. Can he actually find an E? They're just going to try to bully down this tower.
No minions even.
Are able to do it, and Emo's now in mid lane. Summit's still not basing. They decided, you know what? We can't defend. We're going to try to trade something, but the trade is not worth the cost. They're going to lose the mid lane tower. They're going to lose the top lane tower. They're going to lose 2 inhibitors, if not 3. We'll see if they can get it.
Okay, the only hope that R7 has here is that they can delay these recalls enough or catch something on the back end and get a soul. So GAM is in total control of this game. 8,000 gold lead, a bunch of powerful item spikes, but that soul point is, I think, the one risk they would have.
Yeah, and someone was scared. He thought they were collapsing on him, so he TP'd back to base. So now there's not any sort of an angle for him to even go for a TP flank or anything. He did get that tier 2. He did get an objective bounty with that, so some gold in his pockets. But you're looking over at the items. They are definitely in the favor of GAM, though has to be said, there's no 4th items coming through, and some 3rds are starting to get completed. Kaney does have his 3rd item. It's 2.5 there for Seo. So R7 are going to need some massive plays if they want to make something happen here. But Lions come out. He's got no one to jump to. Audie's going to try to go in and turn this around, but he gets knocked back by Elio. Levi's in trouble. The Equalizer's going to get dropped. Levi's getting burst down. Summit could go for a play. He has Mega. Is he going to be able to find it? They get another kill, and Katie is taken over. Kiaya's on the run, but he's got no way out. Audie's looking for Elio. They want even more. Emo was not there, and his team pays the price. R7 get 4 kills. R7 get the soul as well, and R7 may have just flipped this game on its head, but not if Emo could say anything about it. He's into the pit, has to go back with the soul inbound. Now can't make anything happen here. They're going to be able to claim it. That's a Hextech soul, and that's the gold lead, shrinking down to 6K. But with the stats from the soul, it really doesn't even matter.
An objective bounty soul, and this is just GAM getting a little ahead of themselves. They engage on a Braum with 3. Look at where Yone is, and then look at where Levi is in relation to the team. The squishy Savannah gets caught. They opted in to a 4v5, and that's exactly what they couldn't have happen. They'd played such a patient, efficient game up until this point, but they honestly just got greedy. I was watching Levi's pathing even before this fight. He was taking blue buff, he was taking top crab, he was sitting on 1,600 gold. GAM just needed to focus after those 2 inhibitors, all reset, all set up towards Drake, and then take the win. But because they were just, I think, so locked into this efficiency game, they may have just given it back. I think it's anyone's game now. Objective bounties from Gnar killing turrets, objective bounties from the soul itself, and now the power of the soul as well as their overall team comp turning on. I think R7's not out of this.
No, absolutely not. I mean, Kaney, again, just 100 to 0 Easy Love with his R only, right? Like, and he is now even stronger, and now has Hextech Soul. GAM are going to go back towards the Baron, but this time it's going to be spotted out here. Audi has the information. Kaney is there. Lions is there. Seo is there, but it's Emo trying to split this up, trying to go for the base. We'll see if someone can hold him on. It's going to be a fight on 2 sides. Emo's getting aggressive here. Does get slammed into the wall there by Summit, but Kiaya's here as well. It's a 2v1. Can they actually make the outplay in the 1v2 to try to defend? At the same time, GAM are still on the Baron, but it's going down so incredibly slow. It's another member back here as R7 send Kaney back to defend. They do lose the inhib, and it's briefly going to be a triple inhib now for GAM. They're going for the hit and run tactics.
It's one of those games. We have one of those games now where one team has no structures but is stronger, and the other team is just going to try and run them around the map. I don't think GAM can win a straight 5v5, but they're going to be playing this double TP, supers in every wave strategy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they don't have to win a 5v5 if they kill your Nexus. That's the problem. You're going to have someone who is on that defensive duty. Summit, though, was able to hold the line quite well against Emo. I would have had him in the 1v1, but Kiaya was there to back him up, and Summit didn't overcommit and get caught, so good restraint from him, and that has been one of his Achilles' heels. These inhibitors are going to come back up soon, though.
Yeah, they're coming up soon, but because there's double supers in every wave, I think GAM can just take the Baron. They are, I think, really tunneled right now on killing the Nexus. But they can start this Baron whenever they want.
They have double solos bot again, so they're going to try to overload one side. They have 3 men on the Baron. I think you are right. There shouldn't be any real window for R7 to be able to get over here. And the problem is, if you lose triple inhib and there's Baron, you just lose to the minions. Like, you kind of can't even wave clear. It becomes so difficult. Some of the inhibitors are going to be responding pretty quickly, so we'll see if those come back in time. But GAM do get the Baron.
Interesting. It's a little mistimed, though, because you can see on the minimap these 2 waves coming out don't have the supers. So even though the inhibitors haven't technically respawned yet, the effect of them is gone in terms of what is going to be coming out of the base. So they need to escort those waves with their Baron to re-hit those inhibitors, and then they can try and overwhelm the Nexus.
And my real question is, does R7 fight there? Do they actually fight to try to defend the inhibitors? Or do you just try to say, you know what, we're going to wait it out, we're going to give up those inhibitors once again, and we're going to try to wait to fight at something like the Elder?
I think they're only going to take a good fight. Because I think if you let it get all the way to your Nexus, I think that's wrong. But if you overextend for a fight early, that's also wrong. And it's going to be an answer to that question of, do they have enough engage in their team comp?
Exactly. It's something that you were touching on earlier that I was going to mention. Yeah, it's difficult because they can't really pick the engages that easily. You're looking for a scatter, you're looking for Audi to find an angle to get into that back line. And GAM are just trying to split the map here. They're pushing all 3 lanes and trying to pull R7 apart.
And we don't see 1-3-1 that often anymore because every space is vulnerable if R7 actually go. Nice rejection there by the Poppy.
Yeah, and now they're going to try to turn it around. Audie's in trouble. The bullet time comes out, but it's going to be blocked by the Braum. So Easy Love does expend it. Audie's going to have to go back to base and heal up. Emo's already taken the bottom inhibitor. Levi's going to grab the top one, and now the middle one's gone as well. Summit in some trouble, and the minions are just marching in. The Equalizer is going to get dropped onto Kaney's head. Summit is getting so low, he's got to scoop the minions back just to survive. He's back into the fountain. They're trying to clear this out, but they don't have the champions to really do it. In goes Audie. He's going to try to turn around. Emo's in the back line, though, and Emo finds Kaney and kills him, wipes him off the map. Easy Love's in the back line, and Gam make it happen. Hextol, be damned. Gam, find the angle, close out the game with the Baron.
Macro in the start, and they just overwhelmed R7 at the very end. Even with the Hex Soul, they were able to just attack from enough angles that R7 could never focus. Game 1 to Gam.
Game 1 to Gam. We're going to have to see if R7 can battle back or if Gam will punch their ticket to the Swiss stage. We'll be back right after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I've been living behind all the scenes, 'cause it's easier when they don't believe. Keep it quiet, keep it hush, keep denying, but the fire that's inside is igniting. Keep control, I'm like a bomb sticking. Hit, explode, I won't be so forgiving. Cross me twice, no, I won't let it go. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. Words unspoken, I'm not afraid to say it now. Set in motion what I've kept underground. Don't crack under pressure, I'm built like a rough machine.
flashes in, still can't find a thing. Levi's dead. Easy Love's in the middle of 4, and he's in trouble. The wrong passive is there. KD cleans up. Elio on the side. He is going to get probably burned down. Does scoop him into the wall, trying to buy a little bit of time. The boulder toss making it a little bit closer, but Levi. But they don't have the champions to really do it. In goes on. He's going to try to turn around. Evo's in the back line, though. And Evo finds KD and kills him, wipes him off the map. Easy Love's in the back line. And Gam make it happen.
TK, thank you so much for joining me during Game 1 again, during the series. I hope things are going well for this revenge matchup. It's a deja vu here. You have something to settle, guys.
Right, because at MSI, they sent us home, but we were able to repay that favor back at Worlds 2023 in Seoul. And so this one's going to kind of set the record straight right here.
Tell me about the spirit, morale here for players stepping onto the stage. We saw what R7 did yesterday.
Yes.
How do you boys feel?
Well, congratulations to R7 on making history for the LLA, but today, the boys, the energy has been amazing. And the energy, I mean, just being in this Riot Games arena, this new arena is so beautiful, by the way. So the energy for the boys, the morale, it's been really high. And we want to keep that up, keep that momentum going.
Perfect. Last question I have for you. We always hear it's GAM time. It's GAM time.
It's always
What
GAM
is the
time.
philosophical meaning of GAM time? Tell us.
What does GAM time mean? It means it is time right now. So GAM, all the GAM fams around the world, it is our time. It just means get ready, because we're going to put on a show, baby. Let's go.
It's like he's staring into the depths of my soul.
I was expecting the pose at the end. It's so well coordinated.
I came into
movie drop?
that draft like Shyvana's terrible, but after the way he looked at me, I'm like, whatever you say, sir. Yes, sir. Shyvana again, one more time. After that game, I think it adds up as well. But of course, this was a matchup that weird game because you're like, oh, it's going to be fighting all the time. It was like 12 kills at 25 minutes. It was not a very bloody game whatsoever.
No, and that's why I kind of found myself almost trying to figure out where that pressure was coming from when the games got to the mid game, because you could start to see this gold lead opening up for GAM, but a huge amount of it was GAM just putting pressure on the map in the correct places, not necessarily getting the kills as a result, but getting a lot of the towers, getting a lot of that jungle farm away. It actually worked out incredibly well with how slow-paced GAM played this.
Yeah, it's kind of this entire sequence, right? So context already, they've got 6 grubs. 6 grubs, kind of nice to push turrets with as well. But really the hero of this is Levi, who's been able to get these objectives, but also just then use the pressure that he brings on this Shyvana to just force the opponent away. You just pop that ultimate immediately, you just push down these turrets, and while they're not going to get it in this instance themselves, it's super low, so it's super easy for them to pick it up next time they want to. And when then finally comes around, well, you know, Fury Bar up again, the play just going to continue down towards the bot side. Mid turret as well is getting shoved in, so they're just pressuring lanes and lanes and lanes, and there's nothing R7 can really do here. They're so far behind in terms of having any map pressure, and this Yone and this Shyvana is just buying them so much space when it comes to these objectives.
And that's what I love about this play here. It's the fact that you get that pressure with Levi towards the bottom side, gating off any sort of play from the Ezreal moving down to that bottom side, but then he immediately transitions that into mid. So you're picking up 2 towers, and because of the strength of this Shyvana, it's so difficult to try and contest any of that space.
And he's just there the entire time. Was he just bot? Is he mid now again? He's so fast. W with AP scaling. He's just running the map, figuratively speaking and literally speaking, Drakus.
Yeah, but luckily not for us in the negative way.
No,
this man is sprinting it, but for the first time in the history of League, we mean that in a really positive way.
He's running around with flame breathing behind him to give himself the streaks of flames as he runs so fast around the map.
Yeah, I mean, just an absolutely monster performance. That goal difference alone, completely disgusting. And remember, while they were winning for so much of this was a guy who was, as Ale pointed out in cast, he's ahead of Summit on Gnar, who spent the entire game in a side lane farming on this Shyvana. I don't know if I love the pick, but in the context of this game, it did so much work.
I will say, I agree, because, I saw Shyvana, I see it into Syndra, I see it into the knockup immediately, I see a Braum as well. It really sucks, because once you've used your ultimate, that's that one invulnerability that you get and you gotta poke with your E. But this time around, though, Levi just played around it so perfectly. His spacing was magnificent, really, on this champion.
And I'm really glad that Levi taught us how to play Shyvana by just saying you have to be Levi, because it did feel like that's kind of the difference maker
he
here
gets
for
the
him.
pass, for sure.
But to be fair, he did also show us that there are some weaknesses there. R7 were quick to punish us, as we saw their incredible reactions here in this HyperX Reflex replay, where again, you saw some of the pitfalls of a champion like Shyvana, no matter how far ahead she is.
I mean, she looks tanky. She's got a lot of HP from Liandry's and from Riftmaker. But the reality is that as soon as you pop that Dragon Form and you get stunned, you're so squishy. And yeah, you get some extra resistance from killing Drakes, but it's only really 5 per Drake. So once you're locked down, you're pretty much dead. And this looked like a moment where R7 might have the opportunity to come back. They can finally get that soul for themselves. Unfortunately for them, right, they are still getting run around by Map. They had by Gam. They had so much pressure, top inhib, mid inhib, pushing in bot side. Like it was just impossible for R7 to find leverage in this game.
But that's why, like, coming into the game, I looked at these drafts and was like, this is R7 winning. Like, this feels so difficult to play. Little to no engage on Gam's side. A great amount of counter pressure. Even the counter engage for the one Yone stun that can maybe set you go up, but they just couldn't find that. And a huge amount of that has to be praised towards the way Gam played this. The VCS for so long is just discounted as this region that can only play for kills, is hyper aggressive, doesn't know how to play a mid game. Gam are different. Gam are a level above what everyone expects them to be, and we're getting to see this on the Rift with how calculated they are in that mid to late game.
Yeah, and the fact that they took so few fights, the amount of poppy, W's, the steadfast presence that stopped little engages, that stopped these plays or moments from coming through until they could find something on their footing. Yes, what I have preferred in this matchup, much more chaotic bloodshed, but the way the game ultimately played it worked out so incredibly well for them overall. Now we have to see what R7 are going to bring to the table to adapt coming into this game too.
Yeah, I mean, they're picking red side again, and I think they kind of knew what they wanted. I think Kaney was super happy with just having that Syndra into the Yone. Summit, I think, was the big one. They first picked Rumble. Rumble, nerf Rumble. You gotta be able to have something that's gonna shut that down as well, because he's been one of the big strengths when he has that laning phase prowess. Did not get to have that opportunity this game.
We'll have to see if it's gonna be a different story in game 2 as we send it over to our casters for picks and bans.
Thank you very much, Dracos. We are going into game number 2 here. It's going to be an exciting one. Gam, one game away from the Swiss stage. They would be so excited to make it back. Did really play a strong game, but R7, not to be discounted, because they got that soul. They got to a position where, hey, had their base been a little bit more healthy, they maybe would have been able to turn around.
Yeah, I thought Kaney played a solid game on Syndra.
He was really good.
I think the Shyvana is just the X factor that they're going to have to account for here. I think one of the reasons they're sticking with the red side is I think they were generally happy with how the draft went. Their bans were Aurora, Ziggs, Vi. I think they just dropped the Vi ban, throw in a Shyvana ban, and then run it back. It really was just game altering the way he was able to keep his tempo up and siege every turret with the empowered Shyvana ease.
I think the alternative is, if you want to let the Shyvana through, then you need something that can put pressure on it, right?
Well,
like if you can't keep pace with it, then you need to really be able to get something else done. Or you try to play something that's equally greedy and can scale with it. You say, like, okay, you're going to play Shyvana, well, I'm going to play Brand, and I'm going to be a monster in team fights too. So I'll be really interested to see what their approach is to it.
Okay, so Gam's bans stay exactly the same. The Ziggs was banned in game 1 by R7. So is it Ziggs ban or Shyvana ban?
It's got to be Shyvana.
They leave Ziggs up, which is, I really thought it would be the Vi. I think they're afraid of the fight engage from Levi, but Ziggs can provide the same issue just in a different way if they decide to pick it later. But it's first pick Rumble once again, so R7 could actually take the Ziggs if they want to.
Yeah, just right back to the Rumble. And I'm so curious now, what is Summit's answer going to be? Because such a key part of their early game, of their victory against 100 Thieves, was that he was dominant in lane. And it was, the sniper was just blind picking Cassante, and they're putting him on tank duty, and someone was able to take advantage of that. So maybe we'll have a different pick here to be able to answer Kiaya's Rumble, who really did keep him in check, but it is going to be the Ziggs coming out so far.
Either way, I do actually like this tweak by R7, because if they are forcing, if basically they're expecting Gam to first pick Rumble again, and one, that means that they can get the Ziggs that they had themselves banned in game 1, but Rumble Ziggs wouldn't have been a good combo anyway. So I do like them getting rid of the Shyvana, but then also opening up their own power pick to be able to take early in the draft.
Spicy hotpot coming through. The Jarvan locked in, the Cataclysm plus the Ziggs ult. Very powerful combo here. And if you lock Jhin into that, you are asking to die, but Easy Love is going to go for it. And honestly, Easy Love, he farmed well, but he didn't really have to do much in the last game. He was not a big factor besides getting one shot by Kaney and giving us some reaction gifs on Twitter.
Easy Love was such an 80 carry experience last game on MF. Just farms all game, one shot by Syndra, and then thrown onto Jhin for the next game.
Like, what if you were further back with your ultimate?
Same situation. This is actually better than MF, for sure. Because at least the Jhin can give the utility.
Is it going to be the Summit Jace? You know, this and the Gnar are the two champions I always think of when I think of Summit.
It's locked in.
And it is going to get locked in. This is, you know, one of those champions that he can dominate lane on. Didn't really get it done on the Gnar as far as that 1v1 was concerned. QIA really held him to a stalemate. And I think that was such a key part of their game.
Yeah, it's. I was actually going to say it jokingly when you're like, what does he do? I was like, well, it's Gnar or Jace. Those are Summit's champions.
Yeah.
And it is still
He's not
true.
a one trick.
To this
he has
day.
a second trick.
Yeah, and he's super good on these champs.
He is incredible on those champions, and he can play other stuff, of course. But you know, he really is. He's been the same player his whole career. Like, incredibly lane dominant, but tends to die to ganks, tends to get caught in side lanes. You know, those are his weaknesses. You really know what you're going to get with Summit, but you're getting some really powerful strengths. It is going to be Sejuani as the ban. They're worried about that pairing with the double melee soul laners that have already been drafted, and I think that is a smart ban from this spot. And also, interestingly, they are going to be banning out the Poppy, who, you know, I didn't really feel was a big part of the win in the previous game, but I will say he was on point with his steadfast presences. He was, you know, interrupting Audi a lot, so maybe that was kind of the frustration, was Audi didn't feel like he could get in and make the fights happen.
He was very tricky to pin down, and I think against the Jarvan, it's just a smart ban when you know that the other team is comfortable playing Poppy. It also opens up things like Rel, so it's just going to allow them to actually engage.
Now, I'm really curious, are they going to go for a bit more setup now for Kiaya? Last time, they didn't have it, but as it turned out, they didn't need it. So, Rel has been taken away. Leona is banned out. You could go towards something like an Alistar or a Nautilus if you do want those types of engage supports. That's kind of the meta for most teams these days, is you just kind of pick one of those. Levi, Wukong is up, and he's going to grab it, and they're going to pick another option here with the Rakan. So some very powerful engage this time around on the GAM side, and much more lockdown and setup for both Emo and Kiaya to really succeed with.
And it's also, I'd say Rakan, a little bit weaker in lane.
Oh, it's going to be Jace mid.
Way more reach in terms of being able to get to the back line. I guess it will actually be Jace mid.
Yeah, it's going to be Jace mid, and they're going to go Cassante, fifth pick here for Summit.
It could be Cassante mid. They have until 20 seconds on the timer to trade it back. We're at 40 seconds right now.
I'm assuming it's going to be Summit playing the Cassante, which is kind of un-Summit-like, to be honest. But, I mean, everyone plays a ton of Cassante, let's be honest. This champion has been so strong for really the entire time since it came out. So people definitely do play a lot of it. But Kaney, I am expecting to play that Jace, and I think we're far enough in. Honestly, I can't tell because we don't have the exact number on the screen.
I got it on my screen. We're past 20 seconds just now, so this is going to be it. Summit on the Cassante. I wouldn't have minded to see the Cassante mid, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not really sure exactly how that matchup would go. The one thing I will say is it's a lot more difficult in mid lane to actually get good angles for the all-out, you know, actually try to find those all-in opportunities. We'll see if someone can do that up top lane against Kiaya, and I'm really interested now to see how Kaney performs here. He really was good at actually bullying Emo in the early levels on the Syndra, and I think he had a very strong Syndra game overall. He was pretty impactful. Can he do the same thing on the Jace? Because to me, it's always felt like Jace needs to do even more. That being said, they do have quite a bit of poke between the Jace and the Ziggs, so maybe they're going to try to play more of that style of comp where they poke out their opponents before the fight.
I think a lot of it is trying to keep up with the turret taking that GAM had in game 1 and land a couple counter picks in. It's going to be tough, I think, actually, for Rainbow 7. The manner in which they lost that first game, just being behind in tempo pretty much the entire time, still securing Soul, but never really finding a single good team fight. So GAM, I think, is just going to be having so much confidence and momentum after that game 1, because there were little things that we were seeing, even in the laning phase from GAM, willing to take risks on small things and getting away with it, playing on the margins. Kiaya as well, not losing lane to Summit. Summit has beaten pretty much everyone in lane. Now going up against his Cassante, which if he gets ahead could still punish the Rumble, but I'm expecting GAM to continue to keep up their aggressive style of play.
Absolutely. I mean, I think more so than the last game, I'm expecting a lot more fighting. Kiaya also going first strike on the Rumble, which is an interesting adaptation here. You're playing against a tank. You're just going to try to farm some gold off of him. If you feel like, hey, I don't really think I can punish him a lot with, you know, the Comet, then just go for sure strike. Just try to farm a little bit more gold, complete those items that much faster. As Audi does spot the ward getting dropped on his Raptor, so it does at least have that information. But Lions, of course, unable to come up there and sweep it out because it's too late.
There was a small chance that R7 would have gone for a swap, and I think that would have definitely surprised GAM because they have the type of team comp for it. But definitely just decide to go standard lanes. And I think Gam is going to be completely fine with this. From what we've seen so far, Levi, very comfortable kind of power farming up until level 6, leaving his laners to fend for themselves, and the whole team is pretty good at that.
Yep, nice little trade there from Lions. But of course, Rakan, if you can hit those Qs, those Gleaming Quills, you are going to be healing back up pretty effectively. So if you're trying to bully this lane, have to be dodging those Qs, and that one does connect. So going to be going pretty much right back to full. As KNE just going in the melee form and going to the skies to get a nice little trade there onto Emo. Really wants to keep him down early.
And this will be the big question. How well can KNE punish this Yone? We did think Yone was going to be one of the biggest picks at this World Championship. Still might be, but I've definitely seen it get fairly punished early by a couple of different picks. We saw Maples Akali do it a couple times on day 1. Even the Cinder was punishing it fairly well, and we're really going to see how much damage this Jace can do. Early on, it looks like he's able to weave in a lot of damage without Emo being able to retaliate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's always interesting, right? Because these kind of matchups, you have to know you're going to lose really going into it. But if you can lose gracefully, you can have so much power later on. It's such a powerful pick. You know, allows you to really get in there with the Soul Unbound. You know, that's what really makes the champion, is that you don't have to throw your body all the way in and fully commit to actually get an all-in play, right? Yasuo has to like ult into the backline to do it, and you could just get burst down. King can always snap back with the E.
And also, I think the Jace needs to do a lot of work in lane, because if you're a Jace going up against Rakan, Wukong, Rumble later on in the game, it's a pretty hard life. There's a lot of things that can really just shut you down. I mean, even Wukong, if he gets a little bit ahead, would have a chance to just solo kill the Jace at the back end of a fight. So he really needs to do a lot of work in this early game, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see if they can get that push. Nice shock blast there, empowered. Levi heading down towards that bottom side here as Easy Love and Elio are in the area, and both junglers are going to be spotting each other.
It's risky for Levi to be here because Jace has so much prio mid, but there's no smite on Audi, so he has to just give it up. That's unfortunate.
And as soon as you use the Flag and Drag and then you see him, there's no chance you can win the skirmish either, so it's just time to run. So I think smart from Audi to just give that up. Of course, it will give Levi some more tempo. He gets the faster recall and is going to be back out on the map here a lot faster.
Pretty nice play, though, from KNE early on. 11 CS advantage in the first 4 waves.
Yeah, doing a really good job, and we'll see if he can kind of maintain that advantage, keep pushing it forward. People getting really low. That empowered shock blast could have been dangerous if it did connect there from KNE, but KNE also getting quite low here himself, so he's going to have to take a recall. And this is going to give Emo a chance to be able to at least farm this up and then potentially walk back to lane. It'll be interesting to see if KNE wants to actually TP back and keep that pressure on.
Levi might be trying to get a cheeky gank into Summit here. He will be spotted if he goes over that wall. I mean, Kiai is in such a fine spot. It would literally just be trying to gank for the 300 gold, and Levi decides it's not worth the risk.
Yeah, exactly. Levi had a little bit of time before his Gromp and Wolves did respawn, so he's like, you know what, I'll take a look, see if there's an angle. There wasn't, so he's right back to farming, playing for that efficiency game that he is really well known for. Always has been a bit of a power farmer, loves playing these carry-style junglers, and he's such a strong team fighter that it has really kind of made his career playing that style.
And you can tell the team is really comfortable playing that style as well. Those types of players don't generally mesh well when you have someone who just loves playing counter picks or something. Like, you can see all these lanes are generally safe, and these guys are not playing the lanes in places where the wave is getting frozen against them and they need the jungler to come bail them out. Like, they're all very good laners in their own right. The CS disadvantage at the last recall was only 9 for Emo, and he's almost hit level 6 with the Dorn Shield, the Vamp Scepter, 2 health potions, and Fleet Footwork, so his sustain is going to be quite high.
Yep, and both supports kind of seeing if there's any sort of an angle here, as KNE takes a lot of damage, but is going forward, and Shadow Blast nicely sidestepped there by Emo. Leo going to have to jump back to his teammate, but will help to keep him safe, so going to be able to farm this up and just use that Vamp Scepter to try to sustain through this. And with Jace taking another base, I feel like Emo's gotten through a lot of the hardest part of the early game here, and he's in a pretty darn good spot. Yeah,
there were a couple of empowered Shock Blasts that fell to the side that really could have made life hard for Emo, but he was able to dodge both of those. So pretty clutch. That allows Levi to hit level 5, and we are moving up towards Grubs for a potential fight. Seo has teleport, so Gam needs to be a little careful starting this because they could be at a numbers disadvantage soon.
Yeah, and Kaney did just get that recall off, so he's going to be a little bit more powerful potentially, but he is on a cull and a tier, so not exactly the most threatening of items there for the Jace in the early game.
Levi's got to get out of there.
Levi at least will get one. Kiaya does have first move, but it's just going to be the one. I think they're going to call that heist and probably back off. Both bot laners have moved up to mid, though.
Yeah, exactly. Jin's followed all the way up. They might look for a pick.
Yeah, they're going to be going in, and the Ziggs is in trouble. The curtain call has come out. Lions able to body block. They did get the flash off of Seo. Now the equalizer comes down. It's not quite in the right spot. Emo trying to go forward and finish him off. Nice sidestep from Seo, but it's first blood for Kiaya. And is it even more? It looks like it. It's a flash out from Lions, but Levi is there trying to chase him down, and Easy Love comes in. 1, 2, 3, fourth shot gets the kill.
Somehow during that fight, Levi ticked level 6, and that allowed them to just continue that chase. But it was all about the original pick onto Seo Ziggs. Gam just a little bit sharper and a little bit more decisive. I think in an ideal world there, R7 actually hold the Ziggs and the Jin bot so they can teleport and actually have the numbers advantage. When Jin's able to follow like that, it becomes a 5v5.
Yeah, in some trouble. Does have to flash out. Nice sidestep. That little juke there kept him alive. If he gets scooped back, he's dead because someone can go all out, and then Audie's there to follow.
The mechanics on these guys are just accumulating into being bigger and bigger advantages. Sidesteps on the shock blast, sidesteps on those ganks, keeping them deathless, and Levi just boldly starting this Drake. Surely he has to run.
Yeah, gonna get spotted out, and he will be pushed off that as Seo is down here. R7 deciding, you know what? Maybe we can do it. So they do have that faster reset. Their bot lane is there, and Audie has arrived, so it looks like it will be their dragon.
I mean, R7, maybe they'll get Soul again. It just seems to be their thing, where they get Soul in almost every game. 2 games in a row, the last one against 100 Thieves, and in that last game they had against Gam. But they will get the first Drake of this game, and it's looking similar to the story of game 1, where Gam is taking a lot of risks in lane to hold on. Levi is off to the races. Early Drakes for R7, but already a 1,000 gold lead for Gam, and just the very end of that Rakan W, followed by the Yone ultimate, start this fight off right for Gam.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was pretty nicely done, the initial engage, and Seo does a good job, sidesteps the Q3, trying to get out of there, but really, when there's that much committed to you, there's no shot.
And the kill onto Ziggs is what gave Levi enough experience to hit level 6, which I think is what allowed them to get the second kill of the fight onto Rel.
Well, he's feeling it. He is really feeling it, and Gam happy about that. No, it's a key moment in this game, opening up about a 1.5k gold lead from that play. And it's pretty significant. Kiaya, again, seems to be doing more than holding his own.
No flash.
Levi going in, but the fate is not sealed. It is going to miss. And everything is a sidestep. Everything is just dodged there. Both teams showcasing those mechanics.
Yeah, that's really huge by Kaney there to not die to that Wukong gank. 2 ultimates burned. Doesn't even get more than half of his health. And I wouldn't be too surprised if we start seeing some lane swaps happening. Looking at the items here, tons of magic resist being built around by Summit, as I do an arrow instead of a circle. But if they swap the Yone into him, he'll be a lot more effective.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. I want to know how much first strike gold has actually been grabbed by Kiaya.
I can tell you.
I'm really curious to see how much gold he's actually been able to get, because he's been, every time I look up there, he seems to be procking it pretty much nonstop.
186.
Not bad, honestly. This just from the laning phase, like almost a kill, most of a kill. It's kind of not too bad. But already has that Leandries, so is on that spike here pretty darn early.
Yeah.
And we can see that it's likely going to be Blade the Rune King rush here for Emo, pretty standard.
Yeah, and the lanes have actually changed. Summit is up against the Jin right now. I don't necessarily think Easy Love can threaten kills on the Jin, but it definitely makes Kiaya more threatening with his full Leandries up against people who don't have a ton of MR already.
Yep, there are some squishy members up there, absolutely. Elio coming up towards the top to try to reinforce the team. Audie finally going to finish off those grubs. They never actually fully cleared those earlier grubs, so it is just the 3 that will be showing up here this game.
Grubless game. Not even a 4 grubber for anyone.
Nope. And we'll see if Summit can continue wave clear. I think he will. I mean, yeah, Jin does physical damage. Yeah, he built MR, but like Jin is on Swifties and a little bit of damage. So Yeah, I mean, Jhin, honestly, with this build that has become so popular with the Shiv into Rapid Fire, it's like you have so much move speed, it's so fun to play, but if you're not very ahead, you don't do a lot of damage. Is Kaney going to be forced to flash there on the attempted engage from Elio? Comes in with the ultimate and is able to push him back and keep that pressure on.
I mean, another nice dodge there by Kaney, but nothing is going to be won for it. That was a very low investment gank by GAM in terms of spells. They just had so much tempo to spend. I mean, I'm even looking at their waves right now. Nothing's pushing in against them. They're kind of safely resetting. They already have a pretty large gold lead. I kind of wonder where Rainbow Seven is going to make something happen for themselves, because they seem to be playing permanent defense.
I mean, it's tough, right? You know, Kaney was doing so well in the 1v1, but he's been pressured a couple times, and forcing out a flash like that means you can't bully anymore. You have to be so careful. So, you know, that buys the time, that buys the space for Emo to be able to set up. They are going to try to look here as Lions. Crash down will connect. Audi is just in range now. The knockup is there, and Kaney going to try to find it. Fate is sealed, used to just build a little bit of space, and now the soul inbound coming through. Lions, nice sidestep, though. The jukes from these players are really good in this game.
I'll also say that a Jarvan without his first completed item and a Rel, they're not killing a level 9 Yone with Thorn Shield. So even if they landed that engage, he didn't have to burn Flash during his escape. And speaking of what we talked about in game 1, with GAM being really good at playing on their item spikes, when Levi goes back to base and completes the Sundered Sky, he deploys and he looks to make a play. So with this Dragon coming up, GAM's definitely going to be trying to make something happen.
Yep, Kaney still down there working towards his first item. Stacking up the tier, of course, and then there's going to be a tier on the Ziggs as well. Going to be working towards the Archangels. A little bit less of a spike, I think, than having that Ludens, but of course it does help you if you do get jumped on, and there is a lot of hard engage over on the other side when you're looking at Emo and Levi. So I do understand wanting to go a bit of a more defensive item here, as Kiaya, I think, mostly looking for the reset, but he's going to force a flash. Does he flash to follow? He might just have him. Didn't want to risk it. Interesting. Elects to hold onto the flash. I think he maybe could have got him with even just like one more harpoon.
Yeah, but about these Rumble nerfs, it feels like it might have been a player issue with the other Rumbles that we've seen, because Kiaya, he's looked super good. He's completely matching Summit's Gnar. He is going up against the full MR Cassante, playing on his spike pretty well. The Canic Rook Urn hadn't been completed yet, so he may as well go for the kill. Gets one plate, has to reset, but that buys time for the team to be able to take the Drake. I'm really impressed with the 4 games I've seen from Kiaya so far. 2 games on Aurora on day 1, and then also the Rumble so far today.
Especially when you, like you say, you're going up against Summit. You know, you're going up against the guy who is considered by far the strongest laner in his league. You know, such a good top laner in that 1v1, and hasn't been able to really get anything done in the 1v1. Got the Gnar in the last game, couldn't really create any sort of advantage. Now he's on that Cassante, and Kiaya is just using him as a target. I mean, farm first strike gold.
Yeah, he absolutely is. A little bit less farm overall for GAM solo laners this game, though. I'd say the Jace has been pretty effective at its early job of shutting down the Yone a bit, but I just feel like it's going to be tricky to actually make use of this thing in the late game if they're not able to consistently get push, set up at objectives, and then kind of use the Ziggs Jace to stop them from entering.
Yeah. And I actually like this more from Seo. He did actually just elect to finish the Ludens and sit on the tier. So
nice.
I like that more. You know, it is definitely a nice one-item power spike along with that Jace, who now has the opportunity done, as you called out.
Big Jace
He is definitely strong. Has that completed item. Did cash out the call.
Kiai just hit level 11, and he has his ultimate up. So this could be a Rift Herald fight.
Yeah, we'll see. R7 are there first, but Emo is coming. Easy Love as well as Levi are going to try to get pushed mid. That is a big shock blast, though, onto Easy Love, and he is pushed back very quickly by that. So Kiaya going to head back up the top and try to get the shove there.
Gotta respect the Rumble, though. R7 had to pull off as soon as they saw Rumble moving towards them. Kind of a standstill. Again, so much patience from GAM in this entire series.
I mean, it's not really what you would associate with them traditionally, but at the same time, clearly they know we can play around our power spikes, we can play to scale, they don't have to force anything if it's not there, and they're just playing out a really smart game. I mean, they had Emo down in bot side, who was matched up against this Canic Rooker and Cassante, which is a horrible 1v1 against this Blade of the Rune King that's now completed for him. So R7 moving over. This is getting low, though. We'll see if Levi can secure it. Eye gets popped, and they are going to be able to finish it off there. Now can they find any sort of a play? Elio's going to be looking. Lions flashes out, does crash down over the wall, but he's going to get interrupted. And now comes the curtain call there from the Jhin, as well as the equalizer, but not really able to find too much. Seo does walk back in, gets hit by the fourth shot. is going to be okay. Summit is having to recall, and Audi looking for the re-engage, but no one is there with him, and Audi really went too far. Now Kiaya goes forward, and Emo finds him with the fate is sealed. Kaney tries to get out, but he can't do it. It's a double kill for Emo, and it's Gam taking over off of a re-engage from Audi.
Emo showing up with those 2 kills on the back, but I gotta say, Audi is gonna want that one back. They were able to dodge the first engage, get the TP out of the Yone, and it could have been over, but they were just not ready for that re-engage, and it's that re-engage that ends up giving the 2 kills over to Gam. Watching it one more time, Elio just gets completely stuffed up on the top with Rakan there, can't actually get onto the rel, and you think, Rainbow 7 is actually just ult. Burn Jin, burn Rumble ult. It's over. But let's see, what did Audi think was going to happen with the re-engage onto Levi? There's no Shock Blast up for Kaney. Seo's around the side. That's one of those instances where you feel like your team is behind you, but they're not actually there, and you end up running it down.
He just unfortunately wasn't aware, like you say, of exactly where they were. You know, thought he had an angle, but clearly did not. Zig's not in position to follow up. You know, Jace's not in position to follow up. Ends up going in, dies, gives over a couple kills, and now it's an over 3,000 gold lead here for Gam, and they have been playing really well with the advantages when they can get them. Kiaya, again, proccing that first strike here, just trying to farm it up, working towards that second item as the Rift Maker. And Easy Love moving towards his second item as well, has that shift for quite some time, and is going to have that rapid fire pretty soon now.
Yeah, he's having a very strong game. I think he's happy to be on Jin and not Misfortune this time. He can play a little further back. And there's also no Syndra to press a button on him and end his life. This is going to be a really hard game for R7 from this point forward, because if we think about the way their team comp needs to operate, they really need to wombo combo team fights with Ziggs, Jarvan, maybe even a little bit of Jace Rel. But Gam has just been so good about spreading out, playing from a lot of different angles. So even if R7 tries to combo one person, like first they might not even kill that one person, but then second, the sustained damage on the other side from Gam is going to be just so much higher than what R7 has. Add that to the fact that they're behind in items and gold, and it gets even harder.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, you know, you'd say, okay, well, if we can't do that, what can we do? Maybe we could split push. But Emo's going to be really good at answering you in the side lanes. If he has 2 kills, even though there is this additional farm, the the plates and everything that Kaney was able to pressure, he is not really that far ahead of where this Yone is. And one misstep, and you can easily lose that 1v1.
Absolutely. So Dragon coming up. It's a Mountain Soul this game. Gam is a little bit grouped up here, so maybe
nice
a window.
Shockwave Emo looking though, and he finds the Zig. Seo is gone already. His fate is sealed. Gam gonna drop the Herald mid. That's gonna be the tier 1 tower. That's gonna be the Ziggs. It should be the Dragon off the back of it, and the curtain call is gonna get opened up here. Looking for the damage on the back line, pushing them back. In goes Elio. Nice buffer though from Summit, and now going to drop the equalizer. That one's a bit of a whiff. Can they find anything more? He's going to think better of it.
No thanks. Go bot. Go all the way bot. Hit that turret bot.
It's Levi Drift. He's going to be driving down towards the Dragon.
He could hit the bot turret. Either way, there's still 4 people chasing after him, but Gam is going to be pretty fearless now. It's only physical damage dealers that are alive at the moment. They do respect the teleport of Ziggs, though, as they go bottom lane and actually don't take the Drake yet.
Yeah, they can't even really take the Drake. I mean, Easy Love has been split up from the rest of the team. He's getting pushed off, so now they're going to lose their mid lane tower. Gam kind of over-chased and are getting punished for it. Levi, though, going to look. He's going to go in. There's a Cyclone. Seo's in trouble again, but the minion wave was still there to tank up the tower for now. The W does miss, and now it's a TP coming in from the other side. It's going to be Kiaya rejoining the team. He has no ulti, but doesn't even need it. Katie's in trouble. He's getting roasted. Lions is already dead to Levi, but they're trying to take one back. Seo pushing him out. Summit arrives. The teleport's getting committed from both sides, but it is Gam, again, that get the kill and get out.
Man, you can really just see how strong Levi's Wukong is in this game state, because if he's the one that opens onto Ziggs and Seo has to run instead of return fire, he's just armor stacking on Wukong through his passive, and the Jarvan, Jace, Cassante are unable to touch him. So he, I think, even missed his W out of the Jarvan Cataclysm and then was still just able to flash out at the tail end of that fight. So he's very free with what he can do in this game, and Gam continue to put the pressure on R7.
Yeah, we can see it one more time. They were pressuring Easy Love, and Levi goes in and finds a game.
And it's pretty much 1v3. Seo can't return fire onto Levi, so everyone else on Gam can just continue going forward, easily pick up the kill on Darrell. But really, this at the end is kind of what's damning for me, where he flashes out of the full combo from Audi. Seo's burning all of his cooldowns, and it's going to be tough for R7 to come back here.
I mean, you can see R7 know it. Their coaching staff looking incredibly stressed, a little bit dejected there. Obviously, coming off of a big series, they were feeling confident. They were in a really good spot. You know, at times it felt like in game number 1, had a good draft. This second game, though, has got away from them pretty quick. And as you say, going to be tough to pull back, but we'll see if they can do it. The Dragon's still on the table here, and it's going to be Gam looking to move down and claim it as Emo splits top.
And I think they will be able to get this one. But GAM is not a team to rush Drakes. They are so focused on just accumulating pressure and gold. So yes, they have the ability to take Drake, but they're going to rather grab this standing gold first. Can't complain as they continue to extend their gold lead.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Emo's fine topside. You know, he seems to be completely safe. He has enough vision. It's a bit shallow, but he does have it through that river and has the push up on that topside. They have a ward deep in mid that knows where the Ziggs is. They have the mini wave there, so they saw the Jarvan. And they know they have the time. We'll take the tier 1, grab the Dragon, no pressure.
And also just a reminder, as the stakes for this game, the winner advances to Swiss stage. And almost the added importance for Rainbow 7, because their region, the LLA, has never advanced out of a play-in stage. Losing this game doesn't mean that's an impossibility, though. And also because of how important their win was over 100 Thieves, there's like a bracket switch as they move down. So they actually end up playing, if they lose this, they will play the winner of Vikings and Pain Gaming. So by no means would their dreams of going to group stage be over. They're going to be very competitive, I feel like, in the next series if they end up losing this one, which it does look like GAM is in complete control.
Yeah, absolutely. Are sitting in a really, really good spot. You can see 2 items coming through for so many members. Stridebreaker done for Emo, which does make it difficult to kite him out. That Rapid Fire is done. Last Whisper completed for Easy Love. And we do have that Riftmaker has been done for a long time on Kiaya, but now has a Seekers on top of it. That's going to make him even more difficult to knock down.
And give you a first strike
update.
First strike catch. 489 gold.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
It does deal a fair bit of damage too, and it scales pretty well into the game because it is that percentage increase of damage. So honestly, not bad. A kill and a half from your rune there, as he has created a very big lead for himself. 1.8K ahead of where Summit is now.
Just trying to think of what Rainbow 7 can do. I mean, currently now would have been their window to try and do something when you have both the Yone and the Rumble showing on waves. You know there's only going to be 3 people. But Levi's just freely going wherever he wants because it's only physical damage dealers that are in range to retaliate. They do about 600 damage to him, and in doing so then lose mid-push. So again, R7 is going to have to wait and look for their next play. Got people standing on a ward, though.
Yeah, they do spot them. They're going to go in, but are they going to regret it? We'll see. The TP's coming in from Summit as well, and we do have Levi trying to get out. The Zig's all going to hit him. Kaney trying to retreat. The curtain is going to get called on the other side. Audi trying to block, but they're trying to snipe through. He can't quite find it. Seo pushes him back and interrupts him with the satchel charge on the side, but it doesn't matter because Kiaya's got a double. Emo's in the 1v1. He flashes out of the Q3. Has the solo out. Going to finish off Summit. Not quite. Summit flashes back. Another Q3 is going to miss, and Emo's trying to charge it back up. Has it back and available. Neither solo laner able to finish off the other one. But that was big because Emo was able to interrupt the TP there from Summit. He couldn't join the play.
True.
And that really did change the math on things for R7, who thought they would have the man advantage.
They're going to get the Baron after that one as well. And if there was ever a moment that R7 thought they could get back in the game, it's when they see Wukong and Rumble sitting on a ward and they bait them to engage, but it still ends in the favor of GAM. 8,000 gold, Baron buff, Drake advantage, and a couple of pushes away from the Swiss stage.
Yeah, they are looking so good at this point in the game. We can watch this fight one more time. You can see the angle that they're looking for here.
Yeah, I mean, Levi Kiaya go straight in. They get a bunch of damage onto Kaney, but then Ziggs retaliating, and maybe if the Cassante could come in with some type of flank, they could get on to Jin or Levi in the back. It's still going to be pretty rough, though. That's a huge gold lead for GAM, and their original initiation was pretty good. So Emo there just pretty easily interrupts Summit, and then we saw the rest of that
We're back to live,
fight.
and we're back to Summit in trouble here. He's going to try to get out of there. The Ziggs all comes down to cover, and we'll have to see how much GAM can get with the Red Bolt Baron power play here. They do have some good wave clear with the Ziggs, but they're going to get split, and they're going to get pulled apart here as Emo's down towards that bot lane. Summit looking for an angle on Levi, can't find it.
Emo freely taking that bot turret. I believe he's deathless this series on the Yone, so he's been playing extremely safe and efficiently. And look at that Rumble burn.
The curtain is going to get called. Seo has to flash out of there, and on the other side it's Emo. They're trying to CC him up, and they're trying to knock him down, and they got the kill. What can Summit get done here, though? He's CC'd up as well. Levi's into the backline. Summit's on the run. The DB's coming back from Katie, but is it even going to be in time? He TP's into his death, only to watch his base crumble. Gam get a big fight. The Easy Love flashes forward, couldn't quite get in range for the forced shot there onto Lions. Thought he had the kill. It's up to the bot lane here from R7, but the deadly flourish is deadly indeed. It connects onto the Ziggs. They get the kill, and with that, they will secure the win. They will secure their spot in the Swiss stage. Gam do it. They're going to take the series 2-0 over R7. What a performance.
Gam have dominated in this play-in stage. Undefeated, back-to-back 2-0s, and they cruise their way to the Swiss stage.
It's Gam time indeed. The VCS is back in the Swiss stage here. A great performance from them. They were so decisive in the second game. They were not playing, this super up-tempo, super aggressive style, but when they found their windows, when they found their moments, they fully committed to it. They played 5 men as one unit, and they were really on the same page when they needed to be. It's some impressive stuff from them.
I mean, some quick maths. This was a 27-minute game. The kills were 12-1. That's less than half a kill a minute.
Yep.
That's so much slower than the pace we would be used to seeing from GAM, but it was absolutely the right way to play the game. They out-pushed, out-macroed Rainbow 7 today and really showed a whole nother dimension to their own gameplay.
I mean, it was a great team performance. Everyone really was kind of showing up when they needed to, but I have to give a lot of credit to Kiaya, completely holding it down against Summit.
Well.
He made Summit a complete non-factor, it felt like, in this series, which was so impressive.
Yeah.
In game number 1, Levi showed up in a big way on the Shyvana, really made that pick look incredibly strong. So it was a fun series to watch, and I feel like GAM could definitely do some damage, could definitely turn some heads in the Swiss stage if people aren't careful.
Yeah, and I'm just going to address the elephant in the room. 100 Thieves feels really bad about losing to Rainbow 7 after how Rainbow 7 showed up today. I'm really looking forward to the rest of this play-in stage. We have our 2 teams that have qualified through. Today is like the day of joy. Nobody gets eliminated. But we now have everybody else left. Yep. 6 teams left. Only 2 can move on.
Yep.
So it's going to be a hectic final 2 days of this play-in stage.
I mean, the pressure really does mount when you have no lives left to give.
Yeah.
Your year's over if you lose here, and everyone here is dreaming of going so much further, doing so much more damage at the tournament. They work all year to get here. You want to be able to showcase what you believe you can do.
Yeah, and I think going into the play-in stage, knowing that the format had been changed a little bit for this year, with fewer teams being pre-seeded into Swiss and 4 teams having the ability to make it out compared to last year where there were only 2.
Yeah.
I think GAM was expecting at a certain level to make it through. I don't think they were expecting to 4-0 their way through. They're definitely looking extremely strong from their early expectations going into Swiss.
Yep, absolutely. And now we have Laura standing by with Kiaya in the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you so much, Berlin. Kiaya, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on reaching the next stage here at Worlds 2024. You know Rainbow 7, you know R7, you've been facing off against them a couple of times. Was it a revenge for you guys today?
Em đã có nhiều lần đối đầu với lại Rainbow 7 rồi á. Thì cái lần trả thù này có mang ý nghĩa gì với tụi em?
Ở lần này thì đấu với Rainbow 7 thì nó rất là có nhiều kỷ niệm ở trong suốt thời gian qua. Thì đội tuyển em cũng như là Rainbow 7 cũng đấu khoảng 3 lần, đây là lần thứ 3 rồi. Thì em thấy rất là hào hứng khi gặp lại Rainbow 7 và em muốn cho họ nếm mùi đau thương một lần nữa.
We've met Rainbow 7 several times. This is my third encounter with them. And this time around, I wanted them to taste defeat.
They tasted defeat indeed with you guys. I love the energy and I love the confidence. And honestly, we could feel the confidence from you today, Kiaya, through the amazing gameplay in League of Legends that you played against R7 today. Tell me about this confidence and the impact of your communication helping your teammates.
Thì hôm nay em đã có một màn thi đấu khá là tràn đầy tự tin ha. Thì cái sự tự tin này nó ảnh hưởng tới cái phong độ của em trong trận đấu này như thế nào và em đã giao tiếp với đồng đội mình như thế nào trong trận đấu vừa rồi.
Ở trận hôm nay thì cái tâm thế của em thì em cũng thấy rất là thoải mái và tự tin. Tuy gần thì game đầu thì em cũng có hơi run, cũng có hơi hồi hộp tí, nhưng mà em cũng may mắn là được đồng đội giúp đỡ và được đồng đội kéo lên. Sau qua game 2 thì em đã lấy được lại cái vị thế của mình và em tiến lên phía trước thôi. Thì em cũng muốn rất là cảm ơn đồng đội hôm nay vì đã gánh em và cho em một cái cảm giác nó thực sự rất là vui như thế này.
The team is in high spirits today, and during the first game, I had a little bit of cold feet. I was not performing at my best, but thanks to my teammates, I was able to get back on my feet and play very well for the second game.
I think you played phenomenal. The whole team played phenomenal, and you're going to advance to Swiss stage. Now, one thing is sure about GAM is that it's always going to be crazy. It's always going to be aggressive. What is the expectation in Swiss stage? What should we expect from GAM?
Chị đó nghĩ là cái lối chơi của GAM thì lúc nào cũng rất là máu chiến, lúc nào cũng rất là hổ báo. Nhưng mà từ cái góc nhìn của em á, thì em nghĩ là các fan hay là người coi có thể mong chờ điều gì ở GAM trong cái vòng Swiss?
Thì thường thì mọi người sẽ thấy là khi đội tuyển GAM bắt đầu thi đấu thì họ sẽ coi như là đội tuyển GAM một là cái đội máu chiến, một cái đội gọi là ham chiến, rất là kiểu tham gia rất là nhiều combat á. Nhưng mà em nghĩ là ở hai trận hôm nay thì bọn em đã làm rất tốt về mảng macro, về cái gọi là chiến thuật macro á. Thì hôm nay em thấy team em đã làm tốt điều đó, và người mà có thể đưa ra macro tốt nhất hai trận hôm nay thì em nghĩ đó là anh Khánh, và anh Khánh đã dẫn dắt bọn em qua điều đó.
People would usually expect GAM to be a very aggressive team with a very aggressive playstyle. But as for the games today, I think we've done pretty well on the macro. And it was all thanks to Levi, who was doing all the shot calls.
Focusing on the macro then for the Swiss stage. Last question. So many fans came here to watch you today, to cheer for you today. I even see some GAM flags here. I know that you don't get a lot of chances to play on stage. What does it mean to you today to play in front of your fans and to win in front of your fans?
Thì ở đây hôm nay đã có rất là nhiều fan đã đến đây để cổ vũ cho em ha. Thì ở giải quốc nội thì chị đó biết là mình cũng không có nhiều cơ hội để đánh ở một sân khấu có khán giả lắm á. Thì hôm nay được chơi ở đây với một cái sân khấu có nhiều khán giả như vậy á, thì nó mang ý nghĩa gì với em?
Ở sân chung kết này thì khi mà ra thi đấu thì có rất là nhiều khán giả ở quốc tế, cũng như là có mấy bạn Việt Nam ở đây đã bỏ không ít thời gian ra để tới đây gọi là xem bọn em và cổ vũ bọn em, cũng như là ủng hộ bọn em. Thì em cảm thấy rất biết ơn tất cả các bạn ở đây đã cổ vũ cho bọn em, thì em xin cảm ơn tất cả mọi người.
We have a lot of international fans, and I've also recognized a lot of Vietnamese fans coming all the way here to give us all the support. And I would like to give my thanks to all of you for that.
Well, thank you, fans. Thank you, Berlin. One more time for GAM, please. Koa, thank you so much for the translation. Kiaya, thank you for the interview. Congrats on making Swiss stage. And that's all for us here.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Congrats again to GAM Esports. What a run to make it to. No question they belong in that Swiss stage. 2-0, 2-0. Bam, bam. We're done. Just job's done.
Job's not done.
Well, job's
true. Yeah. Job started. You passed the interview stage.
You passed the interview. We're coming back for round two.
You've made it to the internship.
Yeah. That might be a little disrespectful, but yeah. But the sentiment, I understand you.
It's a paid internship.
There's a lot more.
With benefits. With benefits.
There's dental. Move on.
Regardless, well, there might be a lot more to be done. For now, I think we can celebrate what was an incredible series. One-sided, though, was, and you heard Macro, much better today, and also big shout out to Levi, right? Who was the factor that you heard behind the scenes calling the shots and making the Shyvana look good, even if some of us remain skeptical. And even in that game, Wukong, obviously a comfort pick for him, and you can see why. Super impactful.
But I think that's the beauty of watching GAM, is that, like, I think even watching them domestically, when you went into finals, a lot of people are like, Vikings is going to be favorites coming into this, but it was good macro. Good target selection in team fights, the ability to just find these small windows to punish, and we got to see a very similar story here where game one was not the bloodiest game in the world, but they were very good at operating around the map and making it very difficult for SM to play, and I feel like that has consistently been what GAM has been successful at, and we're going to get to see that once more now that they hit the main stage.
Yeah, and I kind of want to say as well, like, Kiaya, Levi, they've been performing incredible, but I also got to say that I think Emo has actually hiddenly just kind of power creeped himself up out there to become way more stable than he was from regular season. I think actually his Yone today was pretty fantastic, and he did a great job at carrying his own weight and actually pushing above and beyond himself.
I mean, certainly, especially after Kaney looked so solid on the LeBlanc yesterday in that final game. I wasn't certain how this was going to look. Jace, 1K gold lead up individually. You feel like he's set up for success, but it never felt like he was 1,000 gold ahead. It never felt like he was really able to press that advantage. And every single fight, Yone looked like a massive threat in this series.
Yeah, and I think for Emo specifically, this is big because when we looked at him at MSI and we looked at him at Worlds, he wasn't always the biggest player to kind of step up and provide what was needed from the team. So the fact he is stepping up on this pick is absolutely fantastic, and being able to find these AD mids that still work for this team so you can bring out things like the AP Shyvana is just perfect for them.
Yeah, great series overall for Game. Of course, focusing back on our first series of the day, because it has been quite a day in the series between MDK versus PSG. Alvaro was our Oppo player of the series. Incredible stuff from him. A lot of highlight moments for a lot of players today, but obviously Alvaro in that series really standing above and beyond.
I think it's been a while since we've really seen a 1v9 performance from a support. And I mean, shout out to Super as well. He did great on the 6 and later on Ezreal as well. But it was really the Alvaro show today. His rail in game 1 has sick engages, found this perfect moment as well to really cancel out Mabel on the Akali. But it's just those things where he was clutching the Alistar. He found the flash clue on the LeBlanc that's coming up right here as well. It's fantastic.
Yeah, good support will make the rest of the game so much easier for the team, and that's exactly what Alvaro did. Every single time you needed that big zigzag, it was Alvaro who set them up with the big engage. Every time you saw, you know, the LeBlanc was trying to put threat on them, Alvaro was the one to shut them down. It was him leading from the front. That's why we said at the start of the day, this is the man that when he is firing on all cylinders, he is such a big part of that engine for MDK, working with Oyoya, setting them up for success, and what an incredible way to get yourselves into the main stage.
Yeah, for sure, because we always knew he had level and potential, because we saw that in winter, right?
Yeah.
It's when summer or spring came around that we started having skepticism again, because the potential was there, but it wasn't followed through. And now you're finally starting to see the guy that was hyped up initially, that could potentially have been a rookie of the split had he kept this level of play the entire time. But, I mean, year's not done, and who cares what happened in the LEC when you're able to bring out Worlds performances like this in today's series.
And I think especially when it is on a world stage. Like, again, we come back to, these are a group of rookies. Now, confidence to kick out the door, but at the same time, these guys are incredibly new to this world stage. The fact that you're having these performances in high-pressure situation just fills me with a lot of confidence for them going forward.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, obviously, I think this is an easier transition into Worlds, given it's a studio that they've played in, but it's nice when a team that, you know, I won't say that they love to yap, but they do think highly of themselves, right? And they're able to back that up on the stage. And of course, for both these lineups now, qualified for Swiss. And it's interesting, remember, the teams that are qualifying from plans are going to be facing first seeds from the big regions. And this is, while we, of course, have more to talk about in the context of plans, when we look ahead for both GAM and MDK, whatever they've shown here, the challenge tenfold more when we get to the Swiss stage.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But I think for MDK, right, still 4th rookies, they're even talking about, oh, we just get the opportunity to play against some of our idols, people we've really looked up to and maybe based our play style a bit around too. So the fact that they already in their first year was laughed at quite heavily by the community. We've had a lot of letdowns with the Mad Lions brand. They've completely revamped that now and actually just gone above and beyond.
And when you look at a team like GAM, they're not unknown to cause an upset. You look at top esports at Worlds, they shut them down. These are a team that you can never discount. They will always put up their best fight, and you just never know what to expect. So I have no doubt that this is going to be a crazy interesting series the second GAM step onto the stage.
I will say, though, we were talking about this as well, just looking forward to the other games we had that we just saw in the bracket. That's going on tomorrow, of course.
If we can actually get the bracket up one more time. We were a bit more focused looking forward, and I do want to give audience the due diligence to kind of explain everything that is coming up here, Goldberg.
Yeah, because, I mean, I got a camera in my way, but...
Look at the bracket. So basically, we have two sides of the bracket. Of course, you have this lower bracket run. The winner of each side is going to play cross-group. So PSG today is actually going to play up against the 100 Thieves SHG side of the bracket. And that's a really big deal because for 100 Thieves, they started off with a difficult road, knowing that they'd probably be playing PSG or Mad on the other side. But now it's just so much harder.
But 100 Thieves destroyed this bracket. Like, look at left side of the bracket going into right side of the bracket. I'm not saying there's a... Okay, I am saying
the right side of the bracket on paper is much harder. On one side, we have, and for me, this is huge potential for a lot of different teams,
It's
right?
just
because
huge
you have
potential over
CB
here.
LoL, LLA,
Exactly.
and VCS2. Any one of those teams making it to Swiss stage is an incredible accomplishment.
But even like if you look at it, right, for like CB the chance to kind of get in on the before you end up joining the Americas. Same when you look at R7, their opportunity to just show what they can do at that international stage again, representing just their region is incredible. But you look at VKE as well, like Vikings. That's 2 VCS teams that could be potentially getting through. What a moment for that region that you're like, we get to compete all of
give
our...
us back our Swiss
exactly,
slot.
yeah.
Give us back our slot, baby.
Well, the thing is, right, that there's going to be APAC next year as well, right? So even for Vietnam, the fact that they suddenly can just get both of their seats through as well is a fantastic opportunity for them to just prove that, hey, our region, we've built ourselves up again. We've had a lot of issues, and that obviously hurt them, but the level of play, I mean, it's clear right now, just with GAM, it's still there.
Yeah, and of course tomorrow we'll get to see the Hawks versus 100 Thieves and Pain Gaming versus Viking Esports. We'll see how that shakes up and how that plays out. But for now, that's going to be it here for us at Worlds 2024 play-in stage. Just a couple days remaining. We'll find those final 2 teams before we can look ahead to Swiss. Thank you everyone so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Through, but the impale is massive from Elyoya, but it doesn't even matter. Nice. But Betty's too low to really go forward. Now the passes come, and he's back. Alvaro making good on the mistake from earlier.
Super.
Well played,
Baro, why you play so much better here than in the scrims? It's more fun, you know, I'm more enjoyable. More fun, que hijo. I don't have jungle item.
Maple's on the side, looking for more. They get the first reason, flash forward. It's a charm, it's a kill. Maple takes the game. Can Vex land the ultimate onto Maple? Oh, Maple the Q flash. He gets caught out and he gets feared up. Is he gonna go down? No, not just yet. The ultimate comes through. Alvaro with the massive play. It's the Q flash, finding Maple.
Flash MF. Acá voy a buscar, Marcos. Ya llegó. Flash MF. I'm coming. Como te quiero, Javi.
Flashes in, still can't find anything. Levi's dead. Easy Love's in the middle of four, and he's in trouble. The Braun passive is there. KD cleans up. Nice sidestep from Seo, but it's first blood for Kiaya. And is it even more? It looks like it. It's a flash out from Lions, but Levi is there trying to take the one, and Easy Love comes in. 1, 2, 3, 4th shot. It's up to the bot lane here for R7, but the deadly flourish is deadly indeed. They will secure the win. They will secure their spot in the Swiss stage.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
Changes, phases, life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated, write these poems and pages. Phases, stages, backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like, ooh, what? Take that shot, I'm blessed and I'm all with ease. All these men when they talk that breeze. Did that big chat, did that scene, but I won't go back, now I switch that theme. Let's get that P, now I got that team, now I hit that pump, that get that clean. No rest in peace till I set my piece. Now we're gonna run with a different league. Changes, phases, life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated, write these poems and pages. Phases, stages, backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like, ooh, what? Take that shot. Been through phases, hit them with a flow and it's so contagious. Bet I'm a vet and I roll with the greatest. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, got me running my paces. Getting my space and you're gonna feel mad cause I can't sit still like I'm running around tracks. And it ain't gonna stop till I go to the max. I can't stop, don't stop, won't stop. Back big moves, take notes. Could've been huge but I say no. Me and you ain't in the same boat. Been around and about but I lay low. Say so, gonna break ground when it ain't seen. Not the best, no stress cause I'm better than a beam. One shot, level up to the top, no cheat. Putting in work, this life ain't free, no. That changes, life in the blink of an eye through phases. Been around the world, big tours, big stages. Hidden with a source and I don't stop pacing. Don't stop making, won't stop chasing. Got a big dream, won't stop till I make it. Take it, this one here's for the haters. Face it, can't stop, won't stop blazing. Changes, phases, life and it goes in stages. phone, just say sicko. I spent your rent up on my fit though. I got lil' shawty doing splits though. Talking to my money like I'm schizo. January to January is very scary. Tryna put my ops in the cemetery. Till I'm dead and buried, till I'm dead and buried. I ain't shaking hands, that ain't sanitary. I ain't gon' front, she can throw it back, yeah. I like the stunt, oh you noticed that. Count up the bands, hold up on it back. Yeah. Okay, that was fun, but now I'm done with that. Yeah. Getting dicey, I'm in psycho mode. They like the ice, cause the ice so cold. Wrap up the bands, cause they tight won't fold. Taking every shot like I might grow old. Going under every single night though, yeah. Had to get it in before the flight though. Hope I don't get blinded by the lights though. Hope nobody tryna read my rights though. Hope I got somebody in my corner. Hope she realized that this ain't for her. Going overseas and over borders. Going in and tell I'm out of order. I ain't got the phone, just say sicko. I spent your rent up on my fit though, yeah. I got lil' shawty doing splits though. Talking to my money like I'm schizo. January to January is very scary. Tryna put my ops in the cemetery. Till I'm dead and buried, till I'm dead and buried. I ain't shaking hands, that ain't sanitary. And that's not like every single thing I know. She said she my boo, but I'm single though. I can't have just one like a Pringle though. I'm antisocial, but let's mingle though, yeah. Call up the Uber, yeah, let's go for a ride. Too drunk to drive, but I'm parked outside. Too up to fall, yeah, I like this height. If I'm going out right, yeah. And it's 5-star, but let me fitting kinda cozy on the dime. Yeah, I just need my racks and then